Oh, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to day 4 of this first youth test here between South Africa under 19 and England under 19. The game, it is finally poised here. England go into day 4 with a 255-run lead. They've got 2 wickets in hand. With me, I've got the Cape Fox, James King and Ezra Poole. They've been here for the majority of this game. James King, I'm going to start with you. This game is really finely poised. Let's talk about that situation here a little bit. England should be the happier. They got the runs on the board. South Africa are going to come in and they're going to have to get the runs in a way. But, however, maybe just bat out the day. How do you see this day going forward?
Yeah, I think, as you say, Eugene, it is perhaps evenly poised, but probably more in favour of England, as you mentioned. I think that on the final day, the pitch has dried out a little bit. It still looks good for batting, must be said. We saw yesterday from England, good application. Thomas Roux took the match to the South Africans, run a ball 71, really pushed it along in England's favour, you feel. 255 already a lead. It's a big lead. South Africa are going to have to bat exceptionally well if they're going to either save the test match or even think of getting a win. Don't think that it's going to be easy for them.
Well, Ezra, I'm going to come back to you here. There's 3 sessions left in the day, and that's what I'm looking at. In the first inning, South Africa only batted 3 sessions. So now, the longer they keep England out there, the shorter the batting period comes. How important is that in terms of maybe just batting out the day, or maybe even getting to position to maybe go for the run?
Eugene, watching the game as it went on, I think that for England in the first innings, their spinners were the ones that took the most wickets. So now we finally come to the last day, and I'm pretty sure that England, they can get through the overs a lot quicker, and their spinners will be on top of it. And then you can also have short little bursts from your seamers if you maybe want to swap them around. So I think that at this moment in time, England, for me, definitely favourite in this game.
Well, I'm going to come back to the Fox here, and it's been a game of small margins here. We've seen the chances that have gone down. South Africa ruined their chances, England as well, with some of the planning they have. How important is it in the longer format for those boys to grab and seize those opportunities? Because chances don't come so quickly. It's not like the buses there in London where they come very quickly. They take them time. They've got to seize that moment.
They do, and it has been something that's been noticeable. And South Africa yesterday in the field, couple of chances that you would definitely expect to take that went down that certainly didn't help their cause, and ground fielding as well in times, particularly when England were going for those boundaries, and on the boundary line a few went through for 4s that shouldn't have done. So South Africa will take learnings from this. It is their first 4-day test for these players, so difficult, you would think, and the concentration lapses there coming from perhaps the fact that they haven't played this type of format of cricket before. So today's going to be an important day for England in the field. You say, are they going to be able to step it up to be able to put pressure on South Africa and make sure they keep that pressure on?
Just from a pitch perspective here, Ezra, it still looks a very, very good pitch there outside there in the middle. Yes, there are dry patches which you can sort of understand there. We are going to day 4. There's been a lot of wind, a lot of sun on it. How do you see this pitch playing? Yes, there will be up and down movement. Give me your thoughts on a batting perspective here. How does South Africa approach this? Because we don't necessarily want to be sort of chasing balls wide out to the off stump or trying to play across the line. What would your words be going forward for the batters?
So for me, it's all about occupation on the crease if South Africa is looking to survive here or even just win the game. So I would ask them to remain tight outside off stump, and then also to be able or try to rotate strike. For me, that is key when you're building a partnership. The longer you stay there, the easier it becomes. But you've got to give yourself time to actually get there. So the last thing that you're going to do is you've got to have a mindset that you believe in yourself, first of all. So, because when you're going to come in, you're going to be under pressure. There's going to be men around the bat. You've got to tell yourself that I've prepared enough for this in order to survive. And then you've got to find a certain area that you're comfortable in scoring in. If that is maybe the sweep, or is that maybe just punching off the back foot through the mid-wicket area, and just stick to those kind of plans.
Well, boys, I'm going to put your names on the block here as well, or heads on the block, I should say. All three decisions still here. Draw or win for either team. That makes it 3, boys. Where are you going? James, you first.
Yeah, well, I think I would be surprised if England don't get over the line here and win this match. It's certainly everything in their favour going into day 4. South Africa have to fight well. They have to fight hard to be able to save the match. So a draw, probably an England win, are probably the two most likely results for me. South Africa is going to be tough for them.
Cortez?
Eugene is going to hurt my heart, but I think that I would say that it's a 70% chance of an England win here. South Africa will do really well to draw the game. I don't think that, seeing from the first innings, that South Africa will be allowed to be as positive as what they were against the spinners in the first dig. So I'm definitely saying about 70% chance that it's an England win today.
I'm gonna go against you boys. I'm gonna say I hope South Africa can put a good mettle together, good fighting spirit, and just shows what they're capable of. They have the talent. They've got guys that can stay out there. As you said, Ezra, they got a bat up. Fellas, we are in for an intriguing game here. It's warm again. The breeze is blowing, not as much as what it has done. Folks, we're in for a real storm over game. Join us at about 5 to 10 when we're going to start day 4 here of this first youth test. Thank you.
Welcome to the Coetzenburg Oval for this, the fourth day of this first youth test between South Africa under-19 and England under-19. And the umpires, Thokozizi Shezi and Kawalani Ntuli, have made their way out into the middle, as have the England batters, Jack Home and Tazim Ali. I'm James King, the Cape Fox, and with me today, Ezra Poole. Ezra, interesting day lies ahead.
Morning, James. Morning, viewers. Absolutely. I say buckle up. Today is going to be a very exciting day.
And we're looking forward to seeing how South Africa are going to approach what will be what we think is quite a difficult run chase for them.
I think the more runs England put on, the more difficult the task will become. We've seen that both teams kind of went through slumps. They were good in certain areas. South Africa was really good to start off with their opening partnership, and the number 3, hell of a partnership there. I think it's over 200 if I'm correct.
Yeah.
And then England in the first dig, where Holmes and Ahmed played together, and they were really good. So there's always that big partnership somewhere. However, in the second innings of a 4-day game, it's a lot more difficult. So if South Africa stick to their disciplines, when is their time to bat, I think that they maybe got to try and take it as deep as possible and then have a look maybe at T to see how far they are.
So the morning session is going to be very important for both teams. England will be looking, you think, to get some quick runs on the board and put South Africa into bat, certainly before the lunch interval, maybe half an hour into this session. So it's a question of England saying, how much, when do we have enough? I mean, at the moment, 255 ahead. That in itself is quite a target, even in 90 overs for the South African batting lineup to achieve that run rate and achieve that score, or to bat it out for a draw. So it's going to be fascinating to see what happens first thing this morning. It's going to be Chad Mason who's going to open up the bowling for South Africa. 4 for 97 off his 26 overs yesterday, and backed up by his other bowlers. It was Devan de Villiers who got 1 wicket. It was Ray Daniels as well, and Jason Rouse, who were in the wickets yesterday. Mason was the outstanding performer for South Africa yesterday, Ezra, and he did bowl. He bowled well. He bowled a lot of overs yesterday, but certainly the drift that he was getting, a bit of dip. I like the look of what I see here from Chad Mason.
So I think that the way that England's going to go about it, I think that they're maybe going to look to get as much runs as possible until about, say, drinks, and then maybe pull the plug on their innings. Yes, like you say, obviously it's nice for Chad Mason to have had a good chance to put overs under his belt. But what I'm also looking for is consistency from the bowlers today, if it's either from South Africa or England side, to be honest with you.
First ball of the day is going to Jack Home. Just tickled out into the leg side where Jorik van Schalkwyk will do the fielding, and England are underway on day 4 of this first youth test match. And has been interesting to see over the first 3 days with a lot of these players. I mean, we know a number of the England players have played 4-day cricket already, Ezra, but South Africans, this will have been, for pretty much all of them except Martin Khumalo, who's played 1 first-class game, the first time they would have been on the field in this type of format.
No, you're absolutely right, but I also feel that with the South African coaching staff, it's their job to kind of plot and plan as the day would go along. These are the kind of pitfalls that we've got to look out for. These are the kind of things that we're really strong at and really good at. And obviously during the team talk, take them through that kind of thought patterns, what different situations can come up.
Certainly a huge amount of experience there in that South African dressing room. Coach Malebongwe Maketa and his troops out there on the field now. It's a good shot there by Ali through the covers for 2. Just a little bit short, and that's well fielded in backward point there by Devan de Villiers. And South Africa, you think they'd again, want to try and perhaps take these 2 wickets as quickly as possible. Hasn't got that attacking a field necessarily.
Yeah. So just looking at that field, I would definitely have a sweeper out on the offside. So then if Chad Mason does bowl a bad ball, at least you have cover there and you don't give England the kind of start that they're looking for. So obviously, yes, this is the first over, but you also got to think about, I've got to be able to defend one side of the wicket.
And that's played over the captain, Benny Hansen, at mid-on, down to the long-on boundary for 4. And that, just to your point there, Ezra, no long-on in place, and that one just set up beautifully for him to be able to play it over the man at that long-on position. And the first boundary on this 4th morning to England at the end of the Chad Mason over. And England have progressed to 282 for the loss of 8.
As you can see, rolls coming on from the top end now. So South Africa looking to keep it tight.
Yeah.
So we spoke to Paul Adams this morning, and he was saying that what he enjoyed from the left-arm spinner was the fact that he could control the game, and that's what South Africa should be looking at this moment in time. Just somebody that can come on and control one side of the wicket, and one side so that you can maybe possibly attack with Mason on the one side and then go for nothing on the other side.
Yeah, so let's see how Rolls will perform this morning as we see the man has just come in from that deep backward square position into a sort of backward square leg. You'd expect that Rouse will be targeting more outside the line of the off stump. He has got a slip, so he's got a 5-4 offside leg side field. There's a man deep out on the cover boundary.
So this is for me the ideal kind of field that you're bowling with. So he's thinking that I have the bowl, the LBW, the court behind dismissals, but yet when he is going to be positive, I'm looking to cover those kind of areas. As you can see, just holding the game there. So you're saying, okay, do you know what, England? Over to you. Let's see what you're going to do and what your tactics is going to be for the day.
Yeah, if they're going to come at England, it'll come at a risk. That's just easily on his back foot down to long off and through for another single. It's all started off a little bit quietly this morning. Not too much chatter out there, Ezra. Sort of hoping for more from the South African point of view, perhaps.
You know that sometimes when you go in, you being a cricketer, you also recognize certain situations. So you know that somewhere along the line, a declaration will be coming from England's side if we don't bowl them out. You can go ultra positive and think.
That is a drop short, and it gets the treatment from the batter, Tazim Ali, and it goes over the boundary for 6. So England's intentions very clear this morning. And that may, in fact, I don't know if that is going to bring a change in the field. You never know.
Yeah.
It looks like he probably will, as that one was played into that deep mid-wicket region. The fact was, it was just too short and easy pickings for the England batters. To your point, understandably, South Africa, as you say, the openers and the batters will be thinking, when are we going to be going in? Their minds will probably be focusing on that as well. This morning, you sense they would have perhaps been. I know they work a lot on things like visualization and those sort of techniques, which I think is important. I mean, they know they're going to be in for a long slog today, South Africa. No doubt the coach yourself would have prepared them for that. What sort of things would you be saying to your top order batters? I mean, the top order is going to have to take South Africa through here.
So you're absolutely right. The way that they're thinking now, those batters will be thinking, what is the wicket playing like? Is it a lot of turns? So you're standing there and you're looking at all those kind of things going on. But what you got to make sure is sometimes we think about, especially on a 4-day wicket, we think, oh, the spinners are going to come into the game, and you'll be surprised how many times people get bowled out by the seamers, because there's that inconsistency in the bounce. So sometimes a ball that you maybe should have gone forward just keeps a little bit low and then get bowled, and all those kind of things come into play. But for me, definitely key here now is not to let England get the runs too easily.
As we see already, 16 runs this morning, 291 for the loss of 8. Mason away from us again, past umpire Shazi. Home is just nicely forward, and 38 for Jack Home to go with his 63 in the first innings, Ezra. It's been an impressive display from the lower middle order and from England in this test match.
As we saw in the first innings, Holmes, bit of a hero, came in, stuck around with Ahmed, put a good partnership together. So he's definitely a good all-rounder.
Yeah.
And what we also saw in the first innings, and that stood out for me, was that if a ball was there to be put away, he was comfortable in doing that.
And we've seen that as well. We even saw it last evening, where you perhaps would have expected England may have gone into their shell, but Jack Home and his batting partner at the time, Farhan Ahmed as well, were going for their shots when the ball was there to be hit. And all defence there to finish off the over, and it is 291 for the loss of 8 now.
So what we've also seen, James, is especially on the last day, you'll find a team whose energies are up. It's normally the team that think that they are dominating the game. So South Africa's body language at this moment in time is kind of like saying, oh, are we just going to look to survive? And that's essentially very important, because it's telling me about the mindset of the players. If you're going to come out here and you're just going to look to defend, that's when they're just going to get the men around the bat for you.
Yeah.
And somewhere along the line, there's going to be a ball with your name on it.
Yeah.
So South Africa should actually be positive, because this game is not done.
No,
it's really
not at all.
done. There's a lot of cricket for today, left still for today.
Yeah, I mean, we've only had the 3 overs so far in the day, 87 left to bowl, and South Africa do have an opportunity. And as you say, it's important to have that positive mindset. If you're just looking to defend, and I guess this is England's plan as well. They want to get to a point where they feel they can't lose the match, that South Africa can't get the runs.
But maybe also something that we could have thought about, and maybe what England thought about was trying to pull the plug a lot earlier. So if you have 90 overs left in the day, that means that you actually have the use of two new balls.
Yeah.
So then when it's not quite working for you, and maybe you have the team 7 down, you're thinking, I can maybe take the new ball, my seamers can come on, and then, or even let your spinner bowl with the new ball. And at least you have that use of 2 new balls. So it'll be interesting to see when England is going to pull the plug here, whether they maybe took that into consideration.
Oh, that one nearly getting through there from Jason Rouse. But as you say, fascinating in this type of cricket, which, as we say, these players wouldn't have had that much exposure to, is how those tactics, how do you work with that? How do you keep the opposition guessing? We were speaking last night with Eugene around the fact that England would have definitely wanted to bat on into today so that they could choose which roller they wanted on the pitch before play today, and make sure that they give themselves the opportunity to help break this pitch up. It's not looking bad at the moment though at all. And
Still like that for me, and I spoke about in the previous over, it's just that yes, when you do get it wrong, you actually have that protection out on the sweeper boundary. So you don't want them to get to their total that they're thinking about too quickly, because that just buys them then time in the game to put you under pressure. So you got to think that the quicker I stop it, the more I'm taking time out of the game. So England then would become a little bit nervous, saying it's not quite working what we're looking at. And then that's when you come into the game and maybe taking the last few wickets a lot quicker.
Yeah, all fascinating phases of the play that we're going to see today, and this morning session is going to, you feel, determine what is going to happen for the rest of the day. And for Ali, they do have that man in at point, shorter, and it goes straight to him. So no run there, keeping Ali on strike, which is probably what they want to do. His strike rate not as good as home. Home 39 off 54. Tazim Ali 15 off 30. Oh, he plays that beautifully. Inside out, over the extra cover wide of mid-off, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. It's a very good shot from Tazim Ali.
It's just the freedom that he has.
Yeah.
You know, we've watched him in the previous games and now also batting in the first. He just looked a little bit nervous, but now you just feel that there's no real pressure on them. There's no real pressure on England, so you can just come in and basically play your shots.
Yeah.
But what I'm looking at a number for England.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that England psychologically would say 300 is a lot to get for South Africa. So if they get to 300 quicker than what they would, I think they'll pull the plug there then.
Yeah, and also have the opportunity, if they are going to pull the plug sort of halfway through the session, that won't, you're only going to lose 5 minutes of play necessarily, no drinks break. It's in the air, and it's Benny Hansen underneath it, and he takes the catch. And that is Tazim Ali, who perishes just a little bit shorter this time from Chad Mason. And as we've seen a couple of times in this innings, the England batter's not getting all of it, and Benny Hansen takes his second catch in the deep. And South Africa do now have England 9 down for 296. And Mason gets his first fifer in youth test matches, and what a great achievement for him. South Africans have seen in the first innings it was Ngobani Mokoena who got a fifer. In this innings, Chad Mason. And just looking at this one again, it was a bit of a drag down from Mason, but it doesn't get all of it. Tazim Ali, and it is the captain, Benny Hansen, who's been positioned himself out there on that long on boundary for a lot of the game, and takes the catch. And now the end is looking a lot closer from an England point of view, but still the lead 276, and that is a sizable total.
It is. So the way that I'm seeing it is that with the 276, England at this moment in time where they do bowl, they're in control.
Yeah.
Because what are we looking at? We're looking at a team maybe going over 3 runs and over.
Yeah, exactly.
In a 4-day game, which is going to be a little bit difficult, especially on the last day. So it'll be interesting to see how Holmes will approach it now, because he would have either been given a target or he'd be given a time. And I think that he's now going to show us what the key is going to be to England pulling the plug somewhere along the line today.
Yeah, no doubt. Some words from Alex French as he came in to the wicket, and it is South Africa that have brought a change in the bowling, and it's going to be Ngobani Mokoena, the man who took those 5 wickets in the first innings, who's going to be coming in, replacing Jason Riles at what we're calling the Coetzenburg end of the ground. And it will be interesting to see now how Jack Home approaches this. You do sense that he is going to go for his shots.
Yeah.
And they take the single. Are they going to get back for 2? No, the first one not taken quickly. And Riles does the fielding out in the deep. So you expect now that the field should come in for French. We're not seeing that though at the moment. Just waiting to see what Captain Benny Hansen does here. He's leaving the man out deep on the square leg boundary for the new batter. Or maybe not. Let's wait to see what he does with his field. Do you think South Africa should be... They don't want to give the single, do they, to French? So when they're putting a man in that's Joris van Schalkwyk under the helmet, I think, oh, maybe not. No. So French is going to face his first delivery from Mokoena. It's van Schalkwyk going in at a conventional mid-wicket position. 1 slip and a gully. And the short delivery from Mokoena just goes over the head of the batter, and it's signalled wide. And that was just a little bit too short from the young man. It was a hello and welcome to his his fast bowler on the other side.
But you know, sometimes there's an old saying that there's a reason why somebody bats
Yes.
at the end. So if you get it in the right area, they are not as well equipped to deal with it. So sometimes bowlers also got to think about what my tactic is. It's not French has just got to the wicket. Him by himself could be very nervous. So you're just thinking, I just got to look to attack the stumps here. So I can't understand why you would have somebody in the deep and then running in and then looking to bowl a few short balls, a few bumpers at him. Just pitch it up straight onto the stumps. That's where they normally lack.
Yeah. Top of off is what you want to be looking at. And Mokoena with his next delivery. And that is Fuller this time, but left alone well by French outside the off stump. So South Africa will want to just feel wrap this up quickly now so they can go into the dressing room with a positive mindset. I mean, they've taken the 1 wicket this morning. England have added a further 23 to their total from overnight, 298 for 9 now. Just the last wicket that they're needing from an England perspective, and French it was in the first innings that was out for just 3, and that's angled past the man at gully. It's going down towards the boundary. The outfield is lightning quick, but it will be cut off by Benny Hansen, and he's assisted there by Mason, and that's a good chase. But the England pair get through for 3, and that will bring up the 300 for England. 301 is the score, and England will be very happy. Just another 20 runs, Utes feel that they would want now to get to that target of 300 for South Africa. I think you're right, absolutely right, Ezra. I mean, it is a psychological barrier, isn't it? You know, 270 looks a lot easier to get than 300.
What I've also seen over my time watching cricket and so forth, being involved in 4-day cricket.
Jack Home has a go at that, and it's a valiant attempt on the boundary by Devan de Villiers, but what a shot from Jack Home. That was absolutely murdered. Short of a length, and he just rocked back and played it beautifully.
Look at that, just waiting for it.
Yeah, on the back foot, waiting for the delivery, and full swing of the bat. And that's brought about another change in the field. And
so let's strap up here, James. I think it could become very entertaining.
It could indeed.
If we see Jack Home bat for another 2 or 3 overs, I think it's going to become very, very entertaining.
Well, that was a fantastic shot, wasn't it? My word. Gave it the kitchen sink and the microwave, the fridge, you name it. It's, that's a glorious shot. And that one is pitched up this time by Mokoena into the pads of Home, and that's his 50. What a fantastic innings once again by Jack Home. Back-to-back 50s in this test match for him, and you really can't say enough about the application of this young man. Coming in at number 8 for England in both innings, rescuing the innings in the first innings, and here setting a target for South Africa. What a lovely shot that was as well.
Still. And that's what I like. It's just a little shuffle down the wicket, and then just before impact standing dead still, and just a beautiful flow. And what you would have done to have him play at Leicester.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
The Cape Fox, obviously a massive Leicester Foxes fan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not too sure.
Well, we'll have to see. I think he comes from down the road. Actually, he does not too far down the road. Worcester? Plays for Worcester, yeah. So not too far down the road.
So you'd rather be a pair than a bear, if I got it correct. That's saying.
That sounds good. Yes, absolutely. I think he would be. And Worcester and Birmingham not too far apart either, just down the road. And a lovely cricket ground there at Worcester. It was the privilege to go there a couple of years ago. Went down. My son was living down there.
Okay.
Yeah, French is just going to want to get off strike, you feel.
Yeah.
And Mason's needs to try and prevent that from happening. Jack Home is certainly going to take the attack to the bowlers. Down the leg side, no chance of a run, but yeah, it's New Road there in Worcester.
That's correct.
Beautiful ground. Basil D'Oliveira stand at the one end and Graham Hick Pavilion, I think they call it, at the other end.
Okay.
So really lovely ground.
So massive South African influence there,
Yeah,
I would say.
huge. Down the leg side again from Chad Mason. No run, no danger there necessarily. Just wants to get it in the right place though to Alex French.
Yeah. So what's going to be interesting here, James, is should England get through this, will South Africa be taking that new ball?
I'm pretty sure they will actually. I mean, well, maybe they won't, maybe not. Yeah, because it's going to come off the bat of Jack Home a lot quicker, yes. No, it's a good point, Ezra.
But maybe that could be the reason why they've given McQueen that one over just to get loose.
That's what
so
I was.
he will then start on the other side with the new ball.
Yeah, and he has a go at that one outside the off stump. French just goes away from him further with the natural motion from the leg spinner. Just is it 2 balls left, is it, or 1 ball left in the over now? Yeah, you do wonder, as you say, brought McQueen on 1 over with the old ball. Are they going to give him the new ball? I mean, it will be interesting if Rake Daniels bowls from this side. He bowled 1 spell from this side in yesterday, but I think prior to that he's been bowling everything from the Coetzenburg end.
Obviously, the breeze playing a massive role in that.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see. I'd be amazed if South Africa is going to take that new ball.
Yeah, it's the end of the Chad Mason over, and we're probably about to find out whether that will actually be the case. As umpire Ntuli makes his way to the stumps, and no indication necessarily yet that they are going to take the new ball. It's all happening a little bit slowly out there at the moment. And McQueen going to take off his cap now, so he is going to continue from the Coetzenburg end, and still got the old ball in his hand at the moment. Just wait and see what is going to happen here. So yeah, but interesting period of play here. The first 25 minutes, Ezra, the England team have put on some good runs. 36 runs already in those 25 minutes. Really powered by Jack Home. Started on 34 this morning, and he's gone on to 50. Ali started on 3. He got another 16 runs, so they've been aggressive this morning, which is what you expected from England.
So we haven't seen any movement. I can see that Shazi's playing with the new ball there. He's taken that a few times in his life. But it'll just be interesting to see. I see McQueen has gone around the wicket, so it'll obviously be the short ball ploy because they've stuck everybody out on the leg side boundaries. So it'll be interesting to see how Holmes goes about this.
Yeah.
So I think that maybe on the offside would...
It's no doubt about how Jack Home is going to go about this. As we see Benny Hansen's moved himself down to third man, and I thought maybe he was going to sort of put himself in 3/4 of the way to the boundary, but he's gone probably about 5 to 10 metres off the boundary. There's 3 men out on the leg side. There's a fine leg, a deep square, and a deep mid wicket. In fact, there's 4 men out. There's also a long on, so they're giving Home the single on the leg side. Oh, what a shot that is.
Beautiful shot.
And I don't know if that's going to go all the way. Didn't quite. Yes, it is. And that's a very good shot.
Beautiful shot. So that's the thing for me. So now you as a bowler, you know that I can only bowl 2 in the over. I can't then continue with that same kind of tactic. So Home has also recognized this, and he's thought that, okay, you've bowled me one was indicated, so you have one left in the 4 balls. Somewhere along the line, you got to come up in my half. And I think that's all he's waiting for. He's hoping actually Mokoena bowls the second one, because then this field is kind of useless then.
Yeah.
Because as you can see, he's either going to go straight down the ground or he's going to target anything through the offside.
Yeah, he makes some very good points there. Ezra, he's just asked for a bit of a drink, I think. He's just asking maybe for some words of advice or something coming out from the captain to Jack Home. 3:15 for 9 it is. They lead by 295, England, as they are just struggling to find the ball. It went through the covers and under the sight screen into some long grass or bushes behind there, and they're struggling to find that ball at the moment. Maybe that'll be the catalyst for the new ball to be taken a bit quicker.
As you can see, that's the sum up, but the most important thing is it's that 295 lead that England has. So it's going to be interesting to see. They've obviously thought, I'm okay leaving that second new ball. So all I want to do is make sure I get to a number. So we now know that it's more of a number than rather the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I certainly feel it's a number, isn't it, for England? And they've progressed well this morning in pursuit of that, putting on already 40 runs in this first half an hour. And they're just going to see, I'm not sure if they have managed to retrieve the ball, hopefully. They're making their way back around the sight screen. And just to let you know about our broadcast sponsor, this broadcast being brought to you with compliments of Sisonke Tourism and Events Services, your destination management specialists, and you can find Sisonke Tourism and Events Services at www.sisonketours.co.za. And if you want to email them, tourism@sisonketours.co.za, they will provide for all your sporting and leisure requirements. If you want to bring your team out to Southern Africa, they will make all the arrangements for you. And Sisonke Tourism and Events Services, they are the ones to go for your leisure tours, sports tours, events that you want to plan, or even your logistics requirements as you come out to Southern Africa. And Mokoena is going to continue to Jack Home. So there we go. Ezra, he's bowled his second one for the over. So now, what's he going to do now?
So there's 3 deliveries left in this over. But South Africa has changed. They've taken one from the leg side, and they've kind of tried to reinforce the offside. So I think that this could be maybe wide outside off stump, but Home, being a good cricketer that he is, he's most probably read the situation and thinking you're going to be somewhere outside off stump here. I don't have to move. I'm looking at the extra cover area. I think that could be the place that he's going to go.
And
let's just tickle that down. Look like the slower ball there.
Yeah, just up into the body on the leg side, and he plays it very nicely. He does look very accomplished, doesn't he, for a number 8 and somebody that England under 19 here, and sure he's County Worcestershire. He's going to be playing plenty of first-class cricket, this young man, in his career. Very handy with the ball, coming on first change for England under 19. It's a bit wider outside the off stump to French, and you just feel perhaps you want him to come over the wicket, surely,
100%,
to French,
100%.
targeting that top of off stump.
Yeah, 100%. Like we said, they are batting at number 11 because they're not equipped to deal with the balls that are good balls. Hence, that's why they're number 11. So I think that sometimes they overdo or overthink a certain tactic.
Yeah. And last ball of the over, well seen off by Alex French, and it's time for a commentary change. It's going to be Eugene Molion that's going to be joining me. Thank you very much, Ezra.
Is he the Cape legend?
He is indeed. The legend behind the mic, certainly. Mr. Eugene Molion. Thank you very much, Ezra. Your insights always really exceptional. And England under 19 are now going to be facing the new ball.
Good morning to everybody. Good morning, the Cape folks. Good morning,
Morning,
Ezra.
morning.
Are you talking about the same Ezra that is standing behind me?
That's the same one. The same one.
Yeah, good having Ezra around, isn't it?
Fantastic to have Ezra around, and always I'm looking forward to the next commentary stint for the banter. It's going to be really good, as always, between Mr. Molion and Mr. Poole.
No chance. Not today. It's day 4. You know the energy levels.
So Ray Daniels has got the new ball, and he's going to be bowling to Jack Home. And Eugene, the sort of conventional wisdom that we've been working on here and chatting with Ezra is that England are looking to get beyond 300, and that may well be the target. They could look to get more, but they want to have, I'm sure, enough time to bowl South Africa out to get that win.
I reckon we're probably about 10, 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes away from if not being bowled out, I think a declaration.
Yeah.
Because we're looking at that 2.5 sessions that's still remaining. Obviously taking into consideration when the change of innings does happen and the overs that gets lost. There's only 2 overs that do get lost. But Jack Home has been very impressive, I have to say that.
That's down the leg side, and that's going to aid England's cause significantly. Rake Daniels letting one go wide down the leg side and for 4, so it's 5 runs. And
there's the 300 lead.
That is the 300 lead. So 321 now for 9. England leading by 301. I wouldn't even call that a loosener, Eugene.
Ashla Mashlaka had no chance whatsoever.
No, he didn't have.
Even
not a hope. No.
Even the greatest of keepers, Ray Jennings, and he was very good.
He was.
He would have struggled to get there.
Yeah, Jet Jennings, what a keeper he was. Really was outstanding for so long. Oh, it's neatly played by Home. Just go through for the single.
No,
in fact, they don't. They didn't get there. No, he's decided against it. And Alex French was like, sort of sauntering down the wicket and thinking, are we going to take the single here or aren't we going to take the single? What was our discussion at the end of the over?
Yeah, you'll only face 2 balls. And then
That's
when you ran down, hey, there's still 5 balls left here, mate. All right, just go back then.
But so much space on the leg side, Eugene, you feel that if he knocks it a bit softly into the leg side, they run hard. They could get 2.
Oh, they don't even need to run hard, I feel, because the boundary runners are right on the boundary.
Yeah.
So another field change here. 3rd man's going to be in place as well. Down the leg side it goes now. This is the 2nd one in the over, and I'm sure umpire shares he's going to just have a quiet word here and say, listen, just a little bit of negative bowling here, fella.
I'm just the edge of the fingers. That's they're going to look for 2 here, and they're going to take it. Yes, they are. A bit of hesitation. I think he's safe, is he?
Yeah, he is safe.
Yeah. Very good running. Yeah.
The throw, it was good, but it wasn't flat.
No.
Normally you see those ones, because the square can be helped there. It normally zips off the square. And I think Devon de Villiers just went for accuracy and it just lacked a little bit of pace. He's got a strong arm.
Yeah, he comes around now, as we see, picks up and in one motion throws in. It is, tries to, doesn't quite get it there, as you say, on the bounce. Difficult, and this is good play here from Home. He takes the single now, although it does mean there will be, I think, 2 or 3 balls for French to face.
It's not that same sort of follow-through. Look at the follow-through here.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And it's just,
He's not looking to bullet throw that one in over the top of the stumps without a bounce, is he?
The other thing to think about there is Rake Daniels. He's standing behind the stumps, and the modern-day cricketers, they normally stand on front of the stumps to try to drag it back. And then that also takes away some of the time that it might take on, because the ball can pass the stumps. His hands went back and then came forward. The modern-day cricket sort of gets it in front and sort of drags it back onto the stumps.
Yeah, it's interesting. You're talking about the techniques that have been developed in terms of making sure you can break those stumps as quickly as possible. looking for the accuracy from your fielders in the deep.
Can we see that runner?
It's well played by French into the covers, the end of the over. Go through this run out again, Eugene.
So if you look at Mera X, so let's focus on him.
Yeah.
So he's standing behind the stumps. So the ball goes past the stumps, and then he has to now go towards it. There it goes, and then he goes forward to the stumps. If he had to come just this side in front, even as soon as the ball gets in his hands, might be a little bit of a give. But even your elbow can then hit the bails off because your hands are in. There's contact with the ball.
You've got the momentum of the ball if you're
100%.
taking it there into your hands, then onto the stumps rather than taking it behind and moving forward.
100%,
so
yeah.
it probably cuts out, and we all know. I mean, almost fractions of a second can be between getting over the line or not getting over the line. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting this over. Now Mokoena to home. How's he going to deal with this?
It's only one way.
Only one way.
He has absolutely smoked that to the man at deep mid-wicket. I mean, what a lovely time to bat. You just swing hard. And you say, no, it's all right. I'll face the majority of the balls. I think that declaration is not too far away. I think that's 2.5 sessions. That's what I'm thinking England are thinking here.
They've got enough here. I mean, already 9 overs in the day. So this is the 10th over. It's going to mean that they will only have 78 overs if they declare at the end of this over. That might come back to bite them later in the day.
Oh, that's going to be clothed over the bowler. What South Africa have done is they've definitely forced England's hand here of potentially not getting a second new ball in the innings that they're going to be bowling, unless they really rattle through their overs, which they also have the ability to. So that is the other thing. It's sort of a game within a game here a little bit.
Isn't it fascinating tactics, isn't it? I mean, as you say, just think that, I mean, either the declaration must be imminent here.
No, that's not 2.
No.
You're not going to get 2 any day now.
Quick reactions from the wicket keeper, Pasla Makhlaka, getting in to stop them getting through for the 2. Just England now, I mean, they've got a 304. So South Africa 305 at this stage to win of what will be, what are we talking about, 78 overs at the end of this over. And that's going to take some getting. And that is just under 4 runs to the over. And on a 4th day pitch, if you look at how England have approached this, they're just batting under 4 runs and over. And they've been aggressive in their approach. South Africa, you don't sense that they're going to be going at 4 runs to the over.
No, they're not. I think that, as I said yesterday, it's just about getting them into a position. You've got to get into a position first to say where you are. 300 is a massive total in any context of 4-day cricket.
Yeah.
In any context, knowing that you're going to go into the 4th innings. So we are going to see the character of South African batters today, about these youngsters in this format of the game. And I'm excited to see how they're going to come out of it.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting day's cricket. Alex French just in behind that delivery.
It must have also been very rewarding. Chad Mason, fifer. I'm sure you guys spoke about that as well.
We did indeed.
He was toiling away and he got his fifer.
I mean, bowled the most number of overs for the South Africans in this innings, and he's just toiled away from the Ester River end and got rewarded with those 5 wickets, and that will do him the world of good, you feel, just in terms of his development as a leg spinner. And French just leaves that alone. End of the over, 325 for 9, and it didn't make Alex French play there, the bowler, Ngobani Mokoena, with the new ball, and that's what you really want to be able to do. You want to be able to make that number 11. He needs to be having to play at the delivery. So it's going to be Ray Daniels. He's going to try and finish off the innings here. England still out at bat as we look at the bowling figures for South Africa. That 5 for 111 for Chad Mason, and his first fifer in a under-19 test match, and 1 apiece for Daniels, De Villiers and Riles. And he's bowled 30 overs, Chad Mason, and that is a huge shift that he's put in this innings for South Africa. And Ray Daniels starts his 13th over. Oh, he's got the edge, and that's gone down to the man at third, and he takes the run, does Jack Home. He's going to expose Alex French now to 5 deliveries from Ray Daniels. That wasn't the plan.
Well, Letabo Paslamshlako also has to be with the game here. He wasn't at the stumps here when the ball gets thrown in. So you should also always be aware. A little bit in one-day mode here now. So you got to understand that. Now the ring fielders, you got to understand here, you're in a game. You want to check or stop them from getting a single.
Yeah, exactly what they're looking for. And he's also bringing himself in, I think, to a gully position. Was it going to be... Yeah, Captain Benny Hansen coming into gully. Just a couple of changes to the field. He's got the gully, he's got a point, he's going to have an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And it looks like Jorik van Schalkwyk is, he's going into mid-wicket, mid-on and a mid-wicket.
Oh, how's that for a shot? Off the legs.
Beautifully played by Alex French, gone down, races across this outfield. And he's got a boundary to his name, and that'll make him feel a lot better. He's got 3 in the first innings. He's got goes now on to 7. Just misdirected there from Ray Daniels down the leg side. I think he's looking for the one that's going to be angling in to that off stump, but just strays a little bit down the leg side.
Well, the man sitting next to me here, he would have had England off already.
Yeah,
I think I have to agree.
Yeah.
I think I'll have to agree with him. Because this is more casing point of we want to not lose the game.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're not giving yourself the best opportunity to potentially win a game. Because they scored very quickly, quicker than I thought they would do this morning. Overall run rate is 4 and over, which means they were even going quicker than that.
I mean, they've scored, as you said, Eugene scored 55 runs this morning in 45 minutes. So they have put the game, you would feel, beyond South Africa probably half an hour ago. That is, again, well played by French. And it's straight of the man at mid-on and comes down to the boundary for 4. But as you were saying, Eugene, it seems like they are trying to put themselves into a position where they can't lose the game. And that... You would have thought they would have wanted to give South Africa a carrot at least. And I was sort of expecting they might even declare a little bit earlier this morning when they had sort of 270 ahead.
I'm just looking to my left there. There's nobody itching to get their whites on from an England perspective.
There's a full go at that, does Alex French.
And more so, sorry to break your word there, Mr. King, more so, I think South African management, they would, the long they're out there, they'll be happy.
Yeah.
So, it's what you don't want the other team to do.
Yes.
That's to me, that stands out. And maybe that is, maybe the lack of playing at this 4-day game, the 4-day format. But then we kept saying that England have got a lot of experience. Oh, my word.
It's
in the air.
It is in the air, but it's Jason Riles is coming around. He's going to go through for 2.
Let me change that. I think that's it.
That's it.
That is it.
Indeed.
So hang on, about 47 minutes. We thought it might be a maximum of 45. That's what it is. They lose 2 overs for the change, but England, they've set a very, very formidable total there for South Africa.
At 317 to win it will be for South Africa. England will be looking for 10 wickets, and they will have the minimum of 77 overs in which to get those wickets. And you just sense South Africa, well, whilst they wouldn't be happy they will probably be happier that England have left them less overs that they have to bat to potentially save this test match.
Yeah, we could look at that as well. There it is, the lead. 316 runs. That is formidable in any state in four-day cricket. And a pitch that has now seen 4 days. It's seen sun, it's seen wind, it's seen everything. And now it's up to South Africa and England to see how this game goes. A lot will depend on this first hour, and this hour that's going to lead us to the lunch break to see where this game's going to go. And just a reminder that this broadcast is brought to you by Sosonke Tourism and Event Services for all your leisure tours and logistics regarding any sporting code that you want to bring out here to South Africa or Southern Africa as such. They'll put a package together for you on and off the field. So please get in touch with Sosonke Tourism and Event Services. And you can see them on their website there, sosonketours.co.za. But join us in a bit for the second innings. Is it a run chase or is it see if they can bat throughout the day? We all look forward to seeing what's going to happen.
What's their job?
Good morning and welcome back here to day 4. We're busy with the first session here, and South Africa has been given the target of 317 for victory here. That in 2.5 sessions. My name is Eugene Molin. With me, Ezra Poole. Ezra, for one, you thought that it was maybe England went a little bit too long. However, this is where we're at, and we'll soon find out where South Africa are at as well with these youngsters, and they have to show a little bit of character here, especially in this first session.
Yes, morning Eugene. Just felt that there was a 4-over period that, for me, what was England going to gain by trying to keep the guys out there any longer? The only thing that I can see, or the only team that I think will be affected by that, would be England. So I just felt that you got to sum up. Is it that those 4 overs are going to be more important than the overs that you're going to need towards the end of the day if South Africa is in trouble? And that, for me, you got to look at it like that. What do I benefit from this? Is that benefit worth it to bat another 4 overs, or do I just pull the plug and say I might need 4 overs here at the end?
Well, they're having a look at the ball straight away, and it's supposed to be a brand new ball. There shouldn't be a stitching out of place, otherwise you wouldn't have picked that ball for me. And everybody, like 5 people around that bat, or around the ball I should say, and umpire Shares is having a good look, and there's no better man. He was a left arm seaman. Out comes the box. Now, if I'm England, I would say, who picked that ball?
Yeah.
Because you would not be picking a default ball.
But coming back to how England is going to go about it, Eugene, for me, if you have 77 overs left for the day, you cannot allow South Africa, like in the first innings, to be leaving the majority of the balls first time up when that ball is brand new. You got to try and ensure that the South African opers play at the majority of those balls, and I hope that England's learned from that. Because what we did see from Babulia and what we saw from Van Schalkwyk was the ability to leave the ball outside off stump and even sometimes leave on length. So you got to make sure that they're playing at it constantly. And that's when you bring yourself into the game. I also spoke to James about sometimes we feel that it's the spinners that is going to knock over the team, but yet we find on day 4 that it's the seamers that walk away with the spoils normally.
Yeah.
Because in the batter's mind, as they're going out, they're thinking, oh, we're going to face a lot of spin here.
Well, I'm going to say something tongue-in-cheek there. I think I fully agree with what you're saying. And yeah, seamers, they also get the unevenness of bounce as well, and sometimes the ball will move. But just my last talking point about this ball. I mean, if you pick the ball and the stitching's loose, I would say, listen, you picked it, you bowl with it.
Yes.
It's not out of shape. Anyway, we're set to go, folks. It's going to be Mr. French to be steaming in.
See the Cape Fox sitting with both feet off the ground. Obviously still a massive England supporter.
Leicester. He's waiting for that game, that FA Cup 4th round, is it?
Remember, there's only one county in England, according to him. And that's the county of Leicester.
Leicestershire, the Foxes, yeah. Called Vian the Fox Motor.
Oh, right. Okay, I'm with you.
The truth is out there somewhere.
Well, they're up and running, South Africa. Babulia just nudging that round corner. We know what we're going to get from Babulia.
Yeah.
You're going to have to bowl straight at him to allow him to play. Your length has to be good. If it's anywhere outside his eye line, he's not going to play. Well, French had Van Schalkwyk trapped leg before wicket. With the ball, eventually bowled it a little bit fuller. Van Schalkwyk, not a tall man, and he has this tendency, like most people from the high veld, to play from the crease. So on day 4. This is going to be the challenge here. He's a nuggety cricketer. Maybe just settling in his work, French. 3 slips or 2 slips, a gully. Short leg in place. Maybe that's the ball that jags back. Maybe an inside edge. We can understand that. French is a tall man. Maybe he can get excessive bounce.
I think Roo and the slip cord in our field should just maybe come up a meter or so. Looks like the ball is just not carrying consistently enough. So that's what you want, Eugene. As a bowler, I'm thinking to myself, running in with a new ball. So what's going to happen is, if anything is going to happen, it's going to happen a touch quicker than with the old ball. So I want to be as straight as possible. So if there is something there for me, if something does happen for me with a new ball, I want to be in a good area. I don't want it to be, okay, they can leave, and then I'll try something different. You got to make sure that you are making them play every single delivery.
Well, that is the game plan South Africa has shown, especially their batters.
Opening batters.
And especially with the new ball. It's all about getting through to lunch unscathed for South Africa under 19s. There's that length again, and it's started again, just too short for me against these batters. Try bringing them forward, but however, first over done and dusted, 1 without loss.
Because by all accounts, it looks like a lovely wicket to bowl on.
It does.
And just to bat on. Nothing starting. There's no demons. I can't see demons now for the last 4 days. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go about it. This for me is also one of the key matchups. You have Minter bowling left arm. If the ball does swing for him, I think that he could be a massive player in this.
But we haven't seen that in this game. So I said it again when he bowled in that first innings, and I said it's a big innings for him, or it's a good spell. I think this is a massive spell. This is a massive spell for him. He hasn't done a lot of bowling in this match. Starting over the wicket, left armour. Well, I think the cheers are that ball, maybe just a little bit of in-drift. I know it went down the leg side, but they're trying to give him a little bit of encouragement. Yeah. As all you keepers and slips people, that's what you do. It was a ball down the leg side. Happy days, building him up.
Yeah, I just think, if you can see, I think it's just the way that he hit the deck, the zip through, and then sometimes you're thinking, oh, lovely. So that encouragement is going to be really important today. And that's what I would want to see the whole time. You got to make them play. South Africa's been really good when they leave the balls in the first innings, so you want England to come in and make them play every single delivery that they can.
Well, was there a hint of swing here?
Ooh. I like seeing things like that, Eugene. I like seeing things like that. And this, for me, tests character. If things are in the bowler's favour, like there's a little bit of late shape, like that now, Minto, am I equipped to be able to play against a new ball?
Well, we haven't seen this from him in this match, and looks like he's got things really spot on with this new ball, with a little bit of drift back in. And that's what you want, and the length is also going a lot fuller
than what he was in the first
100%.
innings. No, absolutely right.
And his confidence seems to be a little bit up as well, just looking at his mannerisms as well, the way he's running in here.
We get it to swing this.
Just heard they had an extra special pool session for the boys, and maybe the boys are a lot fresher, the English boys. But there's definitely a different sort of mannerisms about Minto this morning that we haven't seen in the previous 3 days.
But what I can say, Eugene, is also the conditions from the first, second and third day wasn't really ideal for a fast bowler. The breeze, the gale force winds that we've been having for the last few days, a nice still kind of day, allows him that opportunity to just to find his rhythm. You know what I'm saying? It's not about I'm trying to force myself at the crease. It's just a nice rhythm that he has at the moment.
You shouldn't be worried about the wind. He's from Durham. It's cold up there, bud. There's wind that blows there as well. Open ground there, Chestler Street. It's cold there. So you shouldn't be worried about the breeze here at Stellenbosch.
No, but I just feel that if you look at him, the rhythm is there. If you just look at how he comes in, nice and strong at the crease, a little bit of in-drift, beautiful. I like that.
Well, they're going to get 4. Are they? Oh, no, that's great running. It's only going to be a couple, but that's a lot better, and that should encourage him. And this, he's even hitting the bat a little bit harder, which means it's coming out of the hands quite nicely. And this might be a different kettle of fish altogether here for South Africa here on day 4.
But here's my thing, Eugene, and this is the thing that I want to ask you about. How many overs do you think that Charlie Vaughan is going to look at his seamers?
I'm not talking about overs, I'm looking at time. I think at about 11:30 we'll see the spin.
Oh, could be, but like Minto's shown in that over now that it just looks like it's right for him today. So then he has, obviously, French bowling from that end, and then he also has Home. So Home, different bowler to what they are. He's a lot skiddier, hits the deck a lot harder.
Oh, and that's the extra bounce the tall Frenchman gets there.
I also have to say very well played by Babulia. That's, if I'm sitting there as a player and I'm batting later on, I'm just thinking, oh, that's well left. If you just look at this, oh, some people that, and we've seen it in the series, who sometimes just have a little go at that because they feel that there's the width in it. But he shows a lot of discipline.
View, please. A side view of Babulia.
Now, here's my question to you. And we've seen French is quite a tall man. But we see Babulia standing outside his crease. What is your take on that? Is that something that you would encourage more? Or if you maybe have the mindset of, oh, he's getting extra bounce, maybe I can go a little bit deeper in my crease even, utilizing the crease that way. Is that what is your take on that, firstly? Well, here's the first appeal.
So that's partly my answer. So what is the danger for me? The danger for me would be LBW and bowl. So if I am standing slightly outside the crease, I'm looking to take that kind of dismissal away. So where's French going to go now? If you look comfortable on the front foot, like as you can see there, because of the distance that he's standing outside the crease, naturally when it's hitting him higher, the umpire is thinking that's going over the top.
Well, he has dispatched that. He's played that as comfortably as anything out there, Babulia. And that's the first boundary of South Africa.
If you're further in the crease, Eugene, it just, for me, you just allowing that dismissal. So if anything should misbehave there and it's hitting me, or even though I'm coming forward, the umpire is just thinking, nah, I think that's good enough for me. But now, sometimes in a situation, especially on 4-day cricket and the last day, it's a massive field for me as a captain. I can see when my bowler's in rhythm. I'll be chatting to Thomas Roux the whole time. Tell me what it is like. Is he hitting the gloves? Is he not? Because there is no overs to get somebody into a spell. I'm thinking you got to be spot on immediately. If it's not working for me, take them off and bring on another bowler, because you're looking to maximize the amount of overs that your spinners can bowl later on.
Now you can see he's striving to get it a little bit fuller. That time it's a full toss. So just the 4 from the over. 8 without loss. 3 overs gone.
As this little breeze changed direction again, yet again, Eugene. The other day we were sitting in the gale force wind, it was going across. Now it just looks like it's coming over Minto's shoulder. I'm lost.
I've never experienced somebody that looked at the ground and said, "Look at you, there's not even dust on the ground." I've never heard that before. Well, until you meet Ezra Poole, he will tell you.
But like I told you, my legs felt like it was sandblasted the other day, Eugene.
There's definitely a zip here from Minto.
It looks to be in a rhythm. It's just a matter of consistency. And we've always spoke about him, saying that if he can be consistent and put it together, a 2-over spell, he could be really dangerous. But I think just sometimes he over-tries. Whereas just thinking that, I just got to look to put it in a good area consistently.
As we never saw this over this match before from Minto, and I'm just looking at it, and yeah, you sit down and you sort of get a gut feel. So from a South African perspective, these two men, Van Schalkwyk and Babulia, I think they are doing that anyway. They just got to watch this ball very carefully. They got to get their game plans sorted in their heads, what they want to do. He's playing him more, as you see, from the crease, not venturing outside it. But he's got good discipline. This is what he's shown. He didn't get the amount of runs, but I thought his game plan from Schalkwyk was to be disciplined. He left well. It's just unfortunate how he got caught on the crease with French in that first innings.
No, you're absolutely spot on. However, we also did ask Minto to come around the wicket on occasions, just so that you're making him kind of think that you're going to hit the stumps the whole time. So there's nothing wrong with Minto saying, listen, it's not working for me over the wicket. There's nothing wrong with me coming around the wicket.
Driven nicely, but straight to Mr. Home. What an innings he put together. He hits the ball sweet as anything.
Both innings, Eugene.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, he got 50 odd or
63,
and then in this innings 60 or 69 balls not out.
Whenever he comes to bat, he'll score 60 or more.
Yep. I think it's one of the standout players so far for England.
And this is what we said. It's the amount of times England get them to play the ball. That's the key.
It's about testing the forward defense of the batters. For me, 4th day, last innings on the 4-day game, it's about testing the batters' forward defense. You've got to be looking to hit the stumps consistently.
Well, Ezra, I think we're about 13 minutes away. And I'm mentioning times, but I don't think we're far away from seeing Mr. Ahmed bowl here.
Not to say that I don't believe in what French was doing, but then sometimes, like I mentioned earlier on, captaining on the last day is a little bit of a feel. So there's nothing wrong with saying we're going to bowl short. I want short, quick spells from our bowlers, and then straight on to straight onto my spinners. If you're not consistent, I have enough spinners in the team to make sure that I bring us into play here.
Well, I think I'm being dragged into the suspense here. Dragging into the suspense here. We've had 18 minutes of the innings. South Africa chasing 317 for victory. Or bat out the day. Oh, that could have been one of several things there. It's going to go for 4. It was driven uppishly, just out of reach of French. And then there was a prospect of him maybe getting a fingernail to it and then going onto the stumps. And maybe Van Schalkwyk was short. Oh, slightly wider, but 4 runs it is. And you have to admire the area that Babulia is looking there. He's just looking to hit the ball from whence it's come, keeping it straight. Good disciplines once again. That's his second boundary.
Yeah. So for me, French shouldn't think about anything different. That's where you want to be. Ooh. Ooh, there's going to be a lot of oohs and ahs today, Eugene.
That's what you do normally when you keep wicket anyway, because you're there for every ball. Yeah, you keepers, I don't know how you do it, boys. Did you ever tape your fingers up or anything like that, Des?
I did. As you can see, it's. I need a hammer now to get it to work in the morning. It's been broken a few times, so. But the oohs and ahs are very important. Thomas Roux will play a massive role today.
Whoa! How confidently did he play that? That's his second pull shot. And again, the beauty of this is it went way in front of square. Beautiful shot. Babulia looking very, very confident, comfortable out there. He tried to get this above head height here. And he pulled that from outside off.
So I just feel that sometimes it just sits in the deck. It's not particularly for me where it's zipping through from there and the keeper's taking it, you know.
But this is what we said even from the get-go. We understood on day one that it was a first wicket, probably a little bit of moisture in the surface, because we saw the indentations in this pitch after day one, and gradually never really quickened up for me as a pitch. It did, I wouldn't say deteriorate overall. It's still a very good-looking pitch. Yes, there's a lot of traffic that went on the wicket as well, and on the pitch. But it never really quickened up. And sometimes during the course of a match, especially 4 days, it will quicken up. And I don't think it did here today.
So if I'm putting myself in Archie Vaughan's head, I'm saying, thanks, Frenchie. Well bowled, mate. I think I'm going to have a look at what Ahmed is going to give me from that end. And there are certain areas, and I think that Minter will continue on. For me, 2 reasons. So I think he's bowled really well. He's been the better bowler. As you can see there, the gentleman, tops off.
There they are. They sat there.
They're sitting behind us, tops off, enjoying themselves here in the sun, South African sun.
They sat there for 3 days and they said, no, we'll sit here for the 4th. They were making some calls of hierarchies. Those men.
So just coming back, 2 things for me. Minto, good rhythm, so I'll keep him on. Also, the other important thing is, Eugene.
Oh, now it is Yuri van Schalkwyk that plays a beautiful shot off the back foot through the offside. It's going to bring a couple, and that's going to give him a little bit of confidence as well.
The other thing for me, and the most important part of this, is he's creating rough outside the off stump for the right-hand batsman. And if Ahmed is going to bowl from that bottom end, he's going to be landing it into that rough that Minto is creating there. So if Minto is clever, he'd be trying to hit the deck as hard as possible there, and it's just a natural thing. I'm not saying that he's there to actually change the condition. It's just that because he's left arm over, it just creates a natural patch of rough that is always in your eye line as a batter. Especially for Ahmed bowling from that end down there.
I mean, he's in very good rhythm here. Yes, and we said that more and more. Why not come around the wicket? Why not? He's been very reluctant. You do find players like that, or bowlers even, that reluctancy. Or full toss.
So as we look at it, just look at the follow through, Eugene. It's not like it's in the danger area. What I'm saying is, sometimes as a batter, you're not sure whether you can leave the offie from there because you're looking at that patch the whole time. And I think that if they keep Minter on here, maybe for another over or so, it will grow bigger and bigger.
Oh, the men from the Highveld, if he bowls short to them,
love
they
it
will
there.
put it away. And Yuri van Schalkwyk, he's done just that. That's his first boundary.
I think we could be on your 13 minutes, Eugene. Time for a change.
The change I would love to see him come around the wicket to see what he can get then. But that's a very good shot from van Schalkwyk. Again, the game plan is there for us all to see. He's not going to start chasing balls outside the off stump. He's saying, listen, you got to bowl to me. And then he gets a ball that he recognizes and can put away, just like he did there. That's his strength. Off stump guard. What I've seen from Van Schalkwyk, he grits it out there, fella. He's got a big heart, this guy. He must have done some swimming in his days. For a short man, he's got very, very big shoulders. Maybe a fly off in his day, maybe a scrum off.
I just think it's the meat. It's the meat and the water up north.
Well, they're encouraged by that because he's batting on off-stump guard, and then he sort of triggers in front of his stumps even a little bit more. Umpire Shazi says he's not interested, so just hands the cap over.
I think
Needs
Minto's
another
also
fourth stump there then.
he's done well there because he's bowling from a side that where the umpire would understand what he's going through. Shazi back in the day bowled left arm open. I'm not sure whether I said left arm quick or medium, fast.
He was a seamer. He was a seamer.
Yeah, but now, you see, that's the thing. Nowadays,
he
people
did-
don't want to be classified.
No, but he hits the bat hard. He always did. Umpire Shazi. Now he decides to hit the golf ball very hard. Always looking for a round. Oh, beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled. And this is the funny thing. And we've played for a while, and how often don't we see the fielders when you see a batter play and miss, and hats goes up, arms going down, but they did the exact same thing. Never happens to us. No, we didn't play and miss. No.
Yeah. So French, I just feel as a bowler, I want to be driven. Please drive me. I don't want the guy to play a defensive shot off the back foot. I'm happy with that. I have no issue with that at all. Yes, a little bit wide,
I just feel that's a rank bad ball. Is I know what you mean about bringing him forward, and yes, I know the area where the ball went into may not suggest it was a comfortable shot, but it was well put away. I just think this is wide and full. Yeah, very wide is. And yeah, I get your point. Maybe you shouldn't play at that. But what we're seeing is when there's a scoring opportunity, they take it on.
Yeah.
So the game plan, I said the batting game plan, I like what I see from these two opening batters. And I hear your point, what you make there. But French has gone for a boundary. This might be his last. Oh, pulled again. Work for deep backward square. And it's just going to be the one. They've made that change. It was square leg that was in the ring. Or in next to umpire Shazi there. He went out on the boundary. Well, I think there's going to be a bigger change here. I think French is going to finish. Minter's going to come in after him. So we might see a change at this end here.
Yeah.
French just busy with his fourth over. Yeah, conditions here. Still no clouds to be seen. Blue skies, less of a breeze. In fact, it's actually a beautiful breeze because it's just enough to keep us cool because it is a blistering hot day here again.
So I wanted to know, is this your cricketing hat or your golfing hat? I'm just not...
I was gifted this hat
Okay.
for this game, and I am going to make it my commentary hat, if that's okay, because I saw Ashwell wearing one, a Panama, as they call it, a Panama hat, and Ezra's got a lot less hair than I do. I do apologize, Ezra. I do mine by options.
As you can see there, I'm sitting next to a hat. Because that's all we can see on the TV is just a hat.
Well,
Hence my question.
the hat and the person wearing it is going to vacate his seat and he's going to let the Cape Fox join you and hopefully take us up to the lunch break.
So I'll be asking the Cape Fox about this hat. Yeah, thanks. Welcome to the Cape Fox. I take it that you'll be very happy. England 27 for no loss.
Yeah, South Africa are doing well, aren't they? These two have negotiated the first half an hour. Bulbulia and Van Schalkwyk, and England are making the change that you expected and you and Eugene expected, Ezra. It's going to be Farhan Ahmed to come on from the commentary end, the Esther River end, and this is going to be a very interesting passage of play before the lunch break. You expect, I would think, maybe they do bring Jack home in from the other end. I don't know. Maybe they don't. Maybe they just go straight with Tazeem Ali after the pace is finished.
No,
What do you think?
I
Pace?
just think I think it's just going to be a swap around. I think
Yeah.
they're going to let Minter bowl a few overs
Okay.
from that end because he looked like he was in good rhythm.
Mm.
And also, like I mentioned earlier on, when he's bowling left arm over, you're just naturally creating a patch for Ahmed to land the ball in. So that could also be the thinking behind it as to why you're going to keep Minter on from the bottom end. So for me, it has to be, and I just feel that the spells from the fast bowlers should be quick and sharp.
Yeah.
So no more than maybe 3 or maybe say 4 overs.
Right.
Because you want to capitalize on what we think could be the danger, and that is the spin today.
Yeah. As you say, maybe, with having pace on at the one end and spin on at the other, you are going to find the batters maybe will relax a little bit against the pacers. He's just back in behind that Bulbulia. He's on 18. Van Schalkwyk on 8, 27 after 7 overs. So minimum of 70 overs left in the day. South Africa would have to bat at over 4 runs and over if they want to win this test match. Yeah, nice bit of flight there from Farhan Ahmed.
Yeah. So just looking at his field, I see that he has a man on deep square and then he's got a deep 45. So I'm saying I'm happy with the deep 45, but then there's no need for the man on square for me. So he can come, and we've seen that Babula likes to knock the ball into the leg side. So he can come maybe as a short catching mid-wicket for me. So you have 2 in there, and you do not make it easy for him just to knock it around there and get 1. You want Ahmed to be bowling as many balls as possible to one batter, especially when you're down there facing him.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% there. He's what he's doing as well with the man out at deep cover. That's also for me maybe a little bit of a surprise. The ball is angling into the right-hander. So you would expect him to have the man in, as you say, shortish on the leg side. And if you are going to, you're not going to tempt him to try and play through the cover region here because you've got a man deep there. There's not really much reward for his shot if he's going to try and take you on. But if you bring him in, maybe you are going to play a little bit against the spin, potentially, if the ball is flighted up a little bit more. It's, again, straight to that man at 45. So tidy enough over so far from Farhan Ahmed. He's going to be bowling a lot of overs today, you sense.
But I just feel that James, looking at him now, I just think that maybe his line could be adjusted. So there's nothing wrong with the field the way that it is. But you don't want to be going middle stump because you know that all you're doing is it's just going to turn down leg side. So you want to be maybe off stump and just outside off stump. Try and make him, when he's looking for the single, you want to try and make him hit against the spin to get that single. And that's where you bring certain players into the game.
Yeah, they have got the slip in there. And as you say, maybe if he's just trying outside or in front of his pad to try and play it, maybe angling a little bit down the leg side, you do bring maybe the slip into play, bring your man on the offside. Could just... we haven't seen anything really misbehave yet on the pitch today. It's going to be interesting to see. And your call, 100% right there, Ezra. It is going to be James Minto from the Coetzenburg end. And well called there.
Thank you, James.
He has looked the most threatening, hasn't he, of the bowlers in this England bowling attack for the South African second innings. 27 without loss after 8.
That just looks like he's coming around the wicket.
Interesting.
We've actually called for that for a while. So it'd be interesting, like you say, and I'm trying to figure out why all of a sudden would he not come over the wicket now and rather come around, whereas he had the opportunity from this end that we're sitting at to come around the wicket, and now all of a sudden he's just changed his angle. And that for me is a great start. So I would just say, is it James Minto?
James Minto, yes.
So James, all I want you to do is hit off stump. Try and hit off stump as much as possible. Don't do anything. It's like the batters, yes, because now all of a sudden it's left arm around the wicket. They're not sure whether they should leave or not. Is the angle going to come in? So I just feel that this is not a bad plan from Vaughan.
Towards us again is Minto. And that one just angling a little bit more into the pads. Just perhaps lost his line a little bit there, but no damage done for Minto. Interesting passage of play, as we were saying. It's 20 odd minutes to the lunch break. South Africa haven't lost a wicket yet, and England would have been desperate, you feel, to get some inroads before the lunch break. They've looked very accomplished, these two South African openers. They've left well. Only 1 or 2 that have beaten the bat. And that is not what he wanted him to bowl. And it's in the slot, well, I say in the slot, short, and just sits up on this wicket. And Van Schalkwyk, short man, powerful. You're not going to miss out, and he doesn't. Plays it through mid-wicket for 4. It's a good riposte from the South African batter. So bowled that first ball very well, Minto, but then he just lost it in the second, in the deliveries after that. And it was something we saw as well with the South African bowlers. Is you really want to set the batter up during the over. You want to be putting the ball in that same corridors, same line and length for a number of deliveries. And that he looks like searching for something here, isn't he, Ezra?
Just not looking happy. I think maybe sometimes with that kind of thing, a bowler would obviously maybe feel that maybe under 19 level that he always takes the ball and he bowls with a wing.
Yeah.
He looked good when he was bowling from our end down that way because there was a slight breeze over his shoulder. I just think he fancied it. Now coming from the bottom end, it's like you're running into that breeze slightly. And then that rhythm you just disappears for you. So that for me is great.
And Bulbulia getting back into his ground, sent back by Van Schalkwyk, which was much better. So as you're saying, Ezra, now he's bowling with the breeze coming across him slightly. It's not helping him with his natural in-swing to the right-hander. And added on top of that is he's bowling around the wicket. And so, I mean, in this instance, you would prefer him to be bowling over the wicket.
So then you just bring in slips into play. But in order to get slips into play, you've got to be making them drive the ball. And that's the key. So when you're talking about driving, we're talking about you've got to be hitting a proper length. That for me is a waste. That's just too easy on this wicket. Because as you've seen, there's nothing that has gone off the seam sideways. And now you're allowing him to actually have more time just to go backwards and just defend that ball.
And we know how good both Bulbulia and Van Schalkwyk are on that back foot. They're very good back foot players, able to get in behind the line of the delivery. That was a feature of Bulbulia's 88 in the first innings. Very good innings from him. Between him and Jason Riles put together the best partnership of the innings for South Africa to get them to that 319. And at the moment, with the Pacers, they haven't necessarily looked troubled in the 40 minutes so they've had to bat. And just felt in that over, James Minto searching for something. He didn't look happy, did he, with the change of ends?
I'm actually surprised that Ahmed would pick this end also. I would think that the bottom end would be more for him. You know, with the breeze, he can use the breeze. He can use the breeze to play with the drift and those kind of things. And then also, sometimes I don't know why you would bowl Ahmed from this end. It just doesn't seem the end for me, to be honest.
Did you say the drift that he could get? You just sense it would be better from the other end. That's a good delivery, but that's a good length. But once again, he's pitching it far too much on the leg side, so he's not really posing any difficulty to the batters with that kind of line that he's bowling. Breeze behind him, it's going to be difficult for him to get that ball to sort of hold up in the wind and,
that's exactly what I'm
get
talking
the dip
about.
on for the batter.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Now for me, that also is too strained.
Yeah.
So I want to be just outside off stump because that kind of forces me into being unsure. If the ball doesn't turn from them, you're bringing slip into play. If it does turn, you're bringing bat pad into play. If it does turn, you're bringing through the gate and LBW. So that for me is fine to have that guy out there defending the boundary. That's okay. But we always talk about an in and outfield. So you got to make sure that when the guys are in the inside, they are the ones that are actually putting you under pressure. The outside field is merely to protect them feeling confident. Oh, I've got a 4 there, so I can wait around a little bit more. So you want to be thinking about small little things like that. What is my lines? Am I getting enough work on the ball in order for it to pitch somewhere and turn? It's too straight,
Yeah.
man. It's too easy to play that.
It's really just been the one ball in this over so far, the previous delivery to that one, that he'd pitched in what you would say was the right
Yeah.
area. Because he did have Bobulia, coming forward, maybe stretching out a little bit in front of
Feeling
his
for
pad,
it, yeah.
feeling for the ball. And
So you don't want to be too straight. To defend
No,
straight
no.
it's
Yeah,
easy,
yeah.
to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because you can actually just defend it, or you can just work it around the corner consistently. So if you come a little bit wider in terms of your line, and your length is spot on, then you're unsure, should I play, should I leave? And that brings in all these people around the back. But if it's too straight, I think it's just going to be easy for South Africa to knock it into the leg side and maybe get one.
And once again, but too straight from
Yeah.
Farhan Ahmed, and played into the leg side. It's an easy single for Van Schalkwyk. It's the end of the 10th over. South Africa 35 without loss, and they have put on a good opening partnership here. The previous, in the first innings, 25 for the first wicket, and now South Africa 35, as I say, without loss. So a bit of a game of cat and mouse at the moment, but
Yeah.
England have not really done enough with the new ball. Spinners come on. He hasn't been bowling in what you would feel are the right areas to be able to give them a chance to get a wicket. And they say they would be desperate, England, for a breakthrough before lunch.
So you got basically 15 minutes, James.
Yeah.
So why not say, do you know what, you throw the ball at Ali and say,
Yeah.
right, come on, see what you can get. But then, like you say, I would want to swap them around.
Yeah.
I would want Ali to bowl from this end that we're sitting at, and Ahmed, where he's taken the majority of his wickets on the other end. I think South Africa is just comfortable here, to be honest with you.
They do, and your paces, just having that length, as you say, just short of a length, is not difficult for them to go onto the back foot and play the ball under their eyes into the offside. There's nothing really to suggest that the short leg is going to come into play either. So you just feel maybe what you should be doing, maybe look at with that angle across the right-hander, just maybe you want somebody else in at a catching position on the offside. And that is not going to help at all. Short and wide, played over the top, and it goes down to the boundary for 4 from Van Schalkwyk. And it certainly was not where Minto should be bowling that delivery. Easy as you like to put that one away. Let's look at it again, and he's coming over the wicket now, which is what you wanted him to do, but no, that's not the length to be bowling.
So that's the thing for me with Minto. He looks to have all the attributes. So it's just, for me, is how he puts together over. And sometimes being under 19, maybe we're a little bit overcritical, because we think that because they've played 4-day cricket, they should understand this game. That's it just sounded like two different noises there.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Certainly was the sort of soft pad noise, but before then it did maybe sound like a little bit of a couple of noises. But the English, the fielders, Fonseca under the helmet there, just took that very easily, but not very excited. No choir going there. I said yesterday, I said that the South Africans as well needed some tutoring from probably there's a men's Welsh Voice choir up in Johannesburg, can maybe come and help them. That's too full, and as you say, Ezra, I think we probably are a little bit too critical of them in terms of constructing an over. It's something that some of your best bowlers in the world only maybe learn, and takes time to do that. I mean, we were talking yesterday about somebody I'm sure you would know very well, Dane Patterson, in terms of how he's developed his craft over the years, and how now, I mean, we've seen it in the test arena and at first class level for Western Province, how excellent he is in terms of how he constructs an over and works a batter out. And that's too full, and that's a glorious shot from Van Schalkwyk. Holds the pose and goes down to the long on boundary for 4, and deserved to get hit that one full toss, and just too straight.
So the thing with Pato, and if you watched him over the years, was when he came onto the scene, he had gas,
Yeah.
and he had natural shape. Then as that started to fade, it was then about being able to hit the seam consistently. And then also with that came then the areas that he bowled. So if you consistently on a good area and you hit the seam consistently, somewhere along the line, something is gonna not misbehave, but something is gonna happen off that seam. So you maybe hit a slight indentation, it just nips back, and that's the one that gets them LBW, or just hits and goes away. And but it, like you say, it's actually something that you learn as your years progress. But what's important, especially under 19, is that you know and understand, and this is my plan that I'm working on.
Yeah.
The execution is maybe the problem, but I'm going to go back now in the winter in England, and I'm going to work on that, and then I'm going to try and set that right before the county season starts. So it's just understanding that, but it's just looking for me like Minto is just over trying sometimes.
Yeah, and I think that's understandable, isn't it? That at this level, you're searching for something here. They haven't got the breakthrough. They would have expected to have probably got one, if not two, before lunch. And that again, a little bit too straight again from Farhan Ahmed. And by searching, what you're doing is you're overthinking it, perhaps, every time you're coming in to bowl that delivery. And the same seems to be happening with Ahmed here. Just wants to be hitting that good line and length outside that off stump. Just get the batter thinking what he's going to be doing.
So for me, it's just, if we look at this field, right, James? If you take away, well, you not even slip. If you take bat pad away, it just looks like a one-day field to me.
It does, yes. Very much
It's
so.
not, there's nothing telling me that this is the last day of a 4-day game.
Yeah.
At all. Because I'm just looking at it and I'm thinking,
I'm with you.
What's your plan here? You're hoping that the batsman's going to make a mistake, or are you looking to bowl them out?
Yeah.
It's just, for me, I don't know. England's in such a good position. You've got to be using these conditions. That's better for me.
Yeah.
Because there you can see he's not sure, am I going forward or am I going back? But the line, it's a little bit better. You've got to make sure that you're outside off stump.
So, I mean, they gave themselves the opportunity to be aggressive while bowling by batting on this morning, getting to that lead, giving South Africa a tough target of 317, probably taking the win out of the game for South Africa, you'd feel. So, look at that, and that's this time just over pitched slightly, but the line was where you would want him to be bowling,
So you can play with your length on that line.
Yeah.
So if he is prepared to play the drive through there, then you bring in Charlie Vaughan at first slip.
Yeah.
Because it's not necessarily, not every bowler is going to turn as much. So that he's got to be absolutely precise when he's driving there. He's got to know I'm covering everything. So then you bring in Charlie Vaughan.
Yeah.
So then you don't need the guys on the leg side. You can actually bring one across and maybe just having like a short cover and then bowl the line outside off stump for me.
That's again, probably this time, I don't know, good amount of flight there. I think he did him in the flight and just a little bit leg side-ish, but had that been a little, say, as you say, probably on off stump or just outside off stump line, would have caused him probably a few more issues there. So, yeah, and again, you could have somebody under the helmet even at in on the offside if you're going to bowl that line.
You see, like there for me, that's key because he feels he's got to play every ball.
Yeah.
Even though it's not on the stumps, I still have to play just to protect it. But then again, there's also nothing wrong with having that same kind of field and then coming around the wicket. Because I know Ahmed fancies coming around the wicket.
Yeah.
So that is, it looks like the angle is going across me. And then if it's going to turn from there, I'm bringing LBW and Bold into play. If not, it's just going to be a little bit feel and taken at first slip.
Yeah. And we've seen that, I mean, even at a senior level, test match level, where that line, that off spinner bowling around the wicket to the right hander, certainly looking where there is, where you have got the variations, the off spinner, you've got the one that maybe goes on with the arm, or maybe even the carom ball, something that goes the other way. You've got the option then where you, as you say, could take an edge to slip. Does bring the LBW into play as Jack Home is into the attack from the Coetzenburg end. And it is a beautiful day here in Stellenbosch. We've got a fantastic view here of the Coetzenburg mountain behind us. And there's a couple of birds of, one bird of prey that I can see hovering in the distance. Hopefully that's not for the English fielders out in the deep. So, and it is a day that is going to be fascinating to see how it unfolds. South Africa have done well in this shortened batting session. England declaring earlier on today with their score on 336 for 9, leaving South Africa 317 to score to win this youth test match in a minimum of 77 overs, and they've gone through 12 of those at the moment, so a minimum of 65 overs left in the day. South Africa 46 without loss. Van Schalkwyk and Bulbulia have done well so far for the hosts, and he pulls out of that one well, Bulbulia.
Looks a very accomplished player to me. Understands that certain areas is the areas that I've got to avoid. You know, I'm only playing straight, so you got to come in my area. But if I'm England, I'm going to tell my fast bowlers, yes, the short ball has to be your surprise ball.
Yeah.
I'd rather set a straight field, and I want you to just bowl straight onto the stumps.
Yeah.
Make them drive and make defend straight down the ground, the priorities. Like there, that's okay. That's okay. If something is going to happen from there, I'm in the game. So immediately I'm bringing slip into play, I'm bringing gully into play, bringing my short leg into play. I can even maybe just say I can bring cover up, maybe in a catching position, but that's got to be my length consistently all the time. And that's what we spoke about. Dane Patterson does so well. He's going to stick onto that length the whole time.
Yeah, patience is the game. That is a good delivery. Just again, the short of a length, but Bulbulia, you just feel like he did play at that one. Just pulled his bat maybe inside, tried to pull his bat inside at the last minute. But what you have to admire, and we were talking a bit about it yesterday. I know you probably would have been party to this, but that he came down. Mohammed Bulbulia, I think family came down as well. Came down before, to try and get accustomed to the conditions down here in the Cape. The pitches are different to what you experience up country. So he's been working on his game, and that really is good to see. That's a wasted delivery from Jack Home down the leg side. And it's the end of the 13th over. South Africa 46 without loss. And just the 5 minutes or 4 minutes to go before the lunch break. And if you're South Africa, you're certainly at this stage the happier of the two teams. But, I mean, I like what you're saying, Ezra, in terms of the craft of bowling, and that's what it is. It's an art and a science, isn't it? It's not, you know, it's not one or the other. It's a combination of the two. And you're talking about Pato, I mean Dane Patterson, and how he's evolved his game to suit him and to suit the conditions in which he is bowling. And brilliant for Nottinghamshire in the county championship. He's brought all those learnings back, and he's done a fantastic job for Shukri Conrad in the test team. When he's been asked to do the job, he's put his hand up and he said, "I'm here. I can do the job for you." And his performances during the season and the test matches he's played in, given South Africa the chance to go to the World Test Championship final. I think we are going to see what we asked for here. We are going to see somebody else coming in under the helmet. It's Aryan Sawant putting the helmet on. He might be going into that sort of silly point position. So maybe they were listening to you, Ezra.
No, they're definitely not listening. So for me, like I say, it's got to be the line that's important for me. And so with that line, your length has got to be spot on. You've got to be looking to it. That bail on top of off stump consistently. See, I don't
Yeah.
have an issue with that.
No.
I really don't, because I don't feel that he was. Yes, it looked like he was in
Yeah.
control, but that could have kept low.
Yeah.
That could have bounced a bit more. Then you're obviously bringing the edge into play. So I'm happy. I would be happy as the bowler to see that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I can always set the field for that. I can always bring somebody else in there.
Yes.
For instance.
Yeah, you could have a gully as well in there, couldn't you? Expecting him to play that shot, rocking back onto the back foot. There we go. That's much better
Much
from
better, because now
Farhan
he's
Ahmed.
not sure.
Yeah.
Van Schalkwyk looking like he's not sure. Hey, do I kick the one? Yeah, what do I do? Do I play at it? I can't leave it because I'm not sure whether it's going to turn back. We just look at the replay here. So Van Schalkwyk is getting right in front of his stumps here. So you see, that's the line that I think is brilliant for me.
Yeah.
That's an attacking line for the off spinner. And that's it.
In the air, and it's going to be caught. It is indeed. It is caught on the square leg boundary, and Van Schalkwyk perishes, trying to perhaps hit himself out of a bit of a hole that's been created in the probably 2 previous deliveries. He didn't need to play that shot, did he?
No, he didn't. And I think that it's just the line that he's been bowling.
Yep.
So what batters do is they think that, okay, that's outside off stump. I can't be given out LBW, but can you control the sweep shot though? Look at that. So you're thinking, oh no, I didn't even, and then you hit it straight there. So that line for me is where it's at. That for me is an attacking off spinner, and not just a flat and straight trying to contain them. That line for me is going to put a lot of pressure on South Africa.
And that's exactly what it has done. And as Ezra Poole was calling it, that line and the attack taken there by Farhan Ahmed, making South Africa lose their first wicket. 48 for 1 it is, and it is lunchtime here at the Coetzenburg Oval. And England will go into lunch just feeling happy that they've taken that 1 wicket line of attack and just bringing that man in under the lid at sort of silly mid-off position. Paid dividends, the wicket of Jorik van Schalkwyk. And we'll be back with you to resume what is going to be a fascinating day's play here at the Coetzenburg Oval. Back with you in about 40 minutes. And it's goodbye from us for the moment. Welcome back to this post-lunch session on day 4 of this youth test match between South Africa under-19 and England under-19. And it will be Farhan Ahmed to continue with his over, successful in the over before lunch. As we just tell you that this broadcast is brought to you by Sisonke Tourism and Events Services, your destination management specialists. And we're really thankful to Sisonke for bringing this broadcast to you. And the commentary, if you need anybody to organise your tours to Southern Africa, sports tours, leisure tours, just call on Sisonke Tours. That's sisonketours.co.za. And Farhan Ahmed is going to continue. I'm James King, with me Eugene Molion. That's a good delivery first up to Adnan Lakhadin, who has come in at the loss of that wicket just before lunch of Jorik van Schalkwyk, and you have to say was a big blow for South Africa there, losing him just before the lunch break.
A very good afternoon to you, Mr. King, and our viewers for the first time today. Yeah, South Africa thought they were 3 balls away from what would have been a very good start. Not saying it would have been a winning start, but it was a very good start. Just that little wicket just before lunch probably gave England just a little bit of a say, saying, listen, we're now only 9 balls away. Still 2 sessions to go.
Minimum of 64 overs, 63 after this one.
And this is what we saw Lakhadin do. He loves to play off the back foot, with the spinner. This was that wicket. And yeah, there's going to be plenty of lessons learned. Maybe not just with the shot, it's the timing of it. Because we were just heading towards lunch. And the first thing as well is you got to know, as a batting team and a fielding team, where you are in terms of the time as well. Because I'm sure that the session breakdowns would have been given well and truly before the games. And as a batter, you should know, listen, I've got a bat for now. And you can just check, listen, umpire, how long to go. Anyway, maybe he will say as well, listen, he'll still play the shot. But sometimes you just need to know where you are in terms of the time.
And Eugene, Ezra and myself were discussing this prior to that dismissal, and it was noticeable. I mean, that last over before the lunch breaks, England did bring in a man at that sort of silly mid-off position. The first 2 deliveries of the over, Ahmed had pitched the ball a lot further outside the off stump. And he had been probably bowling 2 straight prior to that. So certainly the one that got the wicket as well was a little bit wider, made it more difficult perhaps to get over the top of the sweep for Van Schalkwyk.
First look at Jack Home in the second innings. Yeah, I spoke to Ezra, and Ezra spoke as well as we were making our way over to the lunch, and I thought his thoughts on it was spot on.
Yeah.
And it's also alluded to the ball maybe before that, 1 or 2 balls before that sort of was a little bit wider, he said, and then that bounced a little bit. And that sort of put doubts in your head as well, and you don't want to just be lunging forward with a ball that pops up like that. So then maybe he went and said, right, okay, I'm going to take that out, and went on the sweep. Fortunately for Van Schalkwyk and South Africa, that was his wicket, his downfall.
That's very nicely played once again by Bulbulia, and to square leg. And why England have still got a man out deep on the boundary there. I mean, perhaps it would have been better to have had the man in at perhaps at a conventional square leg. They're giving Bulbulia a single every time out into the leg side.
He plays that well, doesn't he?
Doesn't he?
And he's got so much time in his hands. He just plays it at his pace. What is he there? 21 of 39. And he just goes about it in his way, his pace, and he's just not really bothered by anything around him.
That's on the back foot is Lakhadin. He's going to get off the mark with that shot. He certainly didn't get all of it. Was outside the off stump short and pulled over mid-on for 2. I don't think England will be unhappy about that at all.
No, they're not, and that's going to bring up the 50 for South Africa. 51 for 1, coming up in the 15th over. And it's neatly played, and the running is hard. And he's going to come back for 2.
Very good running there from Adnan Lakhdin, and just played it softly into the leg side. That's where I must say, I do think to Lakhdin, I mean, I don't know why they have the two men out necessarily, but I think they are going to try the short one, obviously.
I don't mind that field because what we do see from Lakhdin, and again, I'm probably going to sound like a stuck record, he doesn't necessarily come forward well. He's been one batter that has been bowled or LBW quite a number of times in his career so far. That sort of length he hit all day long.
Yeah.
You saw the first ball to him here, it was short, pulled it over mid-on. Then he clips it off the hip here for a couple. Now it's another short ball wide. And now they're going to do away with the slip. And for the life of me, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why you're going to attack Lakhdin in terms of short.
Yeah.
You've got to learn, even from the ODI series where they got success bowling to Lakhdin, bring him forward. Now you took away one of your slips as well.
That one again, this time shorter of a length, yes.
But there's no zip in the pitch. There's no pace in the pitch. And you see the way that ball even died as it made its way to the keeper. I, for one, would not be going the shorter route. Unless they're going to say, right, we'll keep pinning back on the back foot and throw a full one. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe that is the thinking, but you just, as you said, you know he's very strong on the back foot and he likes playing square of the wicket. Not as confident coming forward down the wicket and playing straight in the V. So it's going to be interesting to see how spinners may operate from this end. We said perhaps Farhan Ahmed should be bowling from the other end, the way that the breeze is blowing, but interesting to see what they're going to decide here.
Oh, is that an edge pass, a diving slip? It's going to go for 4 and it's been given as runs.
It has been given as runs, so that was a chance for Archie Vaughan at slip. And there we go. Once again, in that channel, outside the off stump, this is what we were saying. This is where we believe Ahmed should be bowling. He gets the edge. Oh,
It was a good, healthy edge.
it was. And didn't give the keeper any chance at all. And perhaps Archie Vaughan maybe a little bit unsighted when it came off the edge.
Well, it looks like he's going to test both edges here.
Yep.
Inside and out.
And they've obviously had a discussion at the lunch break, England, to Farhan Ahmed, just talking about his line. And it was very good in those 3 deliveries before, or a couple of deliveries before the wicket, and created a chance again in this over. And,
There we see it. There you see it again. Batter going back.
yeah.
Batter going back here. And I've seen it so many times from South Africa under 19, which means that is a plan that they've spoken about.
It just has to keep low, doesn't it? Just one of them just has to misbehave a little bit. And that's well played this time by Bulbulia. He'll come back for 2. Lakhdin was interested in 3, but they settled for 2. And that's okay from Ahmed's point of view. Getting him onto the front foot.
Yeah, it's a half
Driving.
volley. Yeah, half volley's a half volley. Was wide as well. Smartly put away. So 2 more runs added. 2 balls to go.
He does get the line wrong on that occasion, and Jack Home chasing it down to the fine leg boundary for a get through for 2. So Bulbulia, you probably would call that a drop catch, wouldn't you? It was a sharp chance, but I don't think he got his hand anywhere near it, Archie Vaughan.
You can't call it a drop catch. You cannot get a hand to it, but it certainly was a chance.
Yeah. And it's exactly the sort of areas that they want Farhan Ahmed to be bowling in. Yeah, and it's that back once again, just defending.
And maybe that is a sign of how the pace in the wicket hasn't been sort of quicker. Even allowing the batters to go back, and it's a slow reaction of the pitch. Normally when you see that, and if the pitch was a little bit quicker, it sort of skids on, or maybe does everything a little bit quicker, as Ezra said beforehand. So you can even see it allows, this pitch is a very easy-going pitch in terms of pace, and allows the batter even to play the spinner off the back foot and read the spin from there and play it accordingly. This is the battle.
Yeah.
This is the battle here. Lachadin, Jack Home.
Can he rein himself in, Lachadin? The answer is no. And he gets the edge, and that is exactly what England would have wanted. And you're shaking your head there, Eugene Merlion, and I'm not surprised. Called it. Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't know. You know what the bowlers will offer you here. And, well, let's give kudos to England. They put a plan in place for Lachadin, and they have executed it well, and the batter have succumbed. And Jack Home is continuing on his merry way. He's having a splendid game. This time he strikes with the ball.
And South Africa lose their second wicket with the score on 61. And one of their batters that you just felt, needed to bat long. And number 3 coming in, and is Jason Rouse now coming to the wicket. Probably the less said about that dismissal of Adnan Lachadin, the better. In a situation where South Africa are not really in a position to win this test match, you feel they're going to have to play it out for the draw.
Well,
and yeah,
I don't know, Cape Fox. That was disappointing. That's all we can say. And yes, people are going to say, listen, it's the longer format, and you don't want to take away the attacking nature of a batter. And we've said it about England, and we're saying it now about the South African batters as well. Here's another one, Jason Rolls coming in. He's coming in there, and he's a sort of player that doesn't love to face dot balls as well. He sort of nudges and nurtles and plays his shots, uses his feet quite well. There's a different kettle of fish now, because if he's going to get onto the other side, and Ahmed's going to be bowling to him, he's probably waiting for a left-hander to come in.
He's perhaps licking his lips, as you say, to have that left-hander on strike. Probably come around the wicket to the left-hander, will Ahmed. So Durrell's first has to negotiate this over from Jack Home. And clearly England, though, Eugene had a plan to Adnan Lachadin, and they executed that plan, and it worked to perfection for them. He'd been going for every single one of those short deliveries, and that just absolutely no control over the shot. It's Rouse to face his first ball from home around the wicket.
Immediately looking to get off the mark. Coming around the wicket straight away, Jack Home. Yeah, that's a very good point you make, actually, from the Lachadin innings. Every short ball that was played, I think he just left one of them, the one that died, but every other one he tried to play it, and then just, you've got to know what's coming, at least as well.
Yeah, Rouse, that's one now coming over the wicket, changing his line to the around the wicket. He's got him driving on that occasion. He's got 2 slips in position. There's a gap through to a backward point. So trying to angle it across, perhaps asking Rouse to drive.
Well, he's coming back around the wicket.
Oh, okay,
again.
there we go. Mix and match. In behind that one nicely, and you were here for that 90 that Jason Rouse scored in the first innings, 118 deliveries, so he did score at a very good strike rate. You say a man who likes to have bat on ball and push the run rate along quickly.
Yeah, he doesn't like dot balls, but what he did was he really took the attack to England in that first innings and ran well and used his feet well, as I said.
Doesn't seem to be much, or if anything, on offer for the fast bowlers in terms of any kind of movement. You saw a little bit of swing early on from James Minto, And then when he bowled, actually, so bowling from this end, the Easter River end, he did seem to get some shape into the right-hander. And then he sort of lost his rhythm when he went over onto the Coetzenburg end of the ground, with the wind sort of not really helping him with his in-swing.
Well, that's a full toss. No runs, though. No run. So you're one ball away from a wicket maiden here for Jack Home.
Yeah, England. Yeah. He's changing his line again. It's one ball around the wicket, one ball over the wicket at the moment. And we've got...
Oh, that's a good one. That is a good bouncer.
yes.
Well played by Mr. Rolls. And that is a wicket maiden for Jack Home.
Yes, the plan worked to Lahidin. And just looking at this wicket again, Eugene, it's probably not one that Adnan Lahidin will want to see too often, as they trying to ramp it over the slips by the looks of
I
things.
don't think he ramped it. He just tried to get whatever bat on that he could get.
And
Wasn't the best of shots, I'm sorry.
no, South Africa, you have to say, in almost both instances, it's gifting the wickets to England at this stage.
And early on in the second session here on the final day,
just too straight again from Ahmed.
maybe he should bowl it a touch quicker to see if he can get a little bit more reaction from this pitch.
So this partnership for South Africa in the first innings, 139 it put on, once again is going to prove to be, you feel, a critical partnership for South Africa if they're going to save this match.
A little bit fuller that time, maybe a little bit quicker.
Yeah, as you were calling.
Still, they're opting to go on the back foot.
Yes, a few of the oh my goshes there from the Englishman, as umpire shares. He's just having a look at where Farhan Ahmed is following through.
Saw this in the first innings as well.
He's in again. Yeah, it's another delivery, well directed. Once again, just tickled into the leg side. A little bit of movement in off the pitch to the right-hander. This is a really intriguing contest between Ahmed and Bulbulia.
Well, here's the next one.
Yeah, that's right.
The off-spinner to the left-hand batter.
Let's see what's on offer here. You just sense that this is maybe here where the game is make or break. In England, they've gone with 2 slips and a short leg, taken the man out of the silly point position for the left-hander. And you just feel, Eugene, that England, with so many runs to play with, I mean, surely you want to be going even more on maybe you want to be going even more on the attack.
Yeah, yes and no. Yeah, the score would dictate. Yeah, you could do. I, for one, don't have an issue with this because what you even saw in that first innings, Jason Rolls, he loves using his feet. So, what's that? He's faced 6 balls now.
Yep.
Or 7 balls. He, we know he's not one to just lunge forward. His option here is to go forward, but not lunging forward. But he loves using his feet. So mid-off, it's just hanging a little bit. I don't know. I hear what Ezra said, and we spoke very much throughout this test match about the pace that spinners bowl.
Yeah.
And just with the lack of pace, I think you should try, and the slower one should be more your variation one.
Yeah.
You should try and bowl a little bit quicker, bowl it into the surface, as we say, to allow that ball to maybe grip and gather a bit of bounce, and then maybe toss the odd one up a little bit. just to see if that gets a reaction, because you need to find out what's the right pace to bowl on here and how can you extract the most sort of turn and bounce.
And with him bowling with the wind, I mean, the wind direction today is over his left shoulder. Perhaps that does assist him with the one that's just going to go on to the bat a little bit quicker.
Yeah, probably will. But I mean, still, we were out there this morning, all three of us, and we thought that this pitch still looked very good.
It does.
They might as well play a club game here on Saturday. Tempted.
Just for a millisecond there, Mohamed Bulbulia was thinking, okay, can I go for this? And he was in that area, isn't it? Corridor of uncertainty outside the off stump, and it was in his range because he likes the ball shorter of a length, across slightly with that trigger movement. Likes to play off the back foot, Bulbulia. He was the glue that held the South African innings together in that first innings of 319. 2 straight this time from Jack Home. Ahmed does the fielding. That's through for the single. So
he's now got to trek all the way to the other side to find leg. Well, he both spin, so that's okay.
Yeah, it's all right. He's a young 16-year-old. Incredibly impressed with him, both from a bowling and batting point of view. Looks like a young man with a very solid future ahead of him in professional cricket.
Well, you saw Jason Rolls play the pull shot as well. A number of times in that first innings. They got a man back there, deep backward square. And his option or modus is to go and play the ball. That time he played it.
Yeah.
He didn't tend to leave it.
So if you're Jack Home, you're looking at giving him something short of a length, maybe into the body, and then tempting him with one fully pitched outside the off stump, which does bowl that one a little bit more in that region.
He seems to be a very attacking bowler, Jack Home. So he's always at the batsman.
Yeah.
So he's not somebody that's going to be like I'll probably be around as our first change bowlers to be, listen, just bowl a few balls here in a good area, just be consistent with your line and length.
Yeah.
He's somebody that's really at the batter, making him play, whether it's full or a little bit shorter. There's that short ball as well. And look at the bounce of that. It's always on the way down, and that just says, listen, it's harder you dig this thing into the surface, it takes all the pace off.
Yep.
And it's almost like that tennis ball bounce, as we say.
Just sits up, doesn't it? And the thing is, you either have to bowl it really short to be able to get it to get up on that height where it's a little bit more difficult for the batter, or what you've got to do is you've got to bowl it sort of on a length, just short of a length outside the off stump. That one just goes straight through. But I mean, Eugene, you have the experience of playing in an under-19 test match, as we see one of the spectators, I think one of the England spectators out there.
How do you know he's English? How do you know?
Only let's say, you know, that famous Noel Coward song, "Mad Dogs and Englishmen Go Out in the Midday Sun." Yeah, that's a very old song. I could sing it for you, but I better not. Yeah.
Between the Cape Fox and the whistleblower. Well, James King will be coming to England in 2 weeks' time.
That's right.
And you'll be in the Leicester area.
They'll have the reception party out waiting for me.
I'm not sure what type of reception you'll be waiting for.
But yes, it's something like in Bangkok at 12 o'clock. They'll swoon when the work is done. I think those are the words.
You're on top notch on day 4 of the Cape Fox.
These memory banks coming back here for me. Farhan Ahmed is going to be continuing to Mohamed Bulbulia. This is an intriguing contest. So Eugene, I mean, in your experience, I mean, you played an under-19 test over there in India. You took 5 wickets in that match. I mean, how difficult was it? I mean, from a point of view, I mean, in that game, South Africa, you chased down the target for 8 wickets in the final innings.
Tell you what, it's when you go to India, you know you're going to get a whole host of spinners, and they had everything. They had an offie, they had a left-arm spinner, they had a leggy, and then they had men chattering around the bat as well. But that first test was something different, and it actually played into our hands a little bit. It played into our hands a little bit because they prepared a green pitch at Chandigarh.
Okay.
And we never understood why they did that. But we took the lessons from that and went to Delhi for the second test on a pitch that looked like it was on day 5.
Wow, yeah.
And that was day 1.
Okay.
And that wasn't easy, and we lost the toss, and obviously India batted.
Yeah.
But I'll just come back to that. Got a grip there. Well played by Babulia. They're going to come back for the second. Well, what we took from that is the learnings about spin bowling and how to play on the surfaces, because some was quick, like a quick pitch that had quick turn on it, some didn't, and they just knew what pace to bowl at the ball. For I was lower order batter then, maybe Ezra will say still now, but anyway, for me, I was just about now get forward, you know, and obviously DRS has changed that now, that you can't just lunge forward and with men around the bat, and if he hits a pad as well. So this is the difference then to now. So now you see the batters go more on the back foot, because they know, listen, if we go forward, we're bringing that pad into play, and LBW, you do it playing back as well.
Yes.
Let's not forget, but it's deep. Can't believe what I just seen. What happened there?
Staff really walked straight.
Coaching staff of all people. I mean, surely that's a fine. That has to be a fine. I mean, the place stopped because the coaching staff. I mean, you would have thought better. There you go. Those are the two men getting ready.
Yeah, they are just walking across in front of the side screen now at the end of the over, and a good one from Farhan Ahmed. He's asking questions here, Eugene, as you're saying. So a lot of learnings. I mean, from that the first Test match, and you say just interesting.
You, we started with 4 seamers in the first test, and we ended up with just one seamer because the pitches were just not conducive to it.
So you played in the first test, 4 wickets in the first innings, 1 in the second, and as you say, on a pitch that probably was giving you the assistance, and India certainly changing their tactics then for the second test. So as we see, Archie Vaughan bringing himself into the attack now.
The best thing I can say about that is we were in trouble in that first innings. We bowled India out very cheaply.
Yeah.
Very sharply on a green pitch, which you can understand, but we were in trouble. And then it was Nanti and myself put on a partnership as well. Oh, that is played quite smartly by Rolls. And the ball wins the race. And just that shot shows again, he just doesn't want the ball to leave the ball. He just hits that and gets nicely on top of it. He's a very positive cricketer. He's this youngster. There's the use of the feet.
Yeah. Very good. He saw him coming, put it in a little bit shorter. Did Archie Vaughan, it seems like, and still played through the offside for 4. Very good from Riles. And
so we put on a partnership. Mananta had on myself that led to a lead, and which eventually was a very important lead because, as you said, we won by 2 wickets. Beautifully played off the back foot. Majestic.
Oh, that was absolutely stunning from Riles. It was put in a little bit short from Archie Vaughan, but he played it beautifully under his eyes. It was like a really straight bat there off the back foot. Rocks back. Now, maybe not a straight bat, but he just played it beautifully into the gap and through for 4. So So, yeah, I mean,
Run up for us in there, Mosey.
they're batting, and you talk about the value of lower order runs. That's played now to the man who's sweeping on the cover boundary. England have dispensed with the ring field for Rouse. With Bulbilia on strike to Archie Vaughan for the first time. And it's something that teams now, I mean, then it might have, probably wasn't an anomaly, but it's something that from a lower order batting point of view wasn't always that the lower order would give you the runs, but something very important from a team point of view.
100%. And certain Mr. Mark Boucher rung up the water bill at Shandigarh because he let all the showers just run because we were in trouble, and there's a few superstitious men in that team.
Right.
And they thought, now let the showers run because we weren't losing wickets whenever the showers were up.
That was good.
Neil Mackenzie would have made sure that all the toilet seats were down and
Yeah.
all that. Cricketers. What a
Yeah.
bunch we are.
Yeah, absolutely. Superstitions abound in cricket, and you were saying that I think it was 89-run partnership. You ended on 35 not out in that first innings.
Nanti couldn't
Mr.
get me
Molia.
to my 50.
No.
Shocking.
You got a 40-odd, I think, Nanti, in that. So what a team that was, though. Eugene, yourself, Mackay Ntini, Mark Boucher, Ashwell Prince,
Putta Dupinar.
Guta Dupinar, yes.
Justin Kemp.
So all players who've made their names in South African, not only domestic but international cricket, and really, really great to have somebody like you here on commentary that has got that experience. Jason Rouse waits Farhan Ahmed.
Am I taking you out for dinner after all that, Mr. King? Thank you for that.
Well, we are going to probably have dinner together later
Oh,
on.
we
but
probably will. Well, he's left the first. Well, we'll talk through this over, and then I think it's the time of the Mr. Poole.
Yes, it
come
is.
in. I mean, Poole by name, Liverpool by nature.
Oh, there we go. Here we go. And with you beside him, and you'll never walk alone.
Oh,
That's
we
for
never,
sure.
never ever. Is he going to use his feet? He saw him use his feet. Previous over to Vaughan.
Yeah. England can afford to be on the attack as they are at the moment. Rouse, that interesting way he sets himself up at the crease. Oh, and as you said, you are going to see an attacking shot at some stage. Brings out the reverse sweep, and had that taken a top edge and gone to short third, I don't think anybody would. He would be walking the other way, not towards the dressing room.
Well, also, we could say that he probably just didn't get all of it.
No, he didn't.
Saw him roll the wrist over that. So
Yeah.
maybe took off some of the pace there when he played that.
Yeah, nicely in behind at that one. So it's not that the reverse sweep is not an option necessarily. Again, it's around where and how you're playing it. And she said he had it under as much control as he could do, down to that man at short third.
That's good from Ali. Because what Ahmed wants is just to
Yeah.
finish this over bowling 2 rolls. Now, we saw the third ball. He tried the reverse sweep, then it was 2 dots.
Yeah.
Now again, this is the back end of this over. Well, that concludes the over. 22 gone, 75 for 2. Cape Fox are going to take a deserved break. And in steps Ezra Poole.
Here's Bonnie.
Ezra, I think, just by looking around, everybody is sitting on the edge of their seats thinking, something's got to give here. Something's going to happen here in the next sort of half an hour. it's not just going to meander here. And I think there's a feeling, probably we both get that could simply be the case.
I agree, Eugene. Just think that if you look at Babulia, and if England recognise anything, is they can see that he loves to play the spin of the back foot. So for me, I'll immediately get the man from cover.
Oh, not a great throw. Not a great throw. There was a chance and he knows it.
Probably get the cover into Babulia. Short point. I want him to be coming forward at me as the spinner. With Jason Rolls, not once have I seen him defend a ball that has just gone to drop in front of him. Every defensive shot is a massive push. So don't be afraid to get the man in front. I would encourage him to play as many shots as possible. Don't defend against him. Attack him at all times.
Well, he's used his feet once again. He is a positive cricketer. He's chasing rolls, and that ball goes to the boundary yet again. Every time he hits a ball to the boundary, it sort of keeps the fielder interested.
Yep.
But it's a dive in vain. 4 more.
I have 300 plus runs on the board. I would not try and defend at all, Eugene.
Yeah.
The more shots he plays, the more he's going to bring me into the game.
Yeah, I just think this is his positive nature and this is his mode of attack. So far, he's played it well, he's played it nicely, being positive, use of the feet, even against the off-spinner, even with the ball turning away from him, potentially. And I think he's a perfect foil for Babulia. We saw this in that first innings.
Oh, yes, Kessie, yes, Kessie.
And I said
Very nice, Bonnie.
to the Cape Fox earlier, I think the pace of the wickets allowing them to do that,
Yeah.
and being more successful by doing that, going on the back foot.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm with you, absolutely. The only difference is you as the bowler can change that by changing your pace.
Correct.
So in order to beat him through the air, you got to be a little bit quicker and a little bit flatter. So he's then not seeing as easy the length of the ball that he needs to go back to. Because now he's thinking, oh, I have to come forward because of the pace. And that's maybe also what helps with one gripping out of the rough or going from the straight a lot quicker. So if England, they've got to be playing with the pace and use this breeze that we have here. Ahmed, for me, at this particular, should just stick to what is good. I'd be very happy on day 4 when the guy's coming down the wicket to me and he's playing shots. Somewhere along the line, I just feel that there's a ball with his name on it.
Well, let's look at that previous over from Ahmed. 2 rolls. It was dot and then went for the reverse.
Yeah.
And then we dotted up again.
Yep. So that's the first dot. How long
There's
can
your
he?
man, and there your man went over
Yeah.
to silly point.
And that's for me is key. Because where does he go now? He's going to look to come down the wicket and be positive. Or he might look to play a reverse sweep. So that man, he doesn't like that man in that at all. So that's good. I don't mind that. That's part of his job being there. But I just feel that Rolls is thinking, I cannot lunge as much as what I'm lunging before this. So the key for me is Ahmed's got to play with his pace. He's maybe got to toss one up. That's a lot slower. Who knows, Rolls might just come charging down the wicket. But I still think that shot is on in this particular over, Eugene.
Oh no, it's too long. Too long. Way too long there from French. The big fella. I think it was half daydreaming there. No ball has come to me yet.
I was probably thinking about the next test match. You gotta, we spoke about it just before lunch. For me, the key to Babulia is the lines that you bowl to him. You gotta make sure that it's outside off stump or the turn hitting the stump. Then you're gonna make him lunge forward on the front foot. You cannot be too straight. He's very comfortable there. Doesn't mind batting time either.
Oh, that is pulled or cut away. A diving French can't get there, and the ball is going to dribble away again to the boundary. 4 runs added to the score. He just can't get it right at the minute, Ahmed. Yeah, that pace. If the pitch was quicker, maybe that length would have been all right. I just don't think the lack of pace in this pitch is allowing him to be successful with that length. Much better.
Looks like Ali going through his little warm-up routine. It's going to be interesting to see what side he's going to take it on from. Will he be with the breeze that's behind his back? I think that if Ali does come on, Ali should be bowling from the end that Ahmed is bowling from. Ahmed should be at the bottom end. Just think as an offie, you want to be using all the elements that you can possibly use. Not just obviously the wicket, but you also want to use maybe the breeze, play around with what the pace is of the ball. I think we as commentators, we also oohing and ahhing here.
We shouldn't do. We should just call what we see. Ever. 24 gone, 86 for the loss of 2.
I think we're just looking for that nail-biting game, Eugene. I think that's why we're oohing and ahhing.
I said that. I said there's people around here that are sitting watching this game and they feel, listen, this game is on a little bit of a knife edge. We have got, 20 minutes to go to the drinks break. England would say, listen, if we can get one more just before drinks or around the drinks break, we're back in at 7 more good balls. If you're South Africa under 19, you would say, listen, we just got to keep going. Rolls, I love your intent, love your positivity.
Yeah, boy.
Just be careful.
Still feel that he fancies a bit of Vaughan.
Yes, Bonnie. Yes,
So
Bonnie.
somewhere along the line, if you're going to dot him up 2 or 3 dots, he's going to play a shot. Eugene, it's just part of his nature.
Hit him.
Well, more off the outside, half of the bat, but they came through for 1. No harm done. And this was the thing that was significantly different. These two, they running between the wickets in that first innings was very good. And allowed him to build that partnership. Jack Home back on the field.
Yes, homie lad.
Had a subfield on for him
Forward, going
not so long
nowhere.
ago.
That's a good thing, Eugene, would you say? No Leicester players on the field? Cape Fox, not particularly happy about that comment.
I think I
Yes,
did ask him
homie.
this.
Yes, Bonnie boy.
Oh, okay.
Grace Road.
He was born there, folks.
Ooh,
bounce.
Got a bounce there from Vaughan. Maybe just a little bit more energy. You know, I've been saying that. I just feel that Archie Vaughan sometimes just goes through the motions in terms of an
Yeah,
offie.
Bonnie.
There's no real, I want to give it a rip. He's got all the factors. He's nice and tall. You can see he's coming over the front foot. But for me, there's just, you want to be hearing that fizz as it's coming down. It shows that there's energy on the ball.
It's nicely played. That's a shot that he's played so well. Babulia in that first innings, and now we see it here again.
Here's a
Just saw the Cape Fox's brother walk past us now.
No, like flip like a normal backhand. Just behind square. Perfect.
So how do you influence the game, Eugene? You either influence it by making different bowling changes, or how you go about setting your field. So for me, if this is going to be what Ahmed's going to bowl, then it looks like it's going to be a lot straighter here. It's 2 catches on the leg side. And he's just punched that one into the gap there. This makes it easier. There's just no pressure on from that point of view.
Well, what makes that shot easier is there's no pace in it.
Yeah.
So if there's no pace in it, all right, let's block that. We've seen off spinners, bowling to right-handers, not operate with a point. You can have a man come and say, right, okay, you're going to have to hit it a lot squarer than just punching it a little bit with the full face of the bat onto the offside. So something like that. You spoke about subtle changes. Haven't seen that. We've seen the gap and in the offside.
Big shot, Eugene. Ooh, here we go. Jason Rolls loves coming down the wicket.
We haven't seen him do that to Ahmed though.
Yeah.
So maybe he thinks Ahmed is a bit more of a
threat.
turner, turning it away from him.
You see, it's just more comfortable now. As soon as the silly point comes out of it, you want him to actually go and try and play really square in front of the pad if he plays backwards. But now, as it is, he can just lunge forward and he knows that there's no danger just here in front of him on the offside. But I still think they got to play with his patience if England wants a breakthrough here. That's been 3 dots now, Eugene.
So you reckon sacrifice one of the slips and have men both sides of it? If you're so wanting that man on the offside, where's he going to come from? He's going to come around this side, but then that's going to open up the leg side again.
He's gone back over into the position that I like him in. I just feel that Rolls feels a little bit under threat once that guy comes in there. So you'll see that he'll hang back a little bit more. He'll try to knock it into the leg side, or he might just try and come down the wicket. He doesn't want that guy there. So he comes up with something like that. Eugene, I know if you were manager, you'll be throwing this table on top of the roof. No, you like that?
If I was manager, I would just be managing the logistics because that's what I'm there for. I'm the manager. I'll be looking at right as everybody's
that's sharp.
right.
That's sharp. The Cape Fox is sharp today, isn't he? See, this is when you start speaking about how many test matches you've played under 19. That hasn't moved off the head now. Not sure if you made it swell a little there, the Cape Fox. But if the cameras can just focus in here, all you can see is hat sitting underneath here. He's got the sunglasses on.
Gotta keep the sponsors happy, mate.
Oh! Still being sponsored by Oakley's at his age.
Why has my age got anything to do with it?
What is it, Eugene? What is it?
What, my age?
No. Why are the sponsors?
No, please, let's not go there.
So it's something that needs to be kept quiet.
Here's a subtle change for you. Vaughan's deciding to come around the wicket. Still a slip in place. Sort of man at sort of leg gully. Short leg.
His pace though. For me, it's about Vaughan's pace. Cannot be too slow here. That's a good pace, Eugene. First time in a long time we've seen that
Babulia goes forward.
Babulia comes forward. So pace for me is key.
Yes, Warnie. Oh, Warnie.
It's 2 in a row.
Going nowhere,
It's 2 in a row, yes.
nowhere.
And you said it. First time we've seen him come forward to the spinner. Loves to play it off the back foot and then just nudge it onto the onside with a turn. Oh, that's good feet by the keeper. He's had a good game as well. Thomas Rue.
He's been really excellent, Eugene.
Make that look very simple.
Yeah, it's just looks like a natural keeper to me.
Yes, Warnie. Yes, Warnie.
There's a few men here around the corner that are in business, let me tell
You
you.
know what maiden scores here,
We saw a ball
Warnie.
bounce the previous over that Vaughan
All
bowled.
on the other bloke, eh? All on the other bloke, eh?
Oh,
She love it. Nice,
yes,
Warnie.
Warnie.
Stay there, Warnie. Stay there, Warnie. Warnie boy.
Lovely stuff, Warnie boy.
Happy with you there, Warnie.
Now I'm lost, Eugene. Back to the cricket. Vaughan's just got to stick to that. I think it's a brilliant pace he's bowling at.
That's a good over. I think that's a very good over.
Yep.
I think around the wicket is a good option for him, and the field set seems to be spot on as well. Made an over. 27 gone, 89 for 2. 10 minutes to go to the drinks break.
So I heard a little bit of the conversation before this. Cape Fox was saying that picked up a 5 and you scored lower order runs. Was there perhaps a man of the match involved there?
No, there's no man of the matches there, mate. No man of the matches.
Who got the man
I tell
of
you
the
what
match?
was. There was no man of the matches. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Listen. It's always a man of a match.
No, all of us were. Shoaib, there's our man, the loneliest guy, up on the scaffolding there. Yeah, he'll be loving the conditions today.
I love it. The breeze is up, nice and high there. You always have a bit of a breeze up there. I think this could be it. I think Raul's definitely going to play a big shot here somewhere.
Still got that feeling,
I've
don't
got
you?
that feeling. Sometimes I would sit with that feeling and think it's going to happen. So that's already forcing it. He's trying to force something here. So I just feel that Ahmed's just got to be consistent here. Consistent. We've watched him, Eugene, and I think he fancies the one coming down the wicket and playing straight. I just got that feeling.
He hasn't as yet come down the pitch to Mr. Ahmed. Maybe this is what the discussion was. You know, maybe he's the threat.
Did pick up wickets in the first innings, so I think
that
there would
he
be a bit of respect out there.
Ooh, there it is. There's the pace.
That's
There is
the pace.
A little bit quicker. See how that ball reacted on the surface? Even got a little bit of bounce. Oh, has he placed that in his memory bank there? Can he sort of repeat that, the youngster now then rolls? Is he thinking, I've got to go back to my reverse sweep here? Or
Could be, but there's definitely a shot going to be played here, Eugene. I'm standing on that. Oh,
there it is as well. Oh, shot for one, and you can see the way he's playing at it, sort of reaching for it, but then he's trying to get his wrist over the line, get over the ball.
so maybe Ahmed should come around the wicket here to Babulia. See, he's still staying over. It's just a change that they're not sure about. It's just, you should just play the offie like you would either side. Obviously, it's just that your scoring options changes as it comes over and around the wicket.
There's the pace. That is the pace. Now, the more and more Babulia is going to see him being rushed a little bit on that back, he's going to then go forward, and that's how you get him. Maybe because he's not comfortable going, and this is a good move. They brought Sawant over. in front. So they've got a short leg and they've got a silly point. Over completed. Things happen in that over. 28 gone. 90 for 2.
When's Ali going to make his debut here in the second innings?
Yes, Bonnie, yes, Bonnie.
Maybe they're keeping the trump card. Well, there is our broadcast sponsors, Sasonke Tourism and Event Services, your destination management specialists. Please get in touch with them for all your sporting needs. If you're
Bonnie boy.
wanting to come to Southern Africa on a sporting tour, please get in touch with them and they will put a great package together for you on and off the field. And they will certainly make your tour a pleasant and great experience. Get in touch with Sasonke. sasonketours.co.za.
I wonder if Sasonke is responsible for taking the Cape Fox over to Leicester. What do you think, Eugene?
Can we tag along?
Looks like we'll all be end up in Leicester in July month. June, July.
I think that runs 11th to the 14th, if I'm not mistaken.
Or June.
Of June, that's correct. That is what he wants. It's just a tad square. Got to hit that a little bit further in front of square. It's good feet though from Bill Bullier to allow him to get to play that shot. Oh! A few men jumping around there on the leg side. Was there a double noise?
Not happy with this oohs and ahs here, I have to say.
You were the one giving him.
Yes, Bonnie, yes,
You
Bonnie.
do realise that you're still South African, Eugene?
100%. And I'm also a commentator now.
Down. That's a big
You've
shot.
got to admire good cricket as well when you see it.
Where's that come from?
This is a good battle. And this is what I said. We're going to see the character of South African cricketers here. These youngsters having to bat on day 4 in the 4th innings. Suddenly become very loud up there, isn't it?
It's just that pressure being applied. That's all it is. I mean, Archie Vaughan bowled. Just bowled the maiden before this. He's gone for 1 in this over. And that shot,
Oh, that is a huge
let me tell you
shot.
something, is uncharacteristic
Bonnie!
of Babuya.
Well, it is very uncharacteristic. Well put away.
Yes, no, 100%.
Let's get that. Well played, well put away. Because he's not a man that normally plays the ball in the air.
No. And he will tell you, and his father would sometimes be walking around and he'd say, my son got 160 and he hasn't hit 1 ball in the air. Can't say that today, but it's just uncharacteristic. It's just the pressure.
Pressure is a funny thing.
Funny thing.
And there were quiet overs. It's the amount of quiet overs. And we spoke about that in the first couple of days, Ezra, that you just need quiet overs and all of a sudden you build that sort of pressure up. Yeah, we saw that again. But again, kudos again to the batter.
Okay.
He stood up for the test.
And here we go. England's thought, okay, we'll bring the sweeper up into the point area and let's see whether you're going to go aerial. So I still feel that somewhere along the line here, Eugene, there's going to be a little shuffle down the wicket.
You still think he's going to come down the pitch here to Ahmed?
100%.
Just not so sure.
No, I just feel that that's one of his shots. He's either He likes to come down the wicket and hit the ball over the top. If it's not that, it's definitely the reverse sweep, which I have covered. So I was just thinking somewhere along the line, he's going to try and manufacture a shot here. There, as you can see, he's playing with the front foot as if to show he's going to come.
I don't think it will happen. You know what? It's going to be drinks at this over. And if you learn the lessons, if you want to learn the lessons from what gone before, you got to know where you are. Go into drinks, no risk.
Watch Eugene, watch Eugene. Think it's coming, fella? You don't think so?
Not sure what program you're on. I'm in season 4. You're probably still on season 1.
No, it's just, you know, it's like you just have that gut feel. You just, like for me, I just have that gut feel that he is not the kind of batter that is prepared to just stand there.
I agree with that, but I don't think he's going to come down the pitch to Ahmed.
So what do you think?
Especially with it being drinks now. I'm putting that to bed, 100%.
Eugene,
You can take this
does
up with
he
the Cape
look,
Fox.
be honest here, does he look like he's playing for drinks here? Maybe you're right, maybe he doesn't come down the wicket, but he's definitely looking to get a boundary. He just wants to feel better about himself. Look, I'm telling you. We've got how many balls left? How many balls? 2 balls. 2 balls. Come on, mate. Ooh.
You know what?
It's burning more and more
I'm
in my
gonna-
stomach now,
I'm
Eugene.
going to love proving you wrong, Mr. Poole. I'm going to love it.
Cape Fox, last ball, what do you think?
Not you, one to you go.
It just looks like he's a bit on edge. Yeah, throw one up. Don't be afraid to toss one up. Last ball before drinks, toss one up here. Eugene wants this man to be playing this delivery so he can go back and say, yes, this Ezra can go on about something that's never around. Toss one up, Ahmed.
Nicely played to the man on the point boundary. They come through for 1. Mr. Poole. They've gone through to that drinks break unscathed, just for that early loss of Lahadin. With the shot that he would.
Ali. When are they bringing on Ali?
95 for 2. As we head to drinks, 30 overs gone. It's going to be an interesting discussion, one feels, here at the drinks break. There's the situation here. Exactly halfway through the day. What is this day going to bring? We'll soon find out. But for us, we're going to go and have a drink ourselves. And when you come back, it will be the Cape Fox to join the effervescent Ezra Poole.
Welcome back to the post-drink session here, second session of day 3 of this 4-day test between South Africa under-19 and England under-19 at Coetzenburg Oval. And this broadcast brought to you by Sisonke Tourism and Events Services, www.sisonketours.co.za for all your sporting tour requirements. Here, if you want to visit South Africa, bring your sporting team over here. They also organise events and leisure tours, as well as sort out all your logistics if you wanted to come and tour in this beautiful part of the world. And we really want to thank them for their support here for this broadcast. I'm James King, the Cape Fox, and with me, Ezra Poole. Ezra, and good session. Well, a session there that South Africa probably won't be unhappy that they lost just the 1 wicket. Rouse and Bulbulya have been doing well, as it's Archie Vaughan to continue. It's a little bit short in its first delivery after the drinks break, and Rouse just plays it out into the sweeper and point boundary. So this is an hour now before tea. You just feel that England, from an England perspective, they're going to want to try and get amongst the wickets early.
Yeah.
After the break, maybe some kind of lapse of concentration, not able to get, maybe focus back in on what's happening for the batters. South Africa, on the other hand, they want to get to tea with just 2 wickets down. Important for these two. We've seen Jason Rouse, he's sort of been hanging back on his attacking nature. Yeah, that's nicely played. Bulbulya, and that is going to go down to the boundary for 4. There's only a man, James Minto, wide at mid-off, and that's nicely played by Bulbulya. And that is going to bring up the 100 for South Africa. That is 100 off 30.2 overs, or 30.1 overs. Yeah, 100 off 30.1 overs. And Rouse wants to come through for the single. If that had been a direct hit, he may well have been gone. And was his call. Bulbulya was going absolutely nowhere.
So for the next hour, all right, if I was in Archie Vaughan's place, I'd be thinking that I would be making my changes in terms of who's bowling a lot quicker.
Yeah.
So if he's bowled non-stop now for a while from the top in with not much assistance, you can say.
Yeah.
Yes, the field's absolutely right to Bulbulya, but there hasn't been balls that has misbehaved.
No.
You're sitting with one of your frontline spinners that hasn't bowled yet. Yeah. So the quicker you get him on, the better it is. So you've got to decide, is it either me or my number 1 off spinner on the other side? You've got to be bringing Ali on as soon as possible if you're looking for a breakthrough. I just think he's a lot quicker through the air in terms of pace. And I just think that he will trouble the South African batters a lot more. I think they, as you can see, Rolls, Bulbulya very comfortable with Vaughan at the moment. I just feel that he's kind of more, I would feel like the second offie.
Yeah.
Whereas bring on your front line leggy, and then we can then play matchup.
And he does have the variation, Ali. I mean, he's got the googly, he's got the standard leg break. I know, they say, maybe the googly is a little bit easier to pick just in terms of how he lets it go, but you just never know. And the thing is, it just gives them something different. It's very much of a muchness, as you say, from Archie Vaughan. Yeah. 6 overs, 27 runs that he's conceded. So he's not really looked that threatening. You have on the other end Ahmed, who has looked threatening, and he's putting the ball in the right areas, and he's going to be bowling again from the Easter River end to Jason Rouse. And he's getting the ball there or thereabouts, outside that off stump, just asking him to come forward, testing his patience.
Yep.
Went into the drinks interval 19 off 47. So
unlike him.
It is unlike him, yeah. It's not the kind of strike rate we've become accustomed to from Jason Rouse. And they're keeping that man under the helmet there at a silly mid-off, or silly point, almost a forward silly point. That's where you just putting doubt in the batter's mind. He does go for the reverse sweep again, and he executes it down to the man at a short third. He's being almost forced to play that shot.
Yeah, because if you look at the way that England has set it up now with him, so they have the man at point, so he can't just be lunging forward the whole time. That's silly point, sorry. And then also, he in his mind is thinking, I cannot come down the wicket because I'm afraid I'm going to run past one. So he feels that the only option then for me to score is to wait for it on the back foot. And I'll elaborate after this delivery. So in order for me to get a boundary, I have to play a shot that is kind of indifferent.
Yeah.
So you're looking at the reverse sweep. And he fancies that. He played it really well in the first innings. So you can't say that it's a shot that he doesn't really play.
Yeah. It's a bit too full and too much on the legs this time. It's easy for Rouse. But yeah, he has executed it. You must say, even though it does look a little bit risky from where we're sitting, I mean, he has executed it well so far in this innings. He's been able to get bat on ball, kept it down. But he is being almost forced into playing that shot as a release shot. Because of the consistency that Ahmed has been bowling at. This over not been as good from Ahmed. Just got to get back into his work after the drinks break. And another good delivery from him. And Bulbulia also there, not going forward to that.
So as we can see, we've been watching it this whole day so far. If it does turn, the turn is actually very slow. So that allows him to actually go back the whole time and then think that I'll get there. So as an off spinner or any spinner, you then got to play with your pace wisely. So you have to toss a few up and then maybe a quicker one here and there. So what Babulia has got in his mind now, they've blocked his shot that he goes through the leg side, which is very easy. So now he's starting to give himself room, which I feel is an unnatural shot for him.
Yeah.
Because of his mindset, he's a very, how can we say, he's a very much a player that sticks into his little bubble. Doesn't really experiment much outside of that. So now he's starting to think, where else can I score? So I got to get leg side of the ball and try and punch it through there for me to rotate the strike. And that, I think, is maybe where there's a possibility for them.
Yeah. And yeah, it's where the risk also comes in for him, doesn't it, as the batter, that if one does keep low, or he's playing it then with a cross bat.
Yeah.
You're not playing, and sort of, you see his back foot game is normally where he's really keeping the bat nice and straight. And you have got your wish, but certainly from an England point of view, you just felt this had to be coming soon. Tazim Ali replacing Archie Vaughan from the Coetzenburg end of the ground, and it is going to be interesting to see if he can, for England, make some kind of breakthrough, at least trouble the batters here. It's going to be Rowles on strike, and the natural delivery from the leg break bowler will be into the left-hander if there is any spin on offer, and you do feel as well, if there is some kind of spin on offer, he will be able to exploit it off the pitch. It's angling into the left-hander, and they'll come back for an easy two. Just a little bit too much on the pads with that one. Just to get his spell started out, and he will put it through the air a little bit quicker than Vaughan as well.
No, he will. So whatever's going to happen from the pitch, because he's a little bit quicker, it's going to happen quicker from the wicket as well. So now for me, what Vaughan's got to get right is Vaughan has got to get his field placing in the right place for a leggy. If you look at the field the way that it is.
He just angled that past Vaughan slip. So what would you suggest here? I mean, if that ball is angling into the right-hander, would you have a man shortish in at 45 as well?
So I would, if it's Rowles, the left-hander, I'd try and cover the shot where he's just knocking it around the corner and getting one. So they have a deep guy that is like behind point for the reverse sweep. So if it's a leggy that's turning the ball into the right-hander, to the left-hander, then by all means, I want you to play the reverse swing.
Yeah.
I want you to take that kind of risk. On the other side, it's Ahmed that is turning the ball away, so he's going to be much more comfortable when he does play it. So I would want to encourage the batters to play shots in unnatural areas for them, for their game.
Yeah. Let's see how Bulbulia is going to be dealing with Ali. Is played through the fielder at point that isn't, or cover that isn't good work from England, allows them to get through for 2. And that is the 50 for Mohamed Bulbulia, his second in the match. He acknowledges the applause of his teammates. It's been a very important innings once again for him and for South Africa under 19. Could well have been a number of wickets down. He's stood firm. And it goes back again to Ali. So this is probably the first time he's faced him going back. He's been doing that, hasn't he? Just goes back and tries to play it straight down the wicket. This is a little bit of a different challenge to what he's been getting from Vaughan and from Ahmed. That's once again played past that man. That's Ben Mays. It is in the covers, and they go through for another 2.
So what we saw in the first innings was Ali did Bulbulia with one that was a lot fuller.
Right.
So Bulbulia felt that he could play across the line and just work it into his gap that he likes. And just hit the pitch, turned a little, and then knocked over the stumps. So for me, it's vitally important that Ali zooms in on the stumps for him. You don't necessarily have to be outside off stump, especially to Bulbulia when you're taking the ball away.
Yeah.
It's different when you're the offie coming back at him or into him. You want to be on the stumps consistently. So you know that if we look at it, anything he's going to try and give himself a bit of width, look to cut the ball or play it off the back foot through the offside, and he'll look to come just next to the ball and work it into the leg side.
Yeah.
So if you cover those 2 areas, you're going to get something unnatural like we saw before, you meeting the ball over the top.
Yeah. And also in that over, they did go to their 50 partnership. These two, they put on 51 for the 3rd wicket. That on top of that partnership of, I think it was 139, it was indeed, in the first innings. It's Farhan Ahmed to continue. As you say, he'll be looking at that line outside that off stump to Bulbulia. They've got the man in at silly point. They've got the man at a forward short leg. So those bases covered. And they know that they can attack the South African batters. He goes back, he plays that beautifully. It's slightly short. He's played that down to the boundary at 3rd for 4. It's a lovely shot from Bulbulia, and he moves to 59. I think it is with that particular shot.
So if we must have a look at his wagon wheel, that kind of area that he's playing the ball through there is an area that he, I think, feels a little bit under threat. He doesn't want to go forward, so he'll hang back and try and manipulate it through that with his wrists. So if I'm England, I'd maybe have 2 people behind point on the offside, and then see where he's going to play then. Oh, that looked like it was close.
Just bouncing. I think maybe it was slightly out of reach of the man at short leg. Just bouncing, perhaps a little bit short of him as well. We might be able to see that if we have a replay. But it had them interested for a while. England still on the attack, and they can afford to be on the attack. I mean, South Africa at the moment 116 for the loss of 2, so they still need another 200 runs to win this match, and they've got less than 40 overs in which to get them. And so it was 77 overs, they have got 44 overs, should I say, just over that to get those runs, but I think that's the furthest thing from their mind at the moment. At the moment it's around playing every ball on its merits, making sure they don't lose a wicket in this session before tea.
And just maybe trying a little bit too hard there.
It was, from an England point of view, was better when Ahmed was just sticking to his discipline, just trying to put it in the same spot every single delivery. Getting Rouse to come forward, and let's see. Ahmed in once again to Rouse. And there he is, forward, just played to the man, that short 45 position, or short third on the offside. So they've now got the second slip has gone a little bit wider. Actually, it's just Dawkins just coming in a little bit closer actually there to Archie Vaughan now.
Just think you could be using that second slip there in a better position for me. So you can say, I'm going to make it really tight outside off stump. And then if you want to go through there, because as a bowler I want to be off stump and just outside. So maybe just get that guy in that area so that it's not an easy one. So now with Raoul especially, we know, I've watched him play. If certain areas are blocked for him, like maybe the one there at point, then he will look to go straight over the top. And that's what you want. You want him to take a risk, but the risk has to be that they're hitting the ball in the air. So if England is just going to stick with this the whole time, it's just going to become easy for South Africa. So you got to be making changes as quickly as possible. So they can't become used to one particular bowler. So he should have maybe thought, okay, I'm going to just quickly bring on Home from this side. Home, I want you to run in, bowl me 2 overs, just of quick stuff, short stuff. Let's see if they're going to duck around or they're going to play the shot. Doesn't work, right? Next bowler in, bring on French, and it's got to be turning the whole time. It can't be 10 overs from the one guy. No, you're just losing the 70 odd. It just disappears so quickly.
And you say just now 43 overs left in this England, a minimum of 43 overs. Rouse will be facing up to Ali. He's going to bowl around the wicket to the left-hander, and that's
so. As we can see, we got a deep point behind, which I don't think is that's an unnecessary field setting. So I would rather say, okay, come. I would want you to play that reverse sweep in this big gap, but I'm going to block one side of the wicket for you. So then I would want you to go on the offside.
At the moment, it's neither here nor there from an England point of view, and that does come down to this man at this sort of deep backward point area. That's Farhan Ahmed, but had that man been in a little bit closer, would have stopped that shot and would have stopped him getting it, would have prevented him from rotating the strike. So England, just a little bit of thinking to do here, and the game, you have to say, I mean, 200 in 44 overs. South Africa, they're not really, you just don't see that they are going to be able to get those runs. England would be able to potentially shut up shop almost. They'll be able to stop them from getting the runs if they do start to go for it. And if they do start to go for those runs, the risk is just so great from a wicket point of view. So these two are playing well for South Africa, Rouse and Bulbulia. Partnership now up to 59.
It's too easy.
Yeah, it's too easy. Once again, this time he's going to take 2, turning quickly. And Ahmed was a little bit slow off the boundary, and they're through for the 2.
Why not keep him up then?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, James?
Definitely.
So you want to keep him up. So what he's doing is he's staying leg side of the ball. So anything outside off stump, he doesn't have to play. He can just wait for it and nudge it in that area because it's such a big gap for him. So Ali's got the right idea. He wants to be, and I think they're just going to bring him up now. So Ali's got the right idea. He wants to be stump to stump. But then he can't just allow, that man is also in the middle of nowhere.
He is nowhere. That's it.
Tell you what, it looks like Mays had a big lunch. What do you think, James?
I think so, He's not been able to get on the end of anything after the lunch break. He's let a few go through, and that one as well, he isn't able to get there to stop it. But
see, that's beautiful.
That's better, yes. See, you actually, he's wanting him to try and maybe drive through the offside, because it's natural, it's against the natural movement that he's got into the batter. So bring that man up, let him take the opportunity to try and play a forceful shot into the offside.
100%.
You don't know, I mean, anything could happen from that point of view, and does look like is no, he isn't going to change it up. I thought for a minute that maybe Vaughan was going to replace Ahmed. Ahmed's going to continue. But yeah, it's sort of becoming, from a South African point of view, they've seen off that initial threat. You had that initial threat where you felt Rouse was going to be, probably looking at playing an expansive shot. He seemed a bit edgy, but he's got through that now. Yeah. He seems to be a lot more comfortable at the crease. He is batting. I mean, he's certainly batting out time more than he was in the first innings. And once again, just too much on the pads there, and easily played by Bulbulia. It's been a very good innings from the South African opener. 250s in this match, and you have to say South Africa really relying on him to get them off to a good start, and he's been the cement around which they've built both of their innings so far, looking to save this first 4-day test match. So what can Farhan Ahmed do differently here? Archie Vaughan, you spoke a bit about taking the second slip out and perhaps stopping the shot that's into sort of that backward point region or the point region. Yeah.
So what Vaughan and Ahmed has got to realize is that the total is massive.
Yeah.
So I'm not really that worried about the runs that they're getting. What I want to do is I want to prevent easy singles. I don't want it to come easy. If I dry up the singles and I bowl a few dots and I bowl a few maidens, that's when South Africa starts to panic.
Yeah.
They're not sure how to go about it or how to build or construct just the innings when they're a little bit under pressure. So we've seen that as soon as you bowl a few maidens, then we find South Africans doing something completely different. And that's what you want from Vaughan. You just want to think that I've got to not give them a single.
Yeah.
If we maybe have a look at the bowlers card, you'll find that maybe we'll see the amount of maidens that's been bowled.
Yeah.
Because maidens create pressure. So that will tell us exactly how much pressure they actually created.
Yeah, and here again, a bit of a release ball down the leg side. Bulbulia able to easily take that one and play it into the leg side for another 2. And it's 126 now for 2. But as you say, I think if we do look at that, and we probably will look at it at the end of the over, it's going to show you they haven't bowled as many maidens as you would have expected them to do. And England have just not been able to stop those singles from coming. That's well played through the cover region. This time outside the off stump, just probably a little bit too wide on that occasion from Ahmed, and it is the end of the over. And the end of the over, it's 128 for the loss of 2. As we get that view across the ground from our cameraman at square leg.
So what England's also got to remember,
there we go.
Right, there we go. If you look at it, it's been 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 maidens. So maidens tell me that I've been in a good area and the batsman just couldn't score off me. And if you look at that, it just says that there wasn't much pressure built, really, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Farhan Ahmed, he's bowled 15 overs and he's got just the 2 maidens in those 15 overs.
So that's also a bit of a problem for me. So you've got Archie Vaughan bowled 6 overs. He's bowled 1 maiden for 27 runs. He's going at 4.5. He's going at 4.5 and over. So South Africa's comfortable with that. I mean, It's on the last day. They're looking to kind of just play tight. But yet this guy is going at 4 and over.
Yeah.
Tazim Ali, that's bowling now. He's going at 6. So it's if England want to get it together, they got to say we just got to bowl more than 6 balls at one particular batsman. It's as simple as that for me.
Yeah, haven't been able to create the kind of pressure they would have wanted to, and that's oh my goodness, he nearly gets a potential wicket there with a rank long hop. It's played to the right of Mays at short mid wicket.
But England's also got to remain hopeful, because what we've seen as this game has developed is that it's a cluster.
Yeah.
It's a cluster wicket kind of game. So then you have a bit of a partnership, a good partnership, and then all of a sudden we lose a string of wickets in a row.
Yeah.
So somewhere along the line, if they know that they get a breakthrough there, who knows, it might be that we're then on top.
Yeah.
I've also noticed that the body language of Ali, once he takes a wicket, it just changes completely. He's just a different bowler.
And he hasn't been probably as consistent as he would have wanted to be in the 2 overs and 4 balls that he's bowled so far in this spell. He's just starting to get into his work. That's again
just too easy for me.
Yeah, played very nicely by Rouse down to the boundary at backward point for 4. And South Africa will be encouraged by the fact that it's certainly not looking that difficult out there for these batters, both to defend and also to keep scoring runs off this England attack. And yes, it could be that I wouldn't think that it is that they're necessarily tiring. Tazim Ali just into his 3rd over.
But you've got to decide what side of the field I want to protect here.
Yeah.
If you say, well, I'm going to bowl outside off stump, hoping for the ball to turn in, then protect the offside.
Yeah.
Because it, like I said, sometimes the fields like that's just the fields look like it's a very much a white ball kind of field. Yeah. I'm just trying to keep the runs down. The runs is not the problem.
No.
It's just how do I protect one side of the wicket?
And as we will leave, Ezra's going to leave me now with those thoughts, as Eugene Molion is going to come in and join me for the last half an hour before the tea break. And we're going to have Eugene joining me now. And Eugene, it's been just the 1 wicket in an hour and a half that South Africa have lost in this session, and they are certainly looking quite solid, these two.
They are. And I'm just looking at my watch every time. We're 25 minutes away from the tea break, and that these batters should be mindful of that. 2 down, if they can stay 2 down into the tea, and then obviously then we'll see where this game lies. 134 for 2, still trail or still need further 183 runs.
So that is for South Africa, I would think, out of the equation. They are batting at 3.6 to the over, but trying to accelerate the rate would potentially come with a risk that they maybe will not want to take.
Well, what is that? 40 overs still left in the day?
Yep, 40 overs, and they're needing 183 by my calculation. It will be to get them to a victory. So that is just over 3.5 to the over. If they keep going at this rate, then they will potentially achieve that.
That's what I'm saying. It's important to get to the tee unscathed. Jack Home, starting his 5th over, starts with a wide full delivery. What a gift.
Yeah.
What an absolute gift that is to a man that's 66, and all he has to do is just put bat and ball and sort of guide that through the covers 4.
Yeah, it was certainly wrapped and delivered from Jack Home that time to Bulbulia. It's a slowish full toss outside the off stump, makes absolutely no mistake and which is exactly what you would expect from him. So South Africa are, you have to say, fighting back. 61 for the loss of 2 it was. These two put on 77 already.
I hear what you're saying about that target still. However, I always say get yourself in a position. Another full toss, and this time it's worked on the onside. By Babulia, the chase is on. So he's going to get there, but it's going to be a comfortable 3. And are we seeing signs that the weather, the heat, the wind, the sun, everything here might have been taking its toll here on the England team? It's not the start that Jack Home wanted.
No, and he brought him on to just give something different. It was getting to be much of the same from Farhan Ahmed, and South Africa in this over already. Mohamed Bulbulia taken 7 off the first 2 deliveries. It's now an opportunity for Jason Rowles, and that's a better delivery from Jack Home. Now they are protecting the leg side there, Eugene. They've got a man at deep backward square. They've got a man on long leg on the boundary, and
they've got a sweeper on the point boundary.
Yeah, so they are now into defence mode, not attack from an England point of view. They still have got a slip. And that's as easy as you like, just nudge down into that square leg region, and Rowles will come through for a single. So I think Ezra was saying, he was saying earlier on that he felt that England had sort of moved into one-day mode here with the type of field that they're setting, and South Africa needing another 176 in 40 overs. 39 overs and a couple of balls, are now faced with a situation where they don't have an attacking field. They don't have fielders right in front of their face. They're being given ball, deliveries that they can work around for singles. So the approach from them, they don't have to be aggressive even to be able to get those 3-4 runs and over.
No, they don't. And it's just about the time here. And for me, I think this game lies here with South Africa. How they play.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah, it's still a lot of runs, but South Africa are putting themselves in a position where they can come out off the tee, and if they can still have these 2 here, they still got batters to come that can score quickly as well. So all in all, are we still in for a little bit of entertainment here post tee?
Oh, it certainly could be. I mean, you're saying you've got Hansen, Pahlama Hloka to come. Nearly, it's post lunch, Eugene. De Villiers, Mason, Mokoena. You have got, as you say, batters that can keep the game moving on. We know that Jason Rowles has got his eye in now. He's got 36 off 72, so scoring at a strike rate of 50. And his partner at the other end, Bulbulia, he's got a better strike rate than that, which is unusual. If you're looking at, unusual, but looking at the first innings, it was Bulbulia that had the slower strike rate.
Well, these are the danger period for Bulbulia.
Yeah.
74 of 105. He got out in the 80s in the first innings.
Yeah.
So the next sort of 20 runs is sort of the danger period for him.
He's in it now, Ahmed, and over the wicket to the right-hander. See him going back again to the spinner. Not as many oohs and ahs from the England fielders. Archie Vaughan keeping himself in at slip. He doesn't have anybody short in on the offside for the leg break bowler.
Yeah.
Oh, and that...
what a stop. What a hand that is from Minto. It's been a tough old test match for the left arm seamer, but he's still contributing out there in the field.
And that is excellent. That's something that the England team, you sense they need something from a lift, just to lift them a little bit. It's all gone a little bit quiet there. They got that breakthrough quite soon after the lunch break. Adnan Lakhidin caught behind off Jack Home. But since then, it's been the partnership that developed that 139 these two scored in the first innings. And they've done very well again for South Africa, 83 so far. And you're right, I think you're right. I mean, Eugene, this is the partnership that South Africa will be looking to say, okay, still be there at tea. You know, we've got how long?
18 minutes.
18 minutes before tea. See of any kind of threat from Tazim Ali. That's just way too short. He probably misses out there. Does Rouse?
Oh. Cape Fox just shows the nature of this pitch, isn't it? It is a belter of a pitch. Not real pace in it, no real demons. Just go out there and bat.
It's held up so well over the 4 days. It's better from Ali. Just tossing that one up a little bit more. He's tended to be a little bit short when he's trying to bowl it quicker. As you say, Eugene, really hasn't been that much turn on offer. It's played nicely, and it'll be Ahmed coming in from a wideish third on the boundary to field. So South Africa just being able to work it around. Little risk involved here.
Well, it looks like they're going to score well and truly over 100 runs here. In this session. And if they can keep it down to 1. So let's see, let's go a little bit forward. Let's fast forward this game and see. Oh, what a good shot by Babulia. Once again, good feet by the youngster. Allowing him to hit that ball through points. Can only be 2 runs, but that's excellent stuff. In fact, this could be more.
It's missed by 3 fielders, the wicket-keeper and the 2 that were supposed to be following up. And those are just signs that the England fielders are starting to weary a little bit in the field. Didn't get behind that one. That was the wicket-keeper and then 2 fielders backing up, allowed it to go through. And South Africans went through for a second run. There shouldn't have been a second there.
Third, actually.
Was a third, sorry, third when there shouldn't have been a third. And thank you, Eugene. 148 now, I think it is, for 2.
So let's say 15 minutes. What's that? Let's make that 4 overs.
Yeah, probably 4, maybe with Ali bowling. Yeah, probably 4, maybe 5 overs.
Let's say 4 overs,
Yeah,
and
4
that
overs.
let's go. They score 4 runs and over, which
Yeah.
they have been doing now recently. That's 16 runs. Add 16 runs to that total there. Just for my maths,
Yeah.
it's probably easier to go with 20. Let's do
Yeah,
that.
do 20. That's fine. Yeah.
That's 160. Takes
Yeah.
you to 168. What is that short? Big.
Yeah.
And that is what they want. They want the game in their hands. They want to control matters. And this is what these two have allowed South Africa to do. And that's brilliant. And I said, when this inning started, I wanted to see South Africa, the batsmen, show character.
Yeah.
And this is what they've done. So far. Let's not forget. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Now we did see South Africa in that first innings, in their post-tea session, was where the wickets did start to fall, and they lost 6 wickets they lost for about 60 runs, and this is beautifully played by Rouse through the covers, and they'll come back for the 3rd once again. This is good stuff from and they'll come back for the 3rd once again. This is good stuff from South Africa. That is the 150 up for South Africa, and that's 150 as we now, we don't have the scoreboard here, but from the calculations that I have, that last 50 coming up very quickly for South Africa off 13 over, so batting at 4 and over.
Pulled,
beautiful.
hard. That's going to go away to the boundaries for sure. There it goes. Hits the rope. Well, it's just seeming so easy here for South Africa. But they still got to keep working, keep fighting.
Yes,
Bullia and Rolls. What a partnership.
Yeah, once again, these two now 91 they've put on for the second wicket. Put on 139 in that first innings. And as Eugene is saying, so key for South Africa, this partnership. Just accelerating the run rate at the moment.
Oh, but Bullia needs to go.
He's going to be safe, safely home. It looked like he probably would have made it anyway. A bit of hesitation. And that can sometimes be the undoing of you. They get through safely for the single. So 9 off the over so far from Jack Home. And you sense this will probably be his last over in this spell.
It's been very indifferent from a man that has had a really good match. But these two, Bullia 84, Jason Rolls into the 40s now. Run rate achieved, sitting at 4 runs to the over. Down the leg side. And this is what I said when we had this conversation with Jan Ferreira yesterday. I said, you can't come out and say, listen, let's go for it.
Yeah.
You've got to put yourself in a position where you say, right, I'm in control. South Africa's in the control, and say, listen, we'll now dictate how we're going to go. And I think these two, with the way they've applied themselves and played, I think they've put themselves in there. It was a good first wicket partnership as well.
Yes.
With Van Schalkwyk, they set the tone. Luckily played a little bit of a waft outside that off stump. But look at that there, 84 from Bullia, Rolls 40, and it's come at a very quick click here.
Yes. So just for that last 50, Eugene, so it went from 100 for 2 after 30.1 overs to 152 for 2 off 39.3 overs. So 9 overs and 2 balls for the third 50 for South Africa, batting at just over 5 to the over. So it has been a productive period, and one where England just seemed to have flagged a little bit in the field as well as with the bowling attack. And Tazeem Ali is going to be coming in again from the Coetzenburg end. Just felt Archie Vaughan kept himself on just a little bit too long. He'd gone for 4, and he went for 4.5 and over in his 6 overs. And whilst Ahmed looked threatening to begin with, it all ended up being that they were playing him quite well towards the end.
The word I'm looking for here, the word that I'm going to say here is control.
Yeah.
And again, when I had this conversation with Paul Adams, on the coaching staff South African 19, he said all they wanted was somebody to give them a little bit of control.
Yeah.
And I think in England here, they're looking for somebody to do that, not necessarily take wickets. Give me a little bit of quiet overs where we can just keep them quiet, put a little pressure on them, but they haven't been able to do that, especially in the last 20 or so minutes here.
And just see, it's almost, from a one-day cricket, it's almost like we're looking at middle overs here in one-day cricket, where you've just been able to let the scoreboard tick along. You've got getting almost a run a ball. It doesn't look difficult for them at the moment.
2 runs away from a 100-run partnership.
And how good have these two been for South Africa, Bullia and Rouse? It's again played very nicely into the offside and go through for the single as Minto does the fielding. And so now
I think we should stop saying.
I think that
Yeah.
they've been really good. They've assessed the situation well. Bullia has been working trends. We know he plays well off the back foot. He's trusted his instincts. That's neatly played by Rouse, and that will be the 100 partnership for the partnership of Bullia and Rouse, and it's not yet been, I think, applauded by the players there in the dressing room, but that is the 100 partnership
What a partnership.
for them.
Yeah, what a partnership.
And that's beautifully tickled into the leg side again off the pads, and outstanding from Bullia and Rouse. So this over already from Tazeem Ali has gone for 5 with just the 1 ball left. And South Africa maintaining this run rate. As you say, reassess at T, and they're going into T potentially. It's
Well, it just shows how quickly they've scored it. The 100-run partnership coming off 148 deliveries.
wow.
And that just shows the control that these two have out there. 8 minutes to go to the tea break. We could be in for the long haul here, Mr. King.
Yeah, we could certainly. I mean, South Africa now, they need 155, and they have 36 overs. Sorry, it's 155. Is it one? Yeah, it is 155, and they have a minimum of 36 overs in which to get that 155. So, yes, it is just over the 4 runs to the over. And Eugene's doing the calculation there.
No, I'm not actually.
I thought you were.
Because you were spot on. You were spot on. 155 it is.
So let's have a look and see what that will be from a run rate point of view. That's nicely played once again by Bulbulia off his hip. Yeah. So South Africa just continuing to amass the runs, and England struggling to find a way through. 4.5, is it?
4.5 gets them across the line in this chase.
And at home now, he's going to be around the wicket to Rouse. Rouse 8 away from his second 50 in the match. Neatly played into the leg side once again as he just strays down to the onto the pads of Rouse. And England, who were really vocal after that wicket of Lahidin, and also when it just felt like Ahmed had some kind of control. He did seem to have some kind of control for a while, maybe a few overs that he was really troubling the South African batters, but they have taken that and turned it around.
Oh, don't be doing that. That's why I said this is the period where Bulbulia, he got out, he played beautifully straight, and then decided to work one square of the wicket off the leg spin and got bowled. There he flashes outside that off stump, something he doesn't do that often. And I'm still looking at my clock here.
You are still looking at your clock. 6 minutes before the tea break, and he would be absolutely mortified with himself, wouldn't he, if he got himself out now?
You would have had to drag him off this field.
I think so.
You that.
I've seen some batters walk off slowly in my time, but that would be another one, I'm sure. Oh, played that beautifully once again. There is protection in the deep.
He's pulled well.
He has, hasn't he?
He gets on top of the ball so well. He hails there from the potch area.
Yeah.
But he plays that so well. And
I just love the way he sets himself up for that short delivery. He seems to have so much time. And on this wicket, if you're bowling that kind of length, you really can't expect too much. And you're going to get pulled around the corner all day, every day. It's not a wicket that rewards you for short bowling. He just sways out of the way of that one, does Riles.
Well, the only ones we did see was, I think it was the captain, Archie Vaughan, that went with a short, wide one, and I'm not sure what he tried to do. Tried to pull it, but it edged that to the keeper, and then it wasn't, in fact, Lahidin as well, that succumbed to a ball that was short, but it was wide, and it was somebody that they really went after it, rather than getting themselves in trouble.
It's again neatly played by Rouse, and Ali does the fielding at mid-wickets. End of the over from home. It's 42 gone. South Africa 165 for 2, and 104 partnership between Bulbulia and Rouse. Both of them having done well in the first innings as well, put on 139 for the third wicket. South Africa relying on them again here. 61 for 2. You felt at that stage with Lahidin out, if England had picked up another wicket, that they would have fancied their chances of perhaps getting a few more. But the partnership between the number 3 and number 4 for South Africa has stood firm.
Yeah, it's going to be about even, what do you make at 120 runs potentially at this session could yield? They're 3 runs away from that.
They started off the session, say 48 for 1, so yeah, just the 3 runs away from 120. And you'd be very happy with that if you were South Africa.
Yeah, you'll
Just
be
the one
ecstatic.
wicket.
You'll be ecstatic.
A run a minute. Archie Vaughan now is going to bring himself on, replacing Tazim Ali. Ali, not as effective as we perhaps would have expected him to be. He's bowling into the wind. The wind is coming across the field, sort of from left to right. Sorry, from right to left, should I say, as we're looking at it. Apologies. From right to left. It's very nicely played, and that fielding done at a wideish mid-off. It's Dork. It's not Dork. It's Mays out there. Is it, or is it? Oh, it's Jack Holmes.
Jack
sorry.
Holmes out there.
Jack Holmes. Apologies. So, what are we talking about? 3 minutes before the tea break. Maybe one more over after this. Archie Vaughan over. Neatly played into the leg
If
side.
I'm Archie Vaughan, I will make this the last over.
Yeah, just try and slow it down.
Just slow it down. He's trying his best. The clock is
He is.
ticking. Just depends how umpire shares he thinks about matters there. So
Yeah.
listen,
Come on, Bonnie.
been outside here for far too long. Let me go and have a cup of tea.
Yeah.
And a spoon.
Yes, Bonnie boy.
Yes, I must say the hospitality here at Coetzenburg Oval over these last few days of this test match have been absolutely outstanding. So really to say thank you for Stellenbosch University and whoever is the organising committee, people organising this event at this venue. Been absolutely outstanding, and can only say thank you to them for that. And I'm sure that the players and support teams and officials would only agree with that sentiment.
There you go. I don't know if he did do himself the service there, but I think that
That's
might be
yeah,
that
that's it,
taking
yeah.
us through to
yeah, there was a little bit of a low five there.
Through
He's
tea.
saying, yeah, okay, that worked, Jack. It's fine.
Good, Andy, yeah. All good.
hopefully he didn't do himself
Let's hope he didn't.
this,
No, it's just
the service there. No.
Come on.
You gotta know what time it is.
yeah. And
We're practically gonna go to tea. Don't lose your wicket. We saw South Africa lose a wicket on the stroke of lunch.
and this Rouse going back and
That's Babulia though.
yeah. Oh, sorry, Raoul, listen to me, Bubulia. Yeah, indeed.
I'll keep you right
You
here,
will.
okay,
You will.
Fox.
Yeah. Seems like it must have been a long session for me as well here. But he's on 90. He doesn't want to throw it away now. He's got 80. He got 88 in the first innings. He's looking at a potential under 19 Test century, and that's much better from Bubulia.
Well,
he moves to 91. And
Jason
that
Rolls.
will
Jason
be
Rolls
tea.
has run off. He says, right, I'm going to have myself a cup of tea. And what a session it's been. Just one short of 120 runs in that session for the loss of just the one wicket of Lachadin. And these two, Babulia on 91 and Jason Rolls on 44, have amassed a magnificent ton partnership here between them. And they literally have put South Africa in a position where they now can say, we are in control of this match, and we can say how we're going to go in pursuit of that 317 runs. Tell you folks, you're going to come back here, and this is one session away from what truly will be a magnificent bit of cricket here, and that is what's needed from both these teams, one feels.
Thank you. We'll be back with you then after the tea break in about 20 minutes' time. Welcome back to the final session of this, the fourth day of this test match between SA Under-19 and England Under-19 here at the Coetzenburg Oval. It is going to be an interesting session. South Africa, they are looking at just under 149 runs that they are looking at to get over the line in this test match. England need 8 wickets, or they need to restrict South Africa, and it is going to be an interesting final session, as we say. I'm James King, the Cape Fox, and with me here Ezra Poole. Ezra, it certainly was not what we foresaw. Perhaps at the beginning of the day, South Africa have batted exceptionally well, and the two batters at the crease at the moment, Mohamed Bulbulia and Jason Rouse, with a partnership that is worth 107 at the moment, have set South Africa into a position where they potentially could push for a win in this match.
No, 100%. But I still feel that England's in control, because you can have different lines of how you want to stop a game. So you can, for instance, come on, bowl in the rough outside leg side if you want, or you can set a completely offside field and just bowl wide. So you're still in control. It's not like South Africa has come and they've played a massive amount of shots. They just kind of stuck to their game because England's just allowed it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It has been not as incisive as England would have wanted from their bowling attack today, given the opportunity really from getting that lead of 316, giving South Africa a really tough target, 317 in 77 overs. And South Africa 61 for 2 at one stage, but now 168 for 2. And the last 50 runs have come at about just over 5 runs and over. So 4.38 is the equation per over to get South Africa over the line in 77 overs. But I'm with you. We did mention this throughout the day, saying that England, if they see that the game seems to be slipping away from them, they will perhaps go to that negative bowling. They're going to try and restrict the batters. But it does look very much like a one-day field for Alex French. He's going to be bowling for the first time from the Easter River end. He'll be bowling the first over after tea. And that's a good delivery first up from him. Just defended into the offside. Bulbulia on 91 off 122 balls and 123 balls, and he's been excellent once again in this innings.
Just simple game plan, to be honest with you, James. Nothing extraordinary, attacking or anything like that. Just stuck to his guns. He's a guy that likes to occupy the crease. Just feel that England's obviously tried a lot of different things too. There was a little period between the 40s that I think they kind of had it right, but then afterwards it was just a little bit all over the place for him, and capitalized on that.
And he looks so strong when he's playing off the back foot, and he's able to play also straight off the back foot. His defensive technique was tested against Farhan Ahmed. He came through. That was difficult, I think. A couple of occasions when he perhaps played back, and he had to get the line, had to get his bat down on the ball. A few oohs and ahs from England, but he saw his way through that, as you said, and he's come out and done so well. And his scoring rate excellent, and he's batting at a strike rate of about 75, and that really is very good, especially when you batting in the 4th innings of a match on a pitch that we did see has got a little bit of wear, but it's held up exceptionally well.
Beautiful wicket to play on. Wasn't, like I said, there wasn't a lot of demons out there. Just think that sometimes maybe England just got their lines wrong. Just the overall planning, how they wanted to go about stopping or getting a wicket or when to attack. I think that is maybe, but it's something that we expect.
Yes.
Especially being at this age.
Yeah, the aspect of game management you're talking about is something you don't expect that to be top draw at this age. It's something I mean, you have Archie Vaughan, I think, captaining in a test match for the first time, Benjamin Hansen and the entire team from South Africa, except for Martin Kamalo, who's played one first-class match, have never played four-day cricket. So you are expecting that they're not going to necessarily have that game management aspect, and it's something even from a senior cricket aspect that we sometimes don't see. As it looks like Alex French is pulled up here, and he's going to be leaving the field a bit gingerly. I don't quite know what happened there, but Joe Moore's onto the field in his place, and it's going to be Jack Home to take his place. He looks troubled as he walks off the field. Alex French.
See that left ankle of his looks like it has a reinforcement there.
Yeah, that's
Home coming on now.
Yeah, a bit of a lowish bouncer from him. Goes through to the wicket keeper. So this session now very important for both teams. This first half an hour after tea, how will South Africa go about this from a run-making point of view? Probably very much the same way they have been throughout. It's nice from Rouse. Only going to take the single. Just rides the bounce nicely and goes through for that one. He's just now 3 runs short of a second successive half century in this match. He's been a lot more watchful in this innings than he was in the first.
Obviously, bit of a, how can you say, looked a little bit unsettled when he got to the crease. The more balls he faced, I think, and the more time he took just to let himself acclimatize to the conditions, I think then obviously with that just looked a lot more settled.
Yeah. I mean, you were saying earlier on, I mean, you were expecting that he may well go and try and use his feet a bit more to the spinner. He resisted that temptation
he did.
to do that, and so that on a young, I mean, probably an older head on young shoulders that we saw there from him, that he was actually prepared to hold back his natural game in the interest of making sure the team were able to, certainly if not win this match, then we're going to be able to draw the match by not losing that wicket. So I thought that was very good from him.
Yeah. No, but the interesting point that you make there, although he resisted, it was still easy for him to score.
Yeah.
So they allowed certain areas to stay open for him, and then he would just knock the ball in there. You know, just when they feel that they're building a little bit of pressure on him, it will just be released maybe by a misfield or something like that, or maybe just not the best field placing, I would say. And then he could naturally just work the ball away.
Yeah.
So you can basically, with time, they will see, as they become more experienced, what kind of batsman. His body language tells you a lot. How he stands, how he sets up. You can see whether he's an attacking guy, whether he's actually very patient.
Yeah.
That is kind of, he's in sync with his game.
He moves to 48 with that shot into the offside. Farhan Ahmed coming on for the first time today from the Coetzenburg end. He's bowled exclusively his previous 15 overs from the Easter River end, which is where we're commentating from, where our camera position is situated. That's Bulbulia now on 92. Facing up to Ahmed. He's going to be around the wicket still to the right-hander. And all those catches that were in those short positions are gone, except for the slip, the captain himself, Vaughan. And Bulbulia on strike.
Yes, Mizzy! Yeah, boy!
It's played to that ring of fielders. There's 2 fielders on the leg side in short. One man at a shortish mid-wicket, the other one, okay, he's not that short in there at square leg, but just trying to prevent him from getting the single.
That'll bring a wicket here, where's he?
You would think on that leg side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll be a lot like a leg stump line, I would imagine. So you're looking to blend the ball on leg stump. Maybe he's going to make a mistake to try and maybe whip it through there too hard.
So they've restarted England here with that negative tactics that you were talking about when we first came on air after tea. The line is exactly where he's been bowling, just on the pads. That one is a little bit more outside the line of the off stump, and he'll just go through for the single.
England obviously showing a lot of faith in Ahmed.
Yeah.
He's bowling in 16th over.
I mean, that 16-year-old was picked for the England Lions touring party that came out here before Christmas to South Africa. I was impressed with him then.
Did he play a lot of the games, James? Do you know?
Yeah, he played in that. He played in that match against the South African Invitation 11. They only had the one competitive match when they were on their tour, on their camp here. But just think the opportunity to be out here for them and have that opportunity on the type of wickets we've been looking at here at the coast. I mean, they were at Western Province Cricket Club for that 4-day match. And he certainly held his own in that team with some much older players. I mean, the average age there probably 22, somewhere around there in that England team. Rocky Flintoff, who's also 16, actually then he went with the England Lions to Australia for their tour there. But Farhan Ahmed preferred him to come here for the under-19 tour. Jack Holmes going to continue. He took over from Alex French in the middle of that last over. The field spread very wide for Mohamed Bulbulia. And that's beautifully guided down to third man for a single. So now, Ezra, you're South Africa's coach now. Say you're Malabongwe Maketa. What would you have said to the guys at tea time? I mean, 149 to win. In that stage, it was they had, I think it was 30. How many overs was it? It was 34 overs to get those runs.
So I'll just be saying, just keep going, guys.
Yeah.
I think the run rate and everything that you're going at is actually superb. It's not the kind of run rate that you would look or you would think that a team would be able to go with.
Yeah.
When we saw this morning, we were thinking that 300, maybe less than 300, England was in the game. Maybe in hindsight now you're thinking that extra runs could come in handy as England goes along. Because as you can see now, South Africa is basically dictating the pace.
Yeah.
So if England want to stop the flow of runs, they got to say that, listen, I want to bowl wide outside off stump. I want to set the field accordingly, maybe a 7-2 field, trying to block that easy run that they're getting down to third man, and make them try and do something different at this moment in time. If England's going to sit on this, you'll find that it's going to become a really exciting last hour.
And a huge appeal from Jack Holmes and the wicket-keeper. In fact, everybody, including Square Leg, I think, were up with that one. And umpire Shezi is signalling not out. He looks a little bit unhappy with the appeal, maybe. And so we'll have a look at this one again. Into Bulbulia. And it looked like he was well underneath the line of the ball there. Maybe they heard a noise. Bulbulia sort of indicating the fact that he wasn't anywhere near it as well. So, bit of a teapot there from Jack Holmes. It's the double teapot, the double-handled teapot. So England looking for a breakthrough.
Actually need a breakthrough.
They do, don't they?
do.
They do. And I think, you know, maybe using those words, looking for a breakthrough, has been in fact why they haven't got the breakthrough. Is that, they looked very good when they were bowling to a plan. Farhan Ahmed in that over before lunch. That's not going to trouble Bulbulia on that occasion. He had that plan. He was bowling outside the off stump to Jorik van Schalkwyk. Van Schalkwyk played the shot which led to his dismissal because he had to reach for it and got the top edge. But you felt then that even after lunch, for the first few overs, he was bowling to a plan.
Yeah.
They had a plan against Lakhdin, it worked. They got his wicket, but then once Rouse came in, he and Bulbulia were able to absorb the pressure, and that meant that England stopped doing what they were doing well. So at the end of the over, 46 gone. It's 176 for 2. South Africa got 31 overs now, at minimum 31 overs to face in this last couple of hours of this match. And an hour and 50 minutes to close, but they have to bowl those 31 overs. And Rouse is going to go through for the single, and he'll get there easily, as will Bulbulia, and that is 50 for Jason Rouse, his second of the match. And he raises his bat to the dressing room, and well he might. It's been an excellent innings from the Gauteng left-hander. He has done a fantastic job for his team, and him and Mohamed Bulbulia continue to build their partnership. 118 it is. South Africa now needing 140 runs. England 8 wickets to win this match. All 3 results possible still today. Though you sense it's getting closer to
one side.
One side, yep. And with the draw still probably the favourite here, but who knows?
Yeah, who knows? So, for me, that was also an area that England could have looked at, because they saw it in the first innings. So what he'll do is he'll try and stay slightly leg side of the ball, just knock it into covers and then run well. So it's maybe an area that they could have thought about and said, listen, like there for instance, Raul's very strong in that area. So my question is, what's Ahmed's plan at the moment? Are you just running in at bowling? Or are you saying, listen, I want to get tight on the stumps, I want to get on the leg side, maybe just outside leg stump line? Or should I bring somebody over from the leg side onto the off side? So for me, that was the whole issue, following the way that England went. As the game progressed, this innings progressed.
It's very nicely played once again by Bulbulia. Just a single out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. But to take your point, Ezra, they seem to have a plan. Once the wicket of Lakhdin went down, even before lunch, they seemed to have a plan. They put the batters under a little bit of pressure. Ahmed was bowling to that particular plan. But as the innings has gone on longer, as these two have basically negated all those plans that they put in place, it has been difficult for them to maintain any kind of control. Oh, he's got the wicket. That is given by umpire Ntuli. Jason Rouse looks completely nonplussed by that, and he's upset by maybe some words that were said at that time, and umpire Shezi is getting involved now and just trying to understand what has happened here. But it is given out, caught behind by umpire Ntuli, and Jason Rouse, after an excellent 51, he has to make his way back to the pavilion. See if we see this one again, Ezra. So just going.
Looks like he's caught behind.
Yeah, he is caught behind. Yeah.
Yeah, but it looked like couldn't have been anywhere close to that.
Yeah. So umpire Ntuli giving Jason Rouse out. He looked very upset with the decision, didn't he? And for good measure, Roo took the bails off, but it wasn't given out to LBW. It wasn't given out stumped. It was certainly given out caught behind, and it's interesting to see now how South Africa are going to approach this with the loss of that wicket. A brilliant partnership of 119 between Bulbulia and Rouse, and England have opened up an end here. It's captain though, Benny Hansen, coming into bat. And South Africa will be looking to him to play a captain's innings here. We use those words quite maybe loosely, but it is certainly very important for him. They can't afford now, South Africa, to lose a couple of wickets in quick succession.
So what happened with Benny Hansen in the first innings? It just looked like he was a little bit overwhelmed by the situation at that particular time. So it was more like when he came to the wicket, it was like helter-skelter. Yeah. He was playing shots at every little ball. He was playing a reverse sweep. He was playing the normal sweep. I just think you just got to know that Bulbulia is there and he will hold it together. So he's just got to make sure that he gets himself in, because by nature he's a quick scoring batsman.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that he has to go there and play a lot of different shots. He's just good. Same, a little bit similar to Bulbulia, the way that he can manipulate the field. So I just think that he's just got to make his way into the game slowly but surely.
Yeah, as you say, just he's batting it. I think it was a runner ball, or maybe
That's correct.
In that first innings. I think it was 15 in that first innings it was, but playing a number of shots, 15 off 18 deliveries with 3 boundaries. So, as you say, probably just needs to rein that in. Get in first. That's what you need to do on this surface. Ahmed towards him now.
Catch it!
Well forward.
So these are the kind of moments for me that England's missing.
Yeah.
So you have a new batter at the crease. Ahmed's just taken a wicket. So what do you want to do? You want to put that new batter under pressure. Yes, South Africa is scoring quickly, but they're scoring quickly now only from the one side, because you have Bulbulia.
Yeah.
So now what you want to do is you want to get people around the bat as early as possible to Benny Hansen to say, right, if you want to take this game further, you got to be the one that's positive. We merely here just to see if you're going to make a mistake early doors. If he maybe gets away to a quick start, we can go back to the ring field, and then we can maybe set ourselves up like that. You see, that's just for me, just too easy. I mean, anyway you're going to bowl now, because he's on 96, he'll be able to work you into a gap.
Yeah, he's done really well, hasn't he? He's used that strength of his off the back foot just to guide the ball, as you're saying, down there to third man. Does bring Hansen on strike now, but Jack Home, I mean, apart from that spell that he had to Adnan Lakhedin when he was purposely putting the ball in short and he did get the wicket, he hasn't looked really dangerous. And the short ball has been sort of sitting up a bit. I mean, effort ball, not going to be able to bowl those consistently every single delivery. Interesting to see how they're going to go now for Hansen. Bringing a man in at a shortish mid-wicket. But they're not really attacking. They've got one slip in at almost a second slip. And don't have a third man on the boundary for Hansen.
The hard length, back of a length, for me is not the one that's going to work at all. Because the wicket, because of the slowness of the wicket, it's actually easier just to go, okay, I can just leave that, or I can play at it. If it does a little, I have enough time to kind of like counter that. So you want to be Jack Home and say, new batter in, I got to get it as full as possible. That's is for me the ideal length. So I want to test you on your front foot. I want to test you on your forward defensive. And a lot of times that bowlers, even here in South Africa, and we speak about it all the time, we try and say that at least you're going to be at least 60%, 70% full to see what his forward defense is like. And we put such a lot of time in it, just also working with the batters to say that, right, the danger for us is always going to be the full ball in South Africa. So let's make sure that we are able to cover that. The rest will come a little bit easier, but that for me is the key.
Yeah, and I mean, we have seen England throughout this tour, they've been really bowling too short on the wickets that we have here in the Cape. and that's a better length, but it's not the line there. It just allows Hansen to leave and gives him the chance to get in, and that is something that he'll be very mindful of.
But for me, that's good.
Yeah.
Because whatever was said in the change room now could have been, Benny, be positive when you go in. So if you consistently hitting that area, is going to feel that, okay, I've left a few, maybe I should have a drive at one that's kind of in that area, and that is when England bring themselves back into the game. Because we also saw that this is a bang type of wicket.
And a bit of a sort of a appeal for show there, maybe, looking for a little bit of luck perhaps on their side, but Hansen nowhere near that one down the leg side. Home finishes it over. So just to finish that point, Ezra, I mean, so patience initially now for Hansen is the key, but positivity, and I think they're just watching him. There is such a thing as a positive leave, isn't there?
No, there is. So we were lucky to have Kyle Abbott here by us for one season.
Okay.
So we always used to ask him, so Abbott, tell us what is your secret? I see you doing really well in England. So he said, I don't get tired of seeing a batsman playing it for a defensive shot at all. That tells me that I'm in a good area.
Yeah.
And with that learnings, if you take this learnings of bowling on a wicket like this, and you might go to Western Province Cricket Club where it might be a little green, it might seam around. If you can consistently land it in a good area, that is when you come into play. But not every day can be your day.
No, absolutely. But you know, the thing is, if as well, you talk about bowling in partnerships as well. If you do have that one bowler, you talk about the Kyle Abbott type of bowler, the Dane Patterson type of bowler coming into at you and making you play. Then what happens is from the other end, maybe the batter's looking for the release shot against the other bowler.
Oh, well done.
Bulbulia on 97, looking for what would be an outstanding 100 from him. He's been the mainstay of South Africa's batting in both this innings and the first innings. 88 in the first, 97 in the second innings. I just want to keep batting. And he plays that in the air over the man at square leg, and that is his 100. He takes off his helmet. He celebrates there to his teammates here in the changing rooms next to us here out on the field. Everybody applauding Mohamed Bulbulia as he goes to a well-deserved century. It's 101 for him, and he goes with what we've seen as a trademark shot of his over the field on the leg side.
If we look at that, that's just way short.
Yeah.
If I'm the number one spinner for England, I don't want to be bowling balls like that at all. So I think that with that, that's why I'm saying, I mentioned it earlier on. Yes, he did take a few wickets in the first innings, but I'm particularly disappointed the way that he went about this. All you're asking is for somebody to hold a particular line and length. But for me, it's just a little bit all over the place.
Yeah.
So I think South Africa has also recognized that, to say that if you play the first few just dot balls against him, he himself is going to give it away. Because it just looks like he's lacking a bit of patience. You know, so it's the ooh and ah, but has South Africa really been under pressure? Not at all.
No, they haven't been under pressure. You feel even since the loss of that Luckadin wicket, he just felt that when Rouse came in and he was very watchful in terms of how he played, he supported Bulbulia. Bulbulia then was able to express himself. He was given the deliveries to be able to play his shots that he would normally play.
And that for me is what it's about. It's about sticking to your guns, sticking to your game plan that you came with, and just being patient. And that's the thing. It's not that he had to be patient for very long, because for me it was almost like Ahmed was always looking to bowl the golden ball somewhere along the line. So if you keep out the good ones, you know somewhere along the line there's going to be a bad one coming along. So that is maybe where the learnings has got to come from his point of view. I know sometimes he jumps quickly from over the wicket to around the wicket.
Yeah.
But was he actually consistently in a good area, James? today?
No, he hasn't certainly been in a good area consistently. Jack home away from us now. Benny Hansen just leaves that alone on length more than anything else. But as you say, they weren't able to, and it's not even just with Farhan Ahmed. It's been all the bowlers were not able to exert the kind of pressure. Before tea, we were before the last commentary change, but half an hour before tea, we looked at how many maiden overs have been bowled. So at that stage, it was only 6 in the innings, and since then, I can't recall a maiden over being bowled. So England have not been able to stick to their disciplines. That's beautifully played by Hansen. He's given width and he's given the length, and he plays that beautifully through the offside. And that is his first runs. Comes with a boundary. So again there, England. Let's look at this one again, Ezra.
So just look at his setup where his left leg is. So that is so far outside leg stump. He's not going to get further than that, than where he was. So that means that anything wide outside off stump, he's just basically throwing his hands and he's hoping that he's getting there. And that is one of the kind of things that England has got to see and recognize and say, do you know what, guys, if we just hold maybe a 6-7 stump line on a good length, let him come at us. And those are the kind of things that I'll be looking at technique-wise of the England batters. There's so many things you can work with. And I'm a little bit disappointed because it looks to me like there was a pre-idea that when you come to South Africa, the ball is going to zip through.
Yeah.
It won't necessarily in the Western Cape.
No. And, just easily able to evade that one from Jack Home. So, yeah, I mean, here in the Western Cape, the wickets are certainly, they're not generally not fast wickets. You generally don't have the ball coming on how you would expect perhaps it would come on up country. Everybody talks about how fast the wickets are in South Africa, but that isn't necessarily the case here. So, and you've got to play with those conditions, and you feel that perhaps they missed a trick there. It's just behind that one nicely as Hansen, where they just haven't been hitting the lengths particularly that consistently will enable you to get the best benefit out of the wickets. And so you have to say, okay, looking at the preparation, looking at the England Lions tour before Christmas, they would have learnt some of that surely. Would they not have shared that with their under-19 colleagues to bring that into play? They've already played they've played a warm-up game in 3 one-day internationals before this test. And still they're persisting with that short of a length. And South Africa have shown after that first one-day international that they've been able to counter that perfectly. And in this test match as well now, taking it into the final session on the 4th day, South Africa probably wouldn't have been expected to have batted as well as they have done in this 4-day test.
So I agree with you on all the things. For me, it's just that they've missed the trick, to be honest with you. So you're looking at, guys, yes, the Lions were here, and what I've heard from some of the feedback from the players that the wicket wasn't the best.
No.
So hence there wasn't a lot of people that got a lot of runs in the game because the ball would stand up and it was a little bit underprepared and so forth and so forth. But I'm pretty sure that a lot of these players and the staff have been to South Africa before.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to say that they will come with basically a short ball tactic, especially in a test match. You should have by now known that the danger ball is the one that is full and straight.
Yeah.
And have we really honestly tested South Africa to say that we've been there more often than not? I don't think so.
No.
So, I mean, England will go back and regroup, but then I also think that watching Moore in the ODIs, I think he kind of started to get it right in the right kind of area. I was quite surprised that he didn't make the team. So for me, I just think that if they go and they think about it, and should they even have like a heat map and looking at the areas that the ball's been pitched in, they'll find that it's a bit inconsistent in terms of good length.
Yeah.
So it's during the over. If we look at this, let's look at Farhan's over as he goes along.
Okay.
Right, he's just gone there. He's gone for one. This will be, I think, is the second ball.
Yeah, he's bowled his second ball already, just slightly short of a length to Hansen. He was able to go back and play that a little bit in the air, but to mid-on, no danger. Oh, he bowled him. Bowled him. And that is, he goes forward, and that is a huge wicket for England.
You must stop it. Stop it when he's going forward.
So we're going to have a look at this again, Ezra. You take us through this dismissal, but it is the captain who is gone for 4.
If you look at that setup, his left leg is completely outside leg stump. How are you going to cover the off stump line? That's the one for me. Because the furthest it can goes on middle, and then you have to try and make another movement, and that's where the gap is. So for me, it's just like, it takes England too long to see those kind of things.
Yeah.
And for me, that's the danger. So here we go. It's outside leg stump. Remember, he's got to try and push outside off stump. If he's standing there, he's not going to get there because that's the trigger movement. Then he's going to go again. So that's a full stretch, and he's just outside off stump.
Yeah.
So it's clear that there are certain areas that I think they can work on and they can be much better.
Yeah, and as you say, we're just talking about that as we were in commentary and saying just that their method of attack, or their lines and their lengths, just not in the right place, and then he lands one absolutely perfectly for the batter that's out there. So it is about doing that. I mean, they do their analysis. They've got an analyst with them. They've got all the camera angles. You're talking about the heat map. You're talking about where they're going to, the plans they're going to execute, and that was a plan that was well executed against Hansen. Good analysis, interesting analysis there, Ezra, just in terms of how he sets himself up, Benny Hansen. And South Africa now 4 down for 190 as Latabo Pahlamahloka comes to the wicket. And South Africa now potentially, you would think maybe the win is out of the question. We don't know yet. But England have fought back, and in the 35 minutes since tea have taken 2 wickets to Farhan Ahmed. He'll have his tail up now.
Oh, is it? Yes, Muzi.
So like you say, we've now discussed all of those things and the different plans. So if we can see it here, I'm pretty sure that the coaching staff can also see it.
Yeah.
But so it has to come down to execution for me. So are you consistent enough to get it in a good area? Are you consistent enough to get it in a certain area for a certain batsman that plays a certain way?
Yeah.
So those are the kind of things that we got to look at as the whole package.
Yeah, in South Africa, as you say, they'll also be taking the learnings from this and understanding how are they playing, what are the things they should be looking at. You do sense, I mean, so my experience of what we've seen from Western Province Cricket Club wickets in this season that they have played on is that they do probably take more turn than what we've seen here. It's going to be a wicket that is going to perhaps offer the England spinners a little bit more. So it's important over the next few days that they're going to be able to work on some of these plans against them.
Oh, Wizzy.
So
Wizzy.
we saw that in the first innings, Latabo was dismissed as soon as Ahmed came around.
Okay.
He's come to the crease, he's had 4 balls to bowl at him, and he hasn't once thought, okay, the guy that I got that was unsure outside off stump, I'll go around immediately.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So now he stayed over the wicket. Yes, he just dismissed somebody there. But you got to think that maybe there was a good way of just taking a different angle at it. Played it at balls unnecessarily outside off stump. Go immediately to that, because then you're putting South Africa under pressure if you get them 5 down.
Yeah, absolutely. And the batter's going to remember that, isn't he? He's going to remember 100%. That he was out with the bowler coming around the wicket, feeling for one. So just playing with the batter's mind, and it's those small things that you just look at that from a game management point of view. As Home is in, tries the short ball again to Bulbulia, and he's not going to be worried about that at all.
The one thing that I can give him is he's a wholehearted cricketer.
Yeah.
He's never going to run in for you. And those are good characteristics to have, because certain wickets will suit him, but he's just got to know when to switch on and when to hit certain areas. Nothing wrong with bowling short ball. I love it. But you can't consistently kind of be there,
No.
especially if the wicket is not responding to what you're trying to do.
Yeah, and I mean, he has been coming in, he's been bowling that hard length, back of a length, or he's been putting in the short ball, and he is, as you say, a wholehearted cricketer, fantastic effort with the bat as well. In the first innings, well, been asked to bowl some of the short stuff as well to the South Africans, and he's been given the ball here after Alex French pulled up halfway through his over, and he was in from the other end initially, and now he's going to be bowling to Pahlamahlaka.
So I would be sitting saying, he knows that I can bowl a short ball. So what am I going to do now is I'm going to go full and straight and just test whether he's going to come forward or not. So it's just the small little details like that. The idea was right. It's just he just lacked a little bit in terms of line.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of idea. So now he's thinking, ooh, I was hanging back there. What do I do now? Do I come forward? Yes. Keep testing him there on the front foot.
Definitely. I mean, early on, he wants to be able to do that. See if he's just getting it in that, what they call the corridor of uncertainty outside that off stump. Just, is it going to go for the top of off? Is it going to just be outside? That's exactly what he wants to do. And there, Pahlamahlaka playing at that one, just pulls his bat away, but I think it was after the fact, and it goes through to Thomas Roux. So England with those 2 wickets.
So if you look at it, the way that he sets up as well, right? So he's at the wicket, he's come in, he's got a bit of a wide stance, he's a little bit low as he's sitting down. So you're thinking that he's carrying a lot of weight somewhere.
Yeah.
Wide stance, he's low, so somewhere the feet's not going to move here. So if I get it full, like really full, who knows what is going to happen? Oh, that's too high.
Yeah.
That's too high.
Yeah, but you say he's just that line was very good in that instance, and had him sort of reaching out in front of his pad, missed it, but it was too high. So he perhaps just wants to pitch it up that little bit more. Let's look at this.
Just look at that. There's the left foot is also out. He can't go further than that.
No.
If you're setting up and your left foot is outside leg stump, the next movement you're gonna make is to hold your head up.
Yeah.
As soon as you plant it on middle, you're not going to move from there.
No.
So those are the kind of things as players, as they go through their career, they got to start identifying those small little things. So that's perfect for me.
Yeah.
So now he had to play there because he couldn't move. So he's throwing his bat out there and he's walking afterwards. So he's opening himself up so much that you can't really get anywhere. So all you're doing is you're feeling for it.
Yeah.
He's actually wanting, please bowl short to me.
Yes.
He bowl short to me because he's actually thinking, okay, I want to score, so he's going to open himself up. But that for me are the small little things that South Africa's got to look at and England's got to look at going forward in this series.
And that one just wide outside the off stump. And thank you so much, Ezra. That's some fantastic analysis here from Ezra Poole. I'm going to take my leave of you and hand over to Eugene Molion. It's been an absolute pleasure commentating on this match, and we're hoping and looking forward to the next test match next week. But until then, you're going to have the company of Eugene Molion and Ezra Poole for the remainder of this game.
Thank you, James. Safe travels back to Cape Town. Enjoy now with the man with the hat. The legend, the 100-meter record holder in South Africa, Eugene Molion.
The build-up, and that is not for me. I'm talking about this game. It was all set very nicely at tea, and it was half an hour. And we all knew that it was going to be a very important half an hour. And there is the broadcast sponsor, Sisonke Tourism and Events Services, your destination management specialist, and they can put together a sporting package for your teams to come over to Southern Africa and not just enjoy the sights and sounds, but also enjoy some very good cricket, football, or whatever your sporting needs may be. Please go and find some more information there at sisonketours.co.za. That is their website, and you can get a lot of information out there. Ezra, I mean, this is why we love this format. Just when you think one team's on top, other team comes back. I mean, this is what you want from these youngsters. And the key that is becoming altogether bigger and bigger is Babulia. He's the glue. He's the cement. He's got to stay out there. He's had the foundation. He's built a few layers, building it up, building blocks, as they say.
Yeah.
He needs to complete it now, but just being there at the end.
Spot on, Eugene. I mean, there's nothing much I can say further after the praise that we've given him all day. I just love the mindset. He reminds me a lot of a young Hashim Amla, to be honest with you. It just looks like, you always feel that you're there, but you just don't seem to get through his defenses.
No, you don't. But look at this now. Men are plenty. I think I overheard. I hope I heard right. I thought that maybe Ahmed should come around. He got him around the wicket there in that first innings. That's chipped in the air. Oh dear.
Yes, yeah, boy.
He's thought, I'll stick over the wicket.
So, myself and James, we were speaking about it, and I kind of felt that I became really passionate about it. Was the plans has to be there. It's just the lack of execution for me. Yes, I understand that he's only 16 years old, but at least you got to show that you're a lot more consistent in a certain area. The variations and all of those things will come with time. But if you're showing me that from one particular area I can turn the ball, and that's the start that you, as a spinner, I can land it on a good area, I can play with it in the air and still land it in a good area. Other stuff will then come. How you set up the field, maybe the straighter one, when you come around the wicket, those kind of things.
Well, there'll be plenty of this now. Ooh, annoying. I think umpire shares he's going to go across to point because you can't see much from where he is. There's also less fielders on the offside. Now, picked up something, and I'm going to sort of bring you in here, is if Jack Holm is also going to be bowling the next over. Had a room made and sort of played that down to third man. They're going to come back for the second. The umpires are also stepping in a lot. We saw the dismissal of Rolls, and a few words must have been said. And the umpires are stepping in. Things are heating up there. I think England sense they might have a chance here.
There we go, coming around the wicket now.
Through for that single. Nice one. Looks like he's going to keep the strike. Baslam Maslaka. 196 after the loss of 4. 53 overs gone. Still 24 overs still remaining in the day's play.
Eugene, maybe I'm just old school, but I still feel that you're allowed to have a chat to the batsman. I mean,
As a fielding team.
As a fielding team. I mean, I don't think that anything rude must have been said. Yes, you want to be making the batsman think, but if you do it cleverly, if you talk to the batsman cleverly, it doesn't necessarily have to be rude or swearing or whatever it is. But just if you're creating doubt in his own ability the whole time, I think there's nothing wrong with it. I think the game needs that kind of thing.
Yeah. As long as it's not personal and of a rude nature, yep, I would agree with you. Just think the way Rolls was turning back there, I think it wasn't something that he particularly liked. But it was certainly stopped early doors. But I like the energy that Holm is bringing here to England.
As I was telling James, I just feel that the way that Latabo's setting up as a batsman, he's already showing to me that he's not the kind of guy that is going to come forward. Because where his front foot is outside leg stump, and then you have to make a movement to get it somewhere balanced and then make another movement. By that time the ball's on top of you. So I would, as home, just focus as full as possible. Yorker length would be the length for me, to be honest. I don't think he's going to come much further forward than what he did there.
And the nature of the game, the situation of the game also dictates, listen, I've got to just stay here for a little bit longer. Can't take any risk. Those couple of wickets there certainly pegged South Africa back here a little bit. There you see it, 121 runs still needed. That's nicely guided down. And as you said, that is just oh so easy. In fact, that ball is racing away. It's just going to be a couple of runs. Good effort out there. Looks like that's the captain himself that charged down to third man.
I love a guy like Jacko.
100%.
I love a guy like that. He's wholehearted, he's running in, he's hitting the deck hard. But you also, for me, Jack Roux has got to play a bigger role. You've got to be constantly talking to him, telling him a little bit fuller. You can show him as he's at the top of the mark, you can show him, be a meter fuller towards him. Bowl this kind of line, guide him by how you move around as a keeper. Sometimes that is also important. We find that some keepers at schoolboy level or when they're just coming into it, they tend to sit just behind off stump. You can actually be on 6 stump if you want to and show them this is the line, bowl towards me. I want you to look at that particular line. Like that, the way that he plays a role in the field, getting the guys in the right area. But I think you can spend more time also talking to your bowler. That's the perfect length for me.
I tell you what, Israel, those are all good things. We'll tell Jack Roux to send that on a postcard to Thomas Roux, the keeper of England, with all those information you just said there, and hopefully they can pass it on to the relevant people. I'm not sure who Jack Roux is, mate. We'll soon find out.
No, it is his brother. I'm sorry, I'm confused here. The one that got 1,000 county runs. Am I right? 1,000 county runs? Jack Roux? That's James. That's James. Thomas. Yeah, Thomas.
Get around them, boys.
Thanks, Ed.
It's been a long 4 days for someone. I don't think those men are going to be moving anywhere. They're going to be sitting in their seats. That's what South Africans normally do when it's a little bit squeaky time, as they say. So just the 2 runs. Yeah, you've got to admire the energies of Jack Home. You have to. He's doing a job here for his captain, running in hard. And he's bowled with good energy. I'm sure that he will be the first in the swimming pool down at the hotel later on, because he's certainly putting in the efforts here, the long yards.
Did you see that leggy now? Did you see it?
Yes, Wizzy.
I think it's going to be about 8 minutes to the drinks. And then there's probably going to be another 10 or 15 minutes thereafter till we get to the final hour.
Come on, lads.
Yes, boys.
Babuli is just going on his merry way here. Moves to 105 now.
Great work, Wizzy, yeah, boy.
3 for 57 for Farhan Ahmed of 20.2 overs. Again, in amongst the wickets. He's the go-to man.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah. I don't think it'll go there because you can play it reverse. So.
Do you believe in long spells like this? Yes, I know it's a spinner. But do you not want to just check if your other spinner can come on and maybe pick up one? And then you can maybe come back to Ahmed again? Or do you believe that it has to be a particular amount of overs before he finds his rhythm?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't it normally the captain that does that? Just he backs him a little bit more. You know, he's shown a lot of faith in Ahmed. He backs him to be a wicket taker. Now you see men around the wicket. He's backing him to be a little bit more consistent potentially than Ali.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I like him.
Maybe something different, as you say, won't be bad with the ball turning away from the right-hander.
Oh, Wizzy! Hey, boy! Hey!
So I don't mind that at all if I'm the spinner. If I'm standing there and I am Archie Vaughan, I'm thinking, I love the way how low his hands are getting. Latando or Latabo. Which one is it? Latabo. If anything is going to be something different or misbehave, I'm in this game. Good
That's
shot.
driven down the ground by Pasla Mashlaka.
That's Wizzy! Hey, Wizzy!
That's a boundary to him. And that brings up the 200 as well for South Africa. You spoke about control and we said you want to control the game. And South Africa were for long portions for controlling the game when they were 2 down off the tee. They were in control. And then England sort of took that control away from them slightly now with those couple of wickets. Now it's a case where England can say, listen, we can gain the control back in our favour. But they need maybe one more strike here.
You know, in the morning, Eugene, I've often seen bowlers put little targets down, and that's the kind of area they want to get used to, bowling as they go into the morning of the game. But I just don't get that same sense from Ahmed. It's either been consistently too full, or it's been a little bit short. There hasn't been where he's been in a good area consistently for me. So that's why I'm asking, how long do you still let him go? Yes, he picked up wickets, but it's taken him 20 odd overs to get there. So do you say, okay, Ali, you didn't have the best of starts. Can you just come and bowl 2-3 overs for me? Or is it from Holmes' side, you will keep going with Ahmed on the other side?
I would most likely bring him up from this end here. I think he's, as I said, he's backed Ahmed more, and Home is doing him a great service here. He's still running in, the youngster.
Yeah, go on, homie. Out, please, Minto.
England got their voices back for sure.
Very good prospect, this Eugene, I have to say. I like this guy.
Well, he's still going to get stronger. Not sure if he'll grow anymore, but we'll see. He'll definitely get stronger. Well, it's been a fascinating test match. After the first hour, I would have thought we'd be here Day 4, Session 3, after England were 27 for the loss of 4. And they fought valiantly and gallantly. And they worked their way back in the game. And then South Africa, when they batted, were looking to take it away from them. And then yet again, England came back. South Africa had a 20-run lead. And England batted marvellously, especially yesterday on the back end, and then also today Jack Home, the man with the ball, he was hitting it to all parts as well. And then the target was set 317, 2.5 sessions.
Full sun. that's how the game ebbs and flows, Eugene.
You've watched a lot of 4-day cricket, mate.
Oh, I have.
You've also seen matches where it just meanders and then all of a sudden it's like the tide has just come in and things are happening far too quickly.
Ooh,
there's your ball. There
that's my
is your ball.
That's my ball. But I have to say also, this year we had a 4-day game. Poland played the Warriors. We bowled 190 overs in the second innings to win the game. On the 4th day, I think, I'm speaking under correction, I think the Warriors had a batter on 100. They were cruising, they were like, the game just looked dead. And then just before drinks, drinks in the second session, we got one. And then it was just, we got the one after that, and then it just kept on going, Eugene. I think you were commentating on that game.
I was.
You must have been very, very tired watching Poland bowl that day. Could have been 2 solid days of bowling, I think.
That's what happens. But yeah, it was a good victory, especially after the Knights game, which I think you guys were probably disappointed with that result because you were in an unbelievable position. I think it was at lunch, I think.
Very mediocre.
One session. Can you believe one session just changed the whole complexion of the game?
Homie was out, wasn't he? Or put him in?
So that's why we love this format. Just anything can happen at any particular time.
No.
And no cover.
113
You
still
only need one
needed.
here, don't you?
I'm not sure if that is in the minds here. It's just about occupation of the crease for now. And if South Africa can sort of go, maybe right up until another half an hour,
No, Minty, you can be just
I
behind
think
me.
then the captains might be looking at each other and saying,
run out, Minty,
okay, it's
boy.
been a good test match.
Let's move on.
We've tried hard.
Oh, Wizzy! Yeah,
So
Wizzy!
we spoke about the half an hour period.
You know,
And we're going to talk about the next half an hour period here as well. This will dictate a lot about where this game's going. And how are they going to rue? Maybe not declaring a little bit earlier. Oh, there's an edge. It was a full ball outside that off stump. 3 men in hot pursuit. It was almost like the 100-yard dash there. The big fella won it.
Hey, Shako! Nice, Shako.
He threw for 3 runs. It's another 12th man. That's Jack. That's on. He's been sitting in the shade for the majority of this test match. He's not playing. He's the 12th man that's on.
Yeah.
Tell me, we saw Moore play the ODIs.
What school you at?
I like the look of him. He just brought that little something. Nice tall bowler. He would be hitting good lines. He's put South Africa under pressure in the white ball series.
Go. Not going.
Oh, carved away again. Backward of point. This time it's Dawkins who's making the long yards. And again they come through for 3 runs. So that's 6 off the over. And maybe that adds to your point, Mr. Poole. But just the inconsistency. And in fact it's a no ball. And I think the pace, to me the massive thing about his bowling has been the pace. I think it's been far too slow for the nature of this pitch. Yeah. Back around the wicket to Babulia.
Wait, who?
It's in his 22nd over. It does take a bit out of you. It might not look like that, but the concentration that you're gonna have, the feel that you're gonna have, it just puts me starting to question that.
Need a cover.
Beautifully hit through the covers. 4 runs. And what was I saying? I did say that the next half an hour will dictate where we go here. And I'm still a firm believer of that. That's beautifully put away by a man that's moved to 130 now after that boundary.
Stayed nicely leg side of that one. Created the necessary room for himself. Punched that through beautifully.
We said we struggled to see Babule hit the ball. He hit 2 balls in the air in this innings. I couldn't believe what I saw.
We go, boys.
Even that time, that was from the minute it left the bat, it was all along the carpet.
The gloves must be this way, you know.
His wickets becoming more and more valuable as this innings is going along. Not only for England but also for South Africa. If he stays there, South Africa could be in a very good position. If we lose him, I think England will feel they're 5 down, sniffing a little win here.
That's why I said, he's the glue, he's the cement, he's anything that you want to keep this innings together for South Africa.
He's the foundation.
Yes, mate, yeah, boy.
Mr. Poole not happy about that.
Yes, Wizzy, yeah, boy.
Well, it's 10 runs that came off this over.
We're literally in the best position to win. I think it was.
Maybe there is tiredness. There's also the sun, the conditions here. I can't remember a cloud in sight here for 4 days.
These guys don't even talk about how they're going to win the game.
I can understand why. Because day 1, day 2, we had gale force wind here. No way the clouds were going to stay around Eugene. I'm surprised that there's still trees around the ground.
Well, that is going to be drinks here on day 4 and the 3rd session. South Africa 214 for 4. They still require further 103 runs for victory. There's still 20 overs still left. The carrot is still there. Who knows where this game's going to go. Anything's still possible. All 3 results still there. But for now, we're going to enjoy a drink with them and join us in a few moments where we'll continue this broadcast.
Still have shot leg in for the other one. Yeah. You want me in for this guy? I have like a 50 over here. 2 out, slip.
I still keep it 2 out. He's not going to do anything.
Who's that?
This year.
To the new guy?
No, to the guy on 100.
Oh, to the guy on 100?
He's not going to go back up.
Flip by 1? You got that over there.
Yeah, so he's going to.
No. Go and go. Is that how you got in the first inning? You want me in or not? No. You got like... Mosey. You know me for the new guy? Mosey. For the new guy, yeah. Down there. I've got mine. I'll do. You can go over Taz. I'll go over Taz.
One absolute moment of brilliance. That moment of brilliance when this game. Yeah.
South Africa need a further 102 runs off what we make it 20 overs still left in the day's play here. All to play for here, and firstly a great deal of thanks goes to our broadcast sponsors, Sasonke Tourism and Event Services. They deal with all your leisure tours on sporting fields around the Southern Africa, and they can put a package together because they're the logistics specialist here, and they can certainly put a great package together on and off the field for you. And then you can come and enjoy not just the playing variety that we do have in Southern Africa, but also the sights and sounds that go with it. Please get in touch with Sasonke Tourism and Event Services at sasonketours.co.za. And Mr. Poole, Mr. Ali is into the attack.
I felt early on this was his side, Eugene. I don't think the other side he particularly wanted to bowl from. I think that was more Ahmed's side. And sometimes you go through that where you just feel that, oh, there's just something different about this side. I'm just more comfortable on that side. So we'll see how it goes.
It looks
Like
like
I say.
it looks like it could be Vaughan bowling from the top end, taking over from Ahmed, but let's see.
That's a good start.
Ooh. Oh, that gets past the man there at short leg. Through for a single. Now Babulia, he's been there for a long time. And he got out to Tanzim Alim in that first innings, trying to play the ball far too square, not hitting it straight.
Mr. Ali to Mr. Babulia. Good run that.
Has to be the first years that have made their way here to Marty's.
I think it's still a little bit too early, Eugene, but could be more of the hostel students.
I don't know. Well, you should know. You've been here before.
Yeah, my daughter. But obviously living in Cape Town, wasn't going to stay on the res.
No, you got to appeal better than that if you want to get a wicket.
Just asking umpire Shazy there what he thought about that as he walked past.
You're not going to get much. Maybe just a wry smile. Paddle around the corner. That ball's racing away.
Let me tell you, he's got a bit of gas out there.
That's the man. That's Jack out there.
He's got a bit of gas, Eugene. You should know. No? Your days of running long past now? Because I heard the people ask, why do you walk like that? So let's get some more of the story. So I asked whether you're still active in terms of running long distances and that, seeing that you loved running as a youngster. Because some people ask me, does he always walk like that? It's not often that I get him speechless. See, the specs are back on. Maybe he'll go for a long little jog tonight. Producer loving that little banter.
I'll give you that one, Ez. I'll give you that one. Well done. Well played. Well played.
You got me very good there with the postcard. So I think it's just time that I just get a few back there. Get the punches in.
Well, Ahmed's going to continue now. The field's spread again to Babulia. Man, almost down here at fine leg, and they've got a man at square leg boundary, and then they've got a sweep on the offside. Also a long on in place. Oh dear, he has sort of just hit that as easy as you like. Back to Ahmed. Now then, England might be sniffing a chance here as the man that's in, the man that has kept things together for South Africa, Babulia. He departs the scene with a magnificent 114. Well, that was a magnificent innings. But Ahmed eventually getting his man. He's toiled hard. Again, preferring to go off the back foot again. Off the back foot, but then he just sort of wanting to force it instead of just playing it down, just respecting it. But he's getting the plaudits from all and sundry here. A magnificent 114. As we said, he kept it together for a long period of time here for South Africa. But that's the fifth wicket gone for 219 runs.
So this is going to be, for me, an interesting period, Eugene. This is going to tell us whether South Africa is actually going to go for it, or they're looking to close up shop here. Because they know if they lose one of this, England requires 4 wickets.
Well, you can see there'll probably be a few men around the bat. Pressure on de Villiers. And we always said, everybody that plays, every youngster feel that they have to make a contribution. Here, he has to see if he can bat right out to the end here for South Africa. Again, we see a wicket falling around the drinks break.
Oh my goodness!
A little bit of an expansion drive there first up.
Villiers.
That is not the shot.
First ball up, mate. You see? Men around the bat makes you do strange things.
Did you watch who bat?
Oh, that's powerfully driven. He has come out and looked positive here. He's only faced 2 balls.
He's off the pair.
And this might change the mind here of Mr. Vaughan.
I don't know how you do that.
Again, what I like here about umpire shares, and this is what I wanted to allude to, especially when the ball gets bowled and the ball gets batted, they come into the sort of just a little bit closer just to make sure everything is being well above board, what's being said. I think both the umpires are doing well with that because it is getting quite tight now.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to toss one up. Eugene, Mr. de Villiers
what has been the message there? Because the first ball, we can talk through it. First ball, bit of a drive.
Positive drive.
Second ball, drive down the ground. Third one, a little bit of a cross the line hoik. Bowled.
As we
And
can
that is
see
6
here.
gone.
Toss that one up, and I'm as confused as what you are, Eugene. Do you think that's got anything to do with the pressure? Surely not. The guys around the bat, you would expect it this time of the day. Chad Mason in next.
Yo, YouTube, that was brilliant. What is he doing?
Is it Chad? Oh, it's Chad.
Mr. Ahmed, who am I to talk about spin bowling? 5 for 76 in his 23rd over.
How I've missed you, Chatty boy.
Welcome back. Welcome to the arena.
Chatty.
Chatty, what you
It's
saying?
all friendly out there. We see Dawkins having a word with Bashla Mshlaka.
Join us, Chatty.
We see
Oi,
Jack
Chatty.
Home welcoming
Oh,
Chad Mason.
Welcome, Chad. Welcome.
Well,
Nothing wrong with that,
this
Eugene.
is where character builds. This is where you got to stand up. There's pressure about. You got to show your mettle.
Can I get off in the middle of the bat?
And it all depends on how you take it, Eugene. For me, it always used to be about, I'm going to show you now that I'm going to bat this game dead. So if you don't say anything for me, I'm a little bit more relaxed. I don't know how you were, because I'm pretty sure that we batted in these kind of situations a lot during our time.
Dead player shot like the Villiers. They big shot for me. I think all of a sudden the mindset has changed. There we go, Chad. It's almost like, I think you used to play that in the dressing room. Just smother it with no bounce, the one hand bounce. He just smothers it, get over it.
You know, especially when it was raining and you were playing those small little games in there, one hand, one bounce.
What were we doing, man? Should have just rested.
Nah. I think you wanted the body to keep moving just in case you did fall asleep.
Well, South Africa is having, apologies, England are having a sniff here. This game has ebbed and flowed one way, then the next throughout. And in fact, from that first session, it's gone one way, then the next. No one has literally grabbed this game by the scruff of the neck. However, now England, they need 4 wickets for victory. South Africa still need 94 runs. One more wicket here is, well, I think England fancy they're still very much in it here. Despite if they don't get a wicket, they just need 4 good balls.
Yes. No, you're right, Eugene. I think Ali, the way that he bowled the previous over, I thought he was spot on. It's just a matter of getting your field in the right place.
You don't want to run out now.
That's just worrying for me, Eugene. Like just the angle of the bat looking to defend, that brings slip into play. So I would just try and keep my bat as straight as possible and just knock it back the whole time.
There's nervous energy out there. There's nervous energy out there.
If I was England, I'd definitely get another one there in front of him.
Oh, where are you going to take him from?
No, I'll just get. You see, I think it's Dawkins. I'd get Dawkins a lot tighter there. Yes, he is on a short catching, but just I want him to see more people in his eye line.
Well, this is going to be paddle around the corner, down the leg side. I think this was the worry why we haven't seen much of Ali. In fact, he's gone for buys. Just that consistency. You can see there in his figures, 6.3. He's going at over 5s. That has been the worry for him.
Eugene, I'm actually on the edge of my seat here.
Why not?
Bowling. Just a little bit shorter. Just give it enough time to turn. just a touch shorter. You're right. You want to be full rather than short, but just a little bit shorter. Just give it time to bounce. There we go.
Oh my word. Oh my goodness. 6 down. Oh, are they still going for it? Who knows? We don't know what was said and what is being said. All we know is pressure is a great and wonderful thing. So we don't know if they're still going for it. All we know is that 60 overs gone. Still 17 overs remaining. 17 overs.
It's a lot of cricket, that, Eugene. A lot of cricket.
Well, there will be a man of the match in this encounter. Win, lose or draw for whoever that may be. And this man bowling now, Faheen Ahmed, he should be penciled in as one of the contenders. Oh, a lot of smiling faces now. England are back in it. And the lap around the ground has become quicker.
Yeah, let's go for Wiz. Let's go for Wizzy. Yes, Wiz. Yes, Wiz. Let's go, Wizzy. Chad wants to boost his average. My average comes down 0. Well, I don't know. One run and it will go up.
The mole.
Down.
Good shot.
Minty, run him out, Minty.
Tuzi.
Seem to know how a team feels when they get a runs and you hear the applause coming from the dressing room, and if it's as vigorous as what we've just heard, we know it'll be a little bit of squeaky time, but they have to show that support, and that's good from South Africa. 229 for 6.
Yes, Wiz. Yes, Wiz. Yes, Wiz. Yes, Wiz.
Don't know, Eugene. Two batters are giving me two different vibes here. Looks like Chad Mason has come in. Chad Mason's come in, looked to be a little bit more conservative. Letabo on the other side.
Oh, Wiz. Yes, Wiz.
Is there another little...
Doesn't like to be bogged down.
Is there another little twist in this encounter here?
Most definitely.
Mr. Poole.
Most definitely.
They're certainly keeping us on our seats here.
Come on, lads. Come on.
Give it a bit of air. Don't be afraid to give it air. Entice him. Entice him.
Oh, yes, Wiz. Yes, Wiz. Very nice, Wiz. Why is he blocking?
You were really brave when the Villiers was there. Got driven down the ground and then threw one up, and the Villiers, all he saw was stars. And went for the massive hit across the line. Lost his stumps. Are you going to toss it up here for Mason?
Yeah, he's coming around the wicket, yeah.
Oh.
Might not be today. I think we might wait till we get down there to Western Province Cricket Club. Let me ask the question. Day 4, session 3 after drinks, the Villiers walked in. What was the game plan?
Most probably to be positive.
Well, we don't know. I'm just gonna. I'll wait till then.
Just but the way that he played, I think he must have got a message to say, listen, be positive when you go there. Don't be afraid to take him on. Ali.
We go again off the back foot. We've seen this a lot.
Just looks like he's in his rhythm now.
Well, at the end of this over, it will be the final hour. 15 overs that will be left to bowl.
Ooh. Give it enough time to turn, Eugene. You gotta give it enough time to turn.
Oh dear. Oh dear. There you go. Give it enough time to turn. You called it, Mr. Pule. You said toss it up there. Just held that back with pace. And now Chad Mason walks back. That's 7 wickets gone now.
It's Letabo.
Chad Mason, bro.
Chad Mason. It's that time of the day. Oh, if we have a look at this, give it a bit of air to turn. Give it enough time to turn, Eugene. Look at this. And then he feels for it, thinking he can go over there inside half of the bat. Good catch. England feel like they're right on top of this game.
They are well right on top of this game. They've got South Africa 237. Apologies, 230 for 7. Still requiring a further 87 runs. And I said from the get-go at the start of this, I said you've got to get yourself in a position. They were in that position, they lost wickets. Now it's a case in point, you've got to try and work your way to that. You can't make just, I think this would be a soft dismissal. It has to be. It was a good catch. Jack Home again, he's another man that can put his hand up for that man of the match award. But now then England, they are sniffing here. As it is Mokoena that comes to the crease, and we know he doesn't like the old forward defensive too many times.
Doesn't like to be dictated to. So he's going to be, I think, if it's in his half, it's got to go. But it's just got to be, just for me, it's just got to be a little bit slower, Eugene. Your length as well, yes, you got to be full, but you wanted to turn past the maker's name.
Is what have we seen in the last session here? What have we seen? Well, let's see how many dot balls Mokoena can face.
It's you gotta throw it up a little. You have to, Eugene. When it's flat and slow like that, I think they can just adjust a lot easier. As soon as it goes up above the eye line, that's when it becomes difficult for the guys lower down in the order.
And hits the edge. Well, I'll have to say that was one of the better overs I've seen Tazim Ali has put together.
Gene Molian getting himself all ready there on the edge of his seat.
I mean, this game just keeps on giving and giving. It doesn't stop giving. Well, I said those men will be sitting in their seats. They will be. The England staff, they will be keep lapping and walking around. They've been walking wickets since the tea break, and it's been very successful.
We've got to keep going now.
Oh!
Well, I think the reverse sweep is going to be put to bed. The reverse sweep is going to be put to bed by Bashla Maslaka.
Toss it up, Mr. Ahmed. Toss it up. Give it a bit more air.
Oh, down. Yes, Wiz. Yes, Wiz.
Don't be afraid. You guys are well on top here.
Yeah, I don't know how many Wiz you got.
Well on top. This game is changed in what? 40 minutes, Eugene? Maybe less?
Well, let's just say in the last hour it's changed dramatically here.
There we go. Give it a bit more air. You got to be encouraging to throw the ball up, Eugene.
Oh, you're going to have another one going in here. There we go. You want more men round the back. Here we go. Mr. Vaughan says, right, I'll go in there. Dawkins, you go to slip.
Number 10, busy warming up here. Throw down.
That's red. Tiny bit more. Yeah.
Oh, well, there's a shot. Good wicket. 4 runs with so many catches in close. Will take some bit of catching to hold on to that one. It was hit firmly.
Don't be afraid to toss one up again. And see that not very comfortable when he's being crowded house there.
This is a big ball, this one. This is a ball. Can they keep Maslaka on this side and then bowl to Mokoena?
Oh no.
Another bit of change, but this is just to put a little bit of doubt in the batter's mind for sure. Subtle changes. Subtle changes. Character needed here from these 2 men for South Africa.
Wait, we try not to slow it down.
Game still on, Eugene. I think South Africa's still going for this.
Go boys.
See England still lapping.
I can take my glasses off now for about, how long do you reckon? About 5 minutes?
About 5 minutes or so, and you can put it back on. Leah saying 2.5 minutes.
14 overs remaining. 14, sir. 14. That's what's being counted down.
Mokoena. Very positive young man.
Cut!
Mr. Pule, somewhere along the line we just go with our gut and we just had that feeling that something was going to happen. Unfortunately for South Africa, that's the end of Mokoena. He's gone for a duck. That's wicket number 8 gone, and England are well and truly on top now. And who would have thought this at tea? It's a good catch again by the replacement, the sub fielder there. That's Moores.
Like Daniels to the wicket.
It's all happening here at the Coetzenburg Oval. And as I said, who would have thought this? At the tea break, South Africa were well and truly on top. And we always thought that first half an hour, that first 45 minutes, was going to say a lot about where this game's going. And it sort of ebbed and flowed. England fighting back, and they're getting a couple of wickets, and then turned the tables here a little bit in their favour. In fact, quite a lot when they got that wicket off Bulbulia. Now then, just 2 wickets remaining. Still a long, long way to go to that target. There's still 13 overs remaining at the end of this one. A lot of balls for England to maybe achieve what might have looked unlikely at tea and get themselves the victory here. Who would have thought this? Wale has got 2 wickets now, and when his tail is up, he's a little bit more than a handful. And now we're going to get the old dead bat This is when you get the old lunge forward. More helmets being asked for. Can a game change this quickly, Ezra?
We know it does. We know it does. Especially in this format. We know it does.
Oh, this just dabbed down to third man. Ball's running away. It's just going to be a couple of runs.
I just want to think just a little bit slower, Eugene. Just a little bit slower.
Well, I think what we need to discuss is how South Africa came out in this after tea, because we always knew that was going to be the changing points and would tell us a lot about where this game would go. And yes, we can only go by what we see. But there was wickets given. There was wickets taken. They got the big fish Babulia out, and then now South Africa find themselves 8 down.
What we also got to talk about is, was there enough good deliveries to say that South Africa should be 8 down? That for me is the big question. Has South Africa contributed to the situation that they're in? Or has England bowled really well?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think we have to give credit where credit is. I think England really fought well. I think the tea break came very much at a good time for them. They got a time to get to talk about a little bit of plans. We saw the plans. Jack Holm bowled beautifully, I thought. Ran in with heart, gusto, and he really gave them a little bit of a lift. He might not have taken the wicket, but he gave them a lift, and that is all you need. Just somebody to spark something. And then I think there were some indifferent shots. We can say that Jason Rose might have been unlucky. He was given out caught behind. But then for the rest, there has been maybe some indifferent batting. Let's just call it that. Especially the one, I'm not going to harp on it anymore, but when De Villiers came in, he faced 3 balls, and we can talk you through those 3 balls. But I thought the reverse sweep will be put to bed. It's come out again. It's came out of the locker. So you reckon they're still going for it?
Don't relax. Down.
Seka taking one for the team.
Come on, boys, come on. Yes, Wizzy, yes, Wizzy.
I think it's. I don't think South Africa is particularly going for it. I just think that the batters aren't normally under this amount of pressure, the lower order.
Oh,
so I think it's a bit of nervous energy. So they feel that, okay, it's outside off stump. They maybe spoke about how they can rotate strike. And one of the ideas that was put forward that you can play a reverse sweep to the offie that is outside off stump. You laugh, but I've heard that before. Just how do you rotate it? How do you get the other batter on strike?
Ooh. There you go. Took the pace off that one a little bit earlier through the shot. Bashla Mashlaka.
And I'm not saying that it's done by the staff.
Come on, boy. Come on, Wiz.
Sometimes I've heard that at schoolboy level, where the coaches at schoolboy level tell you in order to rotate strike, you must play the reverse sweep.
Gifted him a single there. So Mr. Daniels has 1 ball to face here.
A bit quiet, homie. Homie, alright? Have you seen homie? Homie feeling well?
12 overs left after this delivery.
Come on, boys. Come on, Wiz. Come on. Wiz, come on. Come on, boys. Come on. Wizzy, work off for this one, Wiz. Come on, lad.
We're going to be positive here, Eugene. You and I. And say that South Africa is going to make it through.
It's driven hard, and I think England wouldn't mind that,
Go, boys. Come on. Go, lad.
because that will keep Daniels on strike.
Do England quickly signal to a home and say, come hold me 2 overs.
No, I think we're just going to be seeing spin. That's for me.
Because remember, like Daniels, some lower end batters prefer the spin. And some don't like the quicker bowlers.
I just think with this sort of pace attack that they have here now, that they've got to sort of face up, it's a little bit more difficult because they're going to have to play at each and every ball. Well, that is hit out onto the onside. Chase is on. Not sure if it will get to the boundary. It doesn't. So they come back for 3.
Bit slower there, Mr. Ali, through the air. I think that be difficult for him to turn down that invite.
Plays and miss again. That's the second one that's over. Still 3 balls to come. That's driven. They're going to come back for the second.
Everybody on a knife edge here, Eugene. You don't hear anybody moving. Everybody's quiet.
Oh, that's a single all day long. And still they could get a single.
That'll get us one, man. Yes, then, boys. Here we go, Wiz. Keep going, boys. Just keep going, boys. Always, come on, Wiz.
11 overs to go. 11 overs for England to see if they can get the remaining 2 wickets in this innings. Still 71 runs. 71 runs still needed by South Africa.
Don't be afraid to give it a bit of air. That's the one that I'm looking for, Eugene. A little bit of air, fella.
Oh, well played. Well played by Daniels.
Now you testing the resolve. How patient can you be? Don't be afraid. Give it a bit of air. Got enough runs to play with.
Oh!
There's been a lot of that though as well. I wouldn't call it excessive appealing, but there's been a lot of appealing from England.
Down to the wire, Eugene. Just got a little sneaky feeling that South Africa is going to take this all the way. Toss it up, son.
Oh, go, 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 catch. No. Woo. Yes, catch you here, yes, catch him. Come on, boys, come on, Wiz. Yes, Wiz, yes, Wiz. Come on, lads, come on. Yes, Wiz.
Oh! That was beautifully bowled by Ahmed. Chase is on. By Vaughan, is this going to be a couple?
Nice body, boy.
7 and over. I'm not sure if that is then thereabouts, and probably as Paul Adams would love to say, just say take it deep. It's going to take some effort. It's not impossible, we have to say that as well. It's nicely played by Daniels again through the offside. .245. In fact, it should be 246 for the loss of 8. 66 overs gone, 11 overs still remaining.
Gene, I see you've been sipping on that drink rather vigorously.
Hard work this, mate. Hard work in the heat. Plenty of men around the back.
Give it some time to turn. Eugene, give it some time to turn.
We are definitely on the edge of a seat, folks. Just not sure here. England on the prowl.
Got to be if you want to win it from England's point of view, you got to be enticing the batsman to play the shot. It's for me, it's just too flat, Eugene. Toss it up. Invite them to play shots. Because it's easy, if they're going to go into that mode of just survival, it's a lot easier for them just to come forward and just bunt the ball down. Throw it up. Make sure that they feel that they can hit a boundary.
Beautifully punched, just for one though. That probably adds to your point that you said it is a little bit flat. There's no arc to it. There's no little dip. It's just coming at a straighter angle from the hand down to where he wants to pitch the ball.
Because remember, Raik Daniels, although he can play a little bit, he's a number 10. So we know, cricket teaches us that with those kind of guys, you want to be tossing it up.
Over.
Another over comes to an end. Just a 9 now remaining.
boys, yes, boys. Come on, Wizzy.
See the refrigerated trailer
Yes, Wiz.
being loaded and taken away. Maybe he knows something that we don't know, Eugene.
What's that?
That South Africa will survive these last 10 overs.
Why wouldn't we know that? We know it's always possible. It's definitely possible.
Hey, Wizzy boy. Yes, Wizzy.
Ahmed coming around the wicket. I think this is a good ploy. Around the wicket, men are plenty. Giving Ray Daniel some encouragement there.
Yes, Wiz, yes, Wiz. Hey. Oh, Wiz. Go on, Wizzy. Here, boys. Nice, Wizzy. Hey, Wizzy. Come on,
I think the heat's starting to get to Ezra Poole as well next to me. He's putting in a long shift here.
Yes, Wiz, yes, Wiz, yes, Wiz. Come on, Wizzy, come on, Wizzy. Yes, Wizzy, lad. Yes, Wiz, yes, Wiz. Yes, Wizzy, yes, boy.
Need a slight change, Eugene.
Here we go, Wiz.
I'm a firm believer in that.
Only a matter of time,
If it's as
Wiz.
easy as that, just to knock the ball, pat the ball back, putting on something that's a little bit different, though it might just be for 2 overs. Saw that home came in, make it uncomfortable for the batter.
Oh, yes, Wiz, yes, Wiz.
I hear what you're saying, and I just think we're not going to get it.
Yes, Wizzy.
From what I've seen, I don't think we're going to get it.
Yes, Wizzy. Yes, Wizzy, yes, Wizzy.
He's back over the wicket now.
Come on, lad.
Young Ahmed. It should just be a single.
Nice boy. That's box. Little cutie.
That brings up to 250 for South Africa. 250 for 8. Still the 67 needed.
Come on, boys. Go on there, boys.
I think it's just a matter of survival here, Eugene. That's all it
Well,
is.
we're going to be talking about that first session again at the conclusion of this over, Mr. Poole. That first session where England decided to bat for a little bit longer. In fact, we've got to talk about maybe the way they approached that final session on day 3, where they decided to go a little bit harder then. Especially with wickets in hand, they could have made a bigger onslaught in the morning come day 4. That is the bowling figures. Ahmed 5 for 90. He's been the pick again, and certainly as an outstanding candidate for the man of the match in this game. Tazeen Mali, the other spinner, he's back too. Has certainly been the seamers of South Africa versus the spinners of England, although Chad Mason might have something to say about it. He bagged a 5-foot early on today. Well, he's coming around the wicket, and I'm not sure about this. If you want wickets, unless you can induce a little bit of a false stroke. But I will be just standing right on my stumps and kicking them away, provided that it does pitch outside leg stump, that is.
Maybe a lot of googlies and a lot of sliders just across the batsman. Ayuk Daniels showing a lot of discipline here, I have to admit. Just looking to play nice and straight, keep his team in the game.
Well, there's a shot that's gone all the way for a maximum. Picked it up beautifully, hasn't he? And it's gone the distance.
Just looking at that, I know that you mentioned that you'll be kicking that one. Just looks like that one is outside leg stump, and he's decided, nope, I'm not kicking those. Hitting those over the rope for 6.
Well, you asked the question, is there still a chance? I don't know. This partnership is now worth 20.
The googly has to come here somewhere. Has to. Because that's the only wicket taking delivery he can bowl. That's just too easy for Daniels.
Well, maybe you can ask the coaching staff when they make their way around again, what's the thinking behind that?
To be honest with you, Eugene, I think you want to ask that question more than what I do.
There'll be 7 overs at the conclusion of this. That's still remaining in the day. There's no way. It's only a bad shot that's going to give you a wicket there. And South Africa, apologies now, England, I'm not sure if that is the right way forward. You've got to bring all modes of dismissals in. Bowling a leg spinner, bowling around the wicket. The only way I see you can get a wicket here is by a full shot. Oh, that is a gift. That is an absolute gift. And that's a second maximum. And now, again, drinks are being brought on. There's still a ball left. But because the ball has gone that far, they can bring on a drink. Short, way outside leg stump. Got treated. Just as it should.
No, number 10, the game's on. Come.
Come on, Tazzy. Come on, Tazzy.
There's one more ball that you can tell him.
This will get us to it.
Baba, he's back over, yeah?
It's back over the stumps now, and this is far better for the final ball of the over. Well, not sure about the reaction after. They feel that that ball came from the bat, maybe onto the foot, and then into the hands there of Fonseca.
Here we go, boys. Here we go, boys.
Not sure what the appeal is for. I'm really not sure what the appeal is for. Straight off the ground, straight into the hands, bump ball. And Fonseca, not sure what that is because it was nowhere near the foot.
Go always, go always.
Least say about that, the better. Let's move on. Seven overs left. 7 overs still remaining in the day.
Yes, Wizzy. Yes, Wiz. Yes, Wiz. Yes, Wiz. Come on, lads. Come on. He did. Yes, Wiz.
Both the men at short leg. Well, just give yourself a little bit of room, plays it to the offside, easy through for 1.
Yes, boy. Yes, boy. Come on, lad. Shut them up again, Wiz.
Yes, boys.
Yes, Wiz. Yes, Wiz. Up again, Wiz.
Around the block, see?
What about one of those two to set the single? Minty or maybe.
Just want to make a judgment.
Oh, there was a chance. Now there was a chance.
Third way.
Possibly two noises and two short legs in place, and not one of them could get close to that.
Come here, lad.
Oh, he's actually missed it then, Eugene.
Oh, Wiz.
Looked like it was winding up there.
Good bowling,
The
Wiz.
situation dictates he needs to be a little bit more circumspect here.
Good, Wiz. Yes, Wiz.
That's a chance, and just couldn't get there.
Wizzy.
There would have been an appeal of note.
You were going for a big shot. That was a big shot. Those hands were hard. Trigger hands up.
There's another chance. Not sure where Lataba was going there, but that's good work by Thomas Rue, and I think it might have been very, very close if this hit.
Let's have a look at this, huge. Spattered that back. Set off. Oh, that would have been tight.
Quicker ball and that finished another over. 6 overs to go. 36 balls, Mr. Poole, for England to get 2 more wickets, and for South Africa to play out the day.
Looks like young Archie Vaughan has decided to bring himself on here. Still feeling Jack Home was my man, Eugene.
You can say what you want. I'm just going to be commentating on what I'm seeing, because Archie Vaughan, he's decided, listen, I'm going to come on. 51 runs still needed. 6 overs remaining. If there were wickets in hand, we know it would have been game on. We're not sure what's been said. Does it play each ball on its merit? We don't know.
Mohamed Babulia has been excellent. Eugene in this game. There's a few candidates here for man of the match.
Yeah, he got 80 in the first innings, and then a magnificent 100. So many candidates. We spoke about Fahim Ahmed. We spoke about Jack Home as well, with both bat and ball. Quena with his fifer in the first innings. Chad Mason with his fifer in the second. And let's not forget as well, Thomas Rue as well, with the bat, and kept extremely well. I think the shop's closed up now. Oh, a little bit of an inside edge. That ball is running away. Will just be a couple.
Here we go, lads. Yes, here, boys.
will just be a dot. Takes us to 5 overs. 5 overs still remaining. .48 runs or 49 runs still needed. 5 overs. Just short of 10 and over. I think that is on the back burner for sure.
Is there maybe a leggy in here somewhere? Just something different, Eugene. It can't be the same thing. Every ball's got.
Oh, he's ran a little bit. Oh, how's that for a throw? Take that, Dawkins. Well, the leg spinner didn't give him the control or consistency, so that's why he came off. Around the wicket to the right-hander. Craig Daniels now. Well, I think, rest assured, I think we're going to see all the remaining overs, because England will go right down to the last over and think, listen, we could still bag a couple.
Elsie's turn to walk the wicket.
They're all at it now, Ezra. They're all at it. The English supporters. I don't think they're all walking in the right direction. They're all working against each other. Walking around the oval. Oh dear. Just got to be careful. The ball's got a tendency to spin.
Check home.
Back over the wicket.
Why are you shaking your head?
Because we're not going to see that,
Well, we should have done.
Well, we both know that.
There's the leggy. Well played. Well read there.
Well, that's 4 overs still remaining. 269 for 8. I think we can rest assured it's just about the 4 overs and the 2 wickets. That's all it is. So one of the 3 results we can sort of park. That is the batting card off South Africa. Babulia, magnificent, 114. Yuri van Schalkwyk looked good. 27, then he departed the scene. Lachtin played a really bad shot, or poor shot. Rolls again getting a good 50 as well, 51. Pastor Maslaka, he's on 31, not out. And for the rest, has all been telephone numbers after that. And now it's a casing point, Ezra. Who's going to be taking the more confidence into the second and final youth test down in Cape Town? That is smashed. That's for 4.
The 12 men rather enthusiastically sprinting after the ball.
Yeah, it's Jack. He's been quick. Well, is there another spanner? Is there a little spanner in the works? Because there will be 3 overs still remaining at the end of this. There will be 18 balls left. He's coming around the wicket. Someone needs to tell the English supporters they need to walk all together in the same direction. They're walking against the grain of some of them. Some are walking around left, some are walking around the right. Well, let's paddle around the corner. Is that going to go to the boundary? I think that is. That's a second boundary in the over. Maybe that will keep the carrot dangling for South Africa. I tell you what, you don't want to miss that. You do not want to miss that.
I think it's just even Stevens. Eugene, going into the next test match. South Africa. If South Africa survive here. And we've seen test matches. One team will dominate and they have an opportunity to win it. And then we get to the next test match and then all of a sudden you find that the other team is on top and the one is trying to survive. If you look at this, nice little floaty one outside off stump. As full as what you like. Half volley remains a half volley, Eugene, even although there's only a few balls left in this innings.
18 balls. .36 runs. 3 overs remaining. This partnership has grown to 45, folks. Ahmed to continue. He'll for certainly bowl 2 overs of the 3 remaining. Well, who's going to provide the last bit of excitement to this enthralling youth test match? The first one here between these two sides.
Looks like the mechanic took all his tools home. All the spanners have been taken home, Eugene, so I don't think there's going to be any spanner in the works here.
What about a few cats? Cats and the pigeons. What a few of them? But yeah, I think I'm with you. I think they just missed a little bit of trick. The man that gave them that energy, Jack Home, could have provided that as well, especially to the lower order here.
The last thing they don't want is somebody to run in and be bombing them. They're just not comfortable with that, Eugene. Yes, so he's bowled 30 overs. He's got 5 wickets, Ahmed. But I just feel that he's just been too inconsistent for me. He's going at 3 runs over on the last day on a worn wicket. Yes, he's brought his team back in. I just think he lacked that little bit of zip off the deck.
Well, we spoke about it. There was no zip whatsoever because of the slowness of the surface. And it's allowed batters just to do that. And hopefully that's one thing to look at. It was a very slow pitch. It's been a good pitch. Just a slow nature. And that tested these players with their skills and ability. And they had to read and assess and apply themselves to get the best out of the surface. That's what you're going to do, and that's what you're going to get. Wherever you play in the world, you're going to have to apply yourself. So, one ball away from just 12 balls that still remain in this test match. Or youth test, I should say.
If I was South Africa, I think I'll be sending a WhatsApp message to the left arm quick, just currently playing at the Royals, ask him if he might be available for the test match. Make things really interesting.
You just want to bark up trees you're not supposed to be at. Just let that be. These are the boys that selected for this youth test series.
I know it's going to go around a little bit at Western Province Cricket Club. And a man that is clocking 150 will make a massive difference.
I think that's the one thing, you know, that both these sides have missed. They've missed that impact bowler. One that, like a Jack Home, but just a little bit, couple of yards, maybe a bit more quicker than him. That would have asked different questions. Certainly has been the same questions being asked by both these sets of players. And we've sort of seen the same thing over and over between these two sides. Ali back into the attack. Just getting myself ready, Mr. Pule.
So you'll be LBW shout there, Eugene. Looks like it.
Well, obviously there'll be a lot of appealing.
That could have been the spanner that we're talking about, Eugene. That would have made this game very interesting, Eugene. If that decision went towards England, this game would have been right up there as one of the best.
Get this presentation done quickly, please, bro.
Yeah.
Who's going to do it? No. Which camera? It must be late for boiling today. He let the fox go.
You decided to send the fox.
6 o'clock. 6:30. 6:30, let's say.
Let's see. Let's see.
Well, by all accounts, we're heading into the final over of this youth test. Ali just asking very nicely what was happening there. Umpire Shezi looking like he's ready to go and stand somewhere else. This was that decision.
Folks, you'll have to make up your own mind on that.
Looks like Ezra's mind is made up.
There's a lot of things you can take into account there. Bounce. Maybe missing leg stump.
Failed miserably.
They've come back from there yonder. They thought they could walk it. Here we go, Ahmed, with over number 77. Driven. Ali doing the chasing. Just be the one. Well, they're counting the balls. You can bet everything you got. They're counting the balls here. Oh, I think the scores for no came from the dugout here. 4 balls to go. Is there a final twist? Could there be a final twist?
Raik Daniels has faced 47 deliveries. 47 deliveries. And all of those 47 was spin. No change whatsoever. Spin.
Yeah, those are the things that you do look at. What could you have done better? What could you have changed? And that will form part of the development that these boys are going to have to undergo as well. Well, it's got to go bang bang here. If I'm Kamalo, I'll still just be a little bit on the edge for one more ball.
No difference.
One ball to go. Oh, here's a time. Just have a look here. We're seeing umpire shares. It depends on when that last hour was called as well, folks. So there could still be 1 over left. So I do apologize for that little information there. It could be 1 over.
That's fine.
They said 77 and they over at the slope. Ali, just in the hands of the umpires in terms of time now. Almost feels like it's injury time now. You feel like you're in the hands of the umpire. So when that last hour was called. Three balls remaining.
Hoppers 5.
It depends when the last hour was called. It's not just the past 5. It's when umpire shares he called that last hour. Oh, there is an edge. Oh, now then. Maybe the toolbox came back and threw that spanner back in the works here, Mr. Poole. Because Kamalo, he's got to come out and face the music here. South Africa, 9 down.
Let's have a look if we needed to play at this or not. And how wide it was. Wide, Eugene. Could maybe I just have kicked that one away.
Well, we understand that. Looked like he might need it to go, but maybe just pushed at it a little bit too hard, and that's the end of Raik Daniels. He departs the scene for 24. Well, we've all moved closer to the edge of our seats. How many balls are left? We might get 2.
Three balls, Eugene. 2 balls, sorry. Any of that may be the straight one. Full and straight.
Kamala walking out. All he needs to do is keep out 2 balls here. 2 balls. England are 1 ball away from victory. A lot of chat, a lot of shouting, a lot of encouragement now from the young English boys. More men coming around the bat. Hands on heads, but I thought that was well played by Kamalo. 1 ball still to go.
Quick ball. Quick. Eugene. Quick.
Oh dear. Well, there could still be time left here, folks. There could still be time left here because the umpires are making their way back behind the stumps. And now Kamalo.
Just see how he's pushed it, this one, Eugene. Ooh.
Kamalo has still got balls to face here.
I think this is definitely something that cricket has got to ban. The walking of the wickets.
How many overs are there, please? Ask him. Just check the score. For the match referee. For the match referee. The match referee.
Ahmed with men aplenty around the bat. Kamalo on strike. England sniffing a victory. That's high. That is high. That is high. 1 ball done. I'm led to believe this is now the final over. 5 balls still to come. 1 wicket needed. Silence. You can hear a pin drop here at the Coetzenburg Oval. It will just be 1. Oh, in fact, that ball's going to go for 4. That ball's going to go for 4. Well, you're still going to be on strike. 4 balls still to go. More men coming around, men in catching positions. They are counting the balls here. 3 balls to come.
You go ask him. Eugene, you know these people. You go ask him. Ask me.
Two balls remaining in this first youth test. South Africa 9 down. Still requiring 1 wicket, does England. Ezra's gone, walkabout.
I'm walking for a defensive shot.
Inside edge. Down the ground to one of the short legs. That's to be down to the final ball. The final ball. And everybody, I presume everybody will be around the bat. It's a definite umbrella field, this. Another man going under the helmet. Here we go, final delivery. Look at those men. Oh, that is smoked. That's going to go for 4. It's going to be end of the over. And is that going to be time? That is going to be time, folks. What a test match or youth test we've had here at Coetzenburg Oval. It's gone right down to the final delivery on day 4. And who would have thought we would be here after that first session where England were 27 for 4. They battled long and hard, and they were actually in the ascendancy here on day 4. And this game is drawn. Makes it exciting as we head down to Cape Town. Those men will be relieved there, the South African under-19 team, but I think England will take a lot of confidence from this performance, especially off the tee, where they bagged quite a few wickets and really put South Africa under enormous pressure as well. There's the English camp. They can be happy with the way their troops stuck at it, worked hard, and Ahmed again in the wickets. So this first youth test is drawn here at Coetzenburg. We head down the road to Western Province Cricket Club down in Cape Town. Join us in a few moments for the post-match presentation. presentation here at the Coetzenburg Oval of what has been an absolutely exciting first youth test between South Africa under 19 and England under 19. Went down to the last ball on day 4 and the match is drawn, and it's been really exciting watching. This club match referee. We're first going to hand over the man of the match this game for a man who's really well with the ball as well into the game. For his batting, he scored nice. Fine Ahmed. He is the man of the match. Manaz join me here, the captain of England under 19. Archie, again at tea time you thought, but again you must be well and truly proud with the way you boys ready for the last.
Yeah, no, great game to be a part of, and to go down to the last ball and the way our spinners those wickets, I couldn't be happier.
You guys showed great application from the first innings to the second innings as well, and really got to a lead of 300. You must have been well chuffed with the way you got.
Yeah, especially being 30 for 4 and 80 for 4 in both innings, the way we held on. The player Charles to go Jack home. 250s in innings is now you need batting at ASF, so yeah, very good.
Yeah, it's really hard hitting batsman. It really get wickets though as well, but he really ran in hard as well with the ball Jack home there, and you must be proud with that as well. But Ahmed, what can you say about him? Good performance throughout.
Yeah, he's a special bowler. I kind of chuck in the ball and he does the work, so it's very easy to captain. But yeah, great bowler.
Confidence to take down to Cape Town?
Yeah, definitely. Rest up well.
Go well.
Thank you.
That is Archie Vaughan, captain of England under 19. Benny Hansen, if you can come and join me. Bigger smile on your face this time. Was a little bit of squeakiness there?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the tensions are extremely high now. Yeah.
Well, there's two aspects that you guys will really look at through this test match. At day 1, first innings, you had England 4 down for 27. You just didn't capitalise on that. And then on day 4, you must have thought, look here, the first half an hour, we might be in here for a win.
Yeah, definitely. I think throughout the 4 days, we definitely had periods where we controlled the game. We could have, gone there and maybe taken the game away from them. And there were periods where they had the same opportunity. I think the nature of Test cricket, and that's why we enjoy the game so much.
Lessons for both teams as well, especially for you, the finer things, the finer points. Dropped a few catches as well. Could have
definitely. I mean, it's our first outing out, a Test match for the squad. So I think it's definitely a learning. All the guys enjoyed it and definitely keen for the second Test.
Good performance by Babulia. Just to mention about him and Jason Rolls, 2 minutes. Really showed how to bat there as well.
I think Babulia just said in. He controls his game so nicely, he knows he's get it up so nicely with us, and the partnership with Jason, the two of them just rotated strike and almost shifted the pressure onto them and gave us opportunity for the game. Yeah. Well, rest of you down in Cape Town. Thank you very much. It's Benny Hansen, the captain of South Africa. Well, it's all to play for down in Cape Town. Starts on next Monday. Join us against Cricket Club for this second youth test.